live. Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready for an exciting day. Depending on how today plays out, we may get our first weekly loss of February and in a very long time. The market's been coming off the volatility. Everybody's been kind of taking, some of the Powell speech, the hawkish, the dovish into play. But we did wake up with some news this morning. You got an update on the Bank of Japan. And believe it or not, it's probably one of the biggest pieces of news right now. It looks like we have an idea of who is replacing Karuda, and there is just a bunch of different things. He said he's going to keep the policy. He's going to do this. The yen went up and down, so that's a big deal. You also had news and oil started moving on Russia cutting output outside of OPEC, which was an interesting one. And then overall, too, China and the rest of the world, they're kind of responding now to our rates and everything else. So, Chad, it's going to be a wild one. Hopefully it's a fun Friday. The Fridays have been a mixed bag. Last Friday we had the non-farms, and that one was a crazy one. That one was an absolutely crazy one. So we are going to see how it plays out. I hope you're ready. I hope you're locked in, and I hope you're having a good morning, baby. What's up? Look at that. What's up, Sneaker? What's up, Taylor? J-Max, Lateral, Juan Way, Alaskan Assassin. Let's do it, baby. What's up, Sippin' Ghost? What's up, Maximo? How you doing, Asher? Good morning, Exodius, Darren, Benny, Silverio. Oh, beautiful to see the name. I love you, Benny. God bless you. Eric, how you living, man? M. Malone, Data Junkie, Jesse Ramirez, Blue Peterson, Mr. Gibbons, Tim Whitman. Oh, Battleborn, baby. What's up, gray hair? Oh, whoa. The chat just went crazy. Oh, man, I thought I was like, you guys are slow. It just went nuts. Oh, what's up, Jello? What's up, Nepal? What's up, Sean Carter? Sam, Andrew, Carissa, Christian, TG. What's up, Jay Samuels, Matthew Orman, Chuck Lang, Abhishek. Oh, good morning. What's up, Armando? Wavy Gravy, Kick Swirl, Dinosaurus, baby. Oh, Wesley O'Neill, Wide Shits. Oh, good morning, Wide Shits. Or Wide Shites. I don't know what it is. Toledo Silver. Mr. Bliss, baby. How you living, man? What's up, Banks? What's up, Tasty STI? What's up, Lulu? What's up, Maria? What's up, Tony Garlinger? Oh, what's up, Mr. Car Reviews? How you living? Tales and Treasures. How you living? Good morning, Oscar. Good morning, Mike Davella. Good morning, Tyree. Jake Cortina, Samurai, Nadri, Randy Donati, Mr. Skrelly. Good morning, baby. What's up, JP? Oh, good morning, Caesar Ray. Good morning. Top of the morning to you. Top of the morning, Striker. Top of the morning, be like Mike. What up? Remember, that used to be the wave, especially for the Super Bowl. How you living, Ashley? How you living, Bensky? Good morning. Oh, it's a beautiful morning. Christian Edwards, it's a good morning, huh? It's a good morning, Cade. You feel me? You feel me? I feel you, Roy. Good morning. What's up, T. Toxie? Picky Audi, Dispassionate, Jake from State Farm. Oh, man, the myth, the legend. Oh, what's up, 333? Good morning, JG. Good morning, Angelus. Louise. I love saying that's such a great way to spell Louise. You know that? I love it. Louise. Oh, good morning, Chattadonia. Yeah, hit that like button. Do not be afraid of the like button. Did I tell you guys yesterday it's a limited time only? That right now you could hit the like button, and for a limited time only, free shipping, free handling. It's an exclusive. Do you want me to do that again? I don't know if you want me to do that. Okay. Good morning, man. I'm glad to be here. I hope you guys are feeling good. I hope you know you're blessed. But now, let us get into the news, my friend. Let's see what we have. Russia, they are planning to cut their oil output by 500,000 barrels a day next month, following through on a threat to retaliate against sanctions. The move is equivalent to about 5% of January output, may renew turmoil in the market, which had so far taken disruption to Russian supplies in stride. Delegates from other OPEC members signaled that they won't boost production to fill the gap. Crude jumped. Kazuo Ueda will be nominated as the next Bank of Japan governor on February 14th, local media reported, spurring the end. The uncertainty over the foreign former Bank of Japan board member's leanings, but he's seen as more hawkish than Deputy Governor Masayoshi Amimaya, who refused the post. And Nikkei reported Ueda, I hope I'm saying Ueda, stressed the need to keep the Bank of Japan easing for now. NHK reported the 10-year JGB yields rose to the bank's ceiling for the first time since the January 18th meeting. So this news is huge. So the guy Amaya, whatever his name was, he refused the position, and now this guy, he's also one of the OGs on the Bank of Japan, but he's more hawkish than Amima, but nobody has any idea how he compares to Mr. What's his name, Karuda. But now he said he plans to keep the same policies. So that's why the yen started just going back and forth and everything all crazy. So it is pretty wild. It is pretty wild. So, Chad, that is going to be probably the big piece of news tying in to the CPI next week. So keep that one in mind. But Treasury yields extended their sell-off and futures fell with stocks in Europe and Asia. The dollar and gold were steady. Goldman is losing Piyush Nahar, former Amazon and Uber executive who joined in 2021 and was the last person to run the consumer banking unit. Marcus Nahar will exit and take on an advisory role while Goldman debates behind doors whether the unit can cut their losses this year to below $1 billion. That is a peach. Oh, my gosh, ladies and gentlemen. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, early morning on Friday. What is this? That's 2 early days in a row. Oh, my gosh, bro. I'm, like, doing, like, defensive slides right now. I'm, like, closing out. This is crazy. Chatadonia. Oh, this is a blessing for the early squad out here. You have your Peach right now. Peach Nation, get your ass up. Horn, let's go. That's how you wake up in the morning. Wow. Wow, the news can wait. I'm standing up. Wow. Get your ass up, Chad. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I did not see that coming. That was unexpected. That woke me up. Bro, that was more surprising than the non-farm payrolls. Oh, man. I don't know if that's a hint for CPI. Oh, man, that's crazy. Oh, my gosh. Good morning, Chatadonia. You've been blessed. The peach is there. You got to go deep down into the inner peach and understand what it means, okay? Yeah, some of you, if you already know, you know, man. That's crazy. I love you, Bradley. Good morning. That's what I'm talking about. I bear witness too. Amen. I bear witness. Oh, man. Whoa, the power went out. It was probably the peach. Honestly, 99% probability. 2 top-ranked fund managers are sticking to the bearish views even after this year's surprise market rally. Jeff Mullenkamp says elevated rates will continue to sow market havoc even though it is likely that the Fed will engineer a soft landing. James Abate sees the equity rally as nothing more than a bear market trap. A slew of AQR capital quant strategies delivered a small gain in January, bucking the broad reversal of the market trends that powered record performance in 2022. Absolute return strategy, AQR, longest running, which combines a wide rules-based strategy, returned 2.2%. People Familiar said the quant giant's value focused strategy delivered 5.9. Foxcore has turned down unsolicited offers of more than $2 billion for Tubi streaming service, over 4 times what the company paid for the business. People Familiar said Lyft tanked as much as 33% in early trading after revenue forecast missed by a mile. Adidas flagged a potential €700 million operating loss, the first in decades, after terminating their lucrative Yeezy branding deal. Shares fell as much as 12%. Adani Group faces fresh outflow concerns after the MSCI cut their assessment of the number of shares of 4 companies considered freely tradable. The SEC crackdown on crypto is staking is ensnaring Kraken and Coinbase and may benefit DeFi apps like Lido, Rocket Pool, and Stakewise. So as long as they avoid a similar fate, these apps let people trade without intermediaries, often anonymously using automated protocols that benefit no individual directly. Some argue that outside the regulatory guidelines, but Gary Gensler told CNBC and other platforms that they should note that Kraken case and the runway for firms to register with the SEC is awfully short. Hot dog. The chart of the day is the renewed weakness for the 3-month USD futures is waning on U.S. equities. The rate curve has finally decided that Jerome Powell really means it when he says that rates will be restrictive for an extended period. The headwind still needs to be priced into stocks. The December SOFR contracts have slipped back to levels last seen in November when the S&P index was about 9% lower, a.k.a. the chart of the day. It's the divergence I show you every day. So, yeah. Hopefully that makes sense. 9 a.m. Bank of England Pill is speaking. 9 a.m. ECB Schnabel. 9:10 ECB DeCoste. 10 a.m. U.S. February University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment. 12:30 Fed Waller is speaking at a crypto conference. Okay. I didn't know Fed goes to crypto conferences. 1 p.m. Baker Hughes rig count. 2 p.m. January budget statement. 4 p.m. Fed Harker is speaking at a crypto conference as well, too. What the fuck is happening? That's crazy. 2 Fed speakers today, both at a crypto conference. What crypto conference is this? It better not be hosted by Gary. No, I'm never. Anyways, Canada added 150,000 jobs in January, 10 times the 15,000 expected. The prior month's figure was revised to 69,000 from 104. 10-year Treasury yields may rise to 4.2. Why, yikes. As the economy recovers by year-end, Deutsche Bank's private banking arm said any recession will probably be short-lived and the Fed will refrain from cutting rates this year as inflation remains elevated, said global CIO Christian Nolting, noting that bond yields say yields may average 3.4% this year. Peru's central bank unexpectedly halted their steep tightening cycle, leaving the key rate at 7 7/5 as protests in the country continue. Today's the deadline for Congress to decide on early elections. Lawmakers didn't even broach the subject yesterday, instead discussing the need for a cable car in the Capitol. Mike Pence and ex-National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien have been subpoenaed in the special counsel investigation of Donald Trump and his allies. Pence's summons came after months of talks between his legal team and prosecutors working with special counsel Jack Smith. Joe Biden denied considering deporting major number of non-Mexican immigrants, saying he didn't think it was needed if a pandemic border restrictions are lifted. The reports are completely wrong, he told Telemundo. The UK avoided a recession last year, but by the skin of the teeth. GDP was unchanged for the fourth quarter after a revised 0.2 decline in the prior period. Output in December fell by 0.5. The country's trade deficit has widened to a record 32.9 billion euros. Germany's 2-year note jumped to the highest since 2008 as traders bet on higher rates. The ECB will probably continue raising after a planned hike next month. President Erdogan faces criticism over quake survivors and opposition parties over Turkey's construction record and what they call an inadequate response. Romania denied a Ukrainian claim that 2 Russian-caliber cruise missiles had crossed into airspace. Russia's central bank kept its rates unchanged at 7.5, but shifted tone, saying they may consider hiking at the next meeting. Dutch government to reduce their stake in ABN AMRO. Chinese banks extended a record amount of new loans in January. Financial institutions offered 4.9 trillion won compared with 3.99 trillion won a year ago. That pushed aggregate financing to 5.98 trillion won. M2 measure of money supply rose 12%. China's inflation quickened to 2.1 last month, but factory gate prices continue to slide. Japan's PPI inflation slowed to 9.5 in January from a revised 10.5. Malaysia's 2022 annual fourth quarter GDP estimates with annual growth have risen at their fastest pace. India's industrial output rose 4.3 year on year, expected from a revised 7.3. Pakistan's external position is under stress due to delays in securing financing that have driven a decline in reserves, Moody's said. IMF funds are crucial still in the region. IMF said for approval of 2.9 bailouts for Sri Lanka. The RBA boosted their forecast for Australia's core inflation this year to 6.25 in December. China's cash squeeze eases as PBOC adds 1 trillion won in 3 days. Hong Kong makes first CBD arrest after ranking in drug with heroin. What? Dog, Hong Kong says CBD is equivalent to heroin? Yo, that's crazy, bro. I guess so, man. I don't know, man. New Zealanders told to prepare for the worst as cyclone approaches. The cost of shipping gasoline and other fuels is soaring days after sanctions targeting Russia's petroleum sales went into force. Daily earnings are relatively tiny. Tankers delivering refined fuels in the Atlantic Ocean have surged about 280% this week, reaching about 42,000. Data from the Baltic Exchange showed they surged by 58% yesterday alone, the largest one-day gain since 2021. UBS reiterated a positive outlook for oil after Russia's move. Goldman cut their Brent forecast over an announcement and expects prices to average $92 this year. Aluminum halted or headed for their biggest weekly decline in 8 weeks. Gold climbed for the lowest in more than a month. More on crude supply. Saudi Aramco will give full contractual supply for March sales at least 4 customers in Asia. Goldman Sachs, they're bullish on copper and aluminum, expecting prices to surge to $11,000 a ton and $37.50 a ton, respectively, in a year. It also raised their 3-month iron ore outlook to $150 a ton. The $10 trillion dash for metals for energy transition. Stand chart fell after First Abu Dhabi Bank reiterating that they are not evaluating a possible offer for the lender. Roach dropped the most in almost 3 years after the family that controls its unexpectedly cut its stake to 65%. Dutch power operator Tenant is weighing the sale of German business in the country's government as it seeks to boost the grid. Microsoft implemented cuts at Xbox, HoloLens, and Surface units. People Familiar says a file notice shows 617 workers were laid off in Seattle. Twitter was sued by another vendor claiming it's refusing to pay for service. Analysis group says it seeks 2.2 in unpaid bills for work related to Elon Musk buyout. Warner Bros. High-stakes Harry Potter video game takes flight. Dying upon buyback after Elliott pressure drives record gain. Apple avoids firing workers because it bucked peers hiring boom. What is it? Microsoft to demo new ChatGPT-like AI world in PowerPoint. Super Bowl weekend. It starts with the Eagles, slight favorites over the Chiefs. Getting almost as much attention will be Rihanna's halftime show, marking her return to live performance. And, of course, the ads will feature prominently, with a few going for more than $7 million for a 30-second spot. Booze and betting are in, but crypto is out this year. You are not allowed to advertise any crypto in the Super Bowl this year. Retirement age reform is in trouble. Most economists saying we will need to work for longer, save more, or get less in our pensions, but almost half of the OECD nations haven't passed laws to raise the pension, and some are softening reforms as the political and social backlash escalates. Underlying the impasse is a fear that a comfortable retirement may elude to all but to the privileged. I thought we were supposed to attack the rich. I thought all of this stuff was going to make it where nobody had to work and we could live the experience. What happened? It's been 3 years, 4 years. So what a Polish aristocrat with ties to the Kennedys is betting that his family's money on a nightmare real estate deal. Philip Radziwiłł, the 41-year-old scion of Polish and Lithuanian royalty, invested millions in Menica Legacy Tower in Warsaw, but that investment is almost certain to become a cautionary tale as the project neared completion. WeWork, one of the anchor tenants, famously imploded, and DWS insisted on slashing its offer. Another rich guy is having a tough time. Izzy Englander was sued by his wife, Carol, for allegedly conducting a years-long campaign of pressure and coercion that led her to sign a post-nuptial agreement under duress. The 2020 pact strips her of billions of dollars in her joint marital property they accumulated over 40 years. Englander, 74, has a net worth of $11.5 billion. Warner's high-stakes Harry Potter video game offers the most convincing recreation of Hogwarts ever. It's out today. It's a role-playing game developed by Avalanche Software, set in 1899, a century before the events of the books. It lets players become fifth-year students at a fully explorable version of Hogwarts and surrounding areas. That's what you guys were talking about yesterday. And then on this day in history, St. Scholastica Day riot took place in Oxford, England in 1355 after students complained about the quality of wine served at the Swindlestock Tavern. The resulting brawl escalated into 3 days of rioting, with gangs coming in from the countryside to assist the townspeople. Up to 63 members of Oxford University were killed, along with around 30 townsfolk. Wow. Bro, they rioted over the wine. That's crazy. That's crazy. So you got a couple of pre-market movers. AYX, Alteryx are up 11% after the software company's fourth quarter results beat expectations. Bark falls 8.2% after the pet supply company lowered their revenue outlook for the fiscal year. Bloom Energy shares jumped 6.6% as analysts nudged their price targets higher on the power generation equipment maker. Blueprint Medicine sinks 7.3% after the company said US FDA has verbally informed them that the company has placed a partial clinical hold on phase 1-2 trials. BuzzFeed and SoundHound led fellow artificial intelligence stocks in the U.S. pre-market lower. Wait, why is BuzzFeed AI? Anyways, Cloudflare shares gained 8% after the infrastructure software company gave a 2023 revenue forecast that beat average analyst estimates. Coursera shares are down 6.5% as the online education company gave an outlook that was seen as disappointing. Doximity Docs is tumbling 5.3% after the online healthcare resource platform posted full-year guidance that fell short of expectations. Elium Therapeutics falls as much as 10% after HCY Wainwright downgraded the stock. The therapeutic company announced post-market Thursday that they will pause their clinical development of ETX 155. Expedia shares dropped 2.3% after the online travel agency reported fourth quarter miss driven by bad weather. Lionsgate Entertainment analysts are positive on the media company. Shares are up 1.2%. Lyft shares plunged as much as 31% after the ride-sharing company gave a forecast that was much weaker than expected. Analysts noted the company's effort to compete with rival Uber by lowering prices will hit their business. Many analysts slashed their price targets on the stock, and at least 5 downgraded their recommendation. Newell Brands falls 6% as housewares retailer first quarter in 2023 forecast missed. News Corp shares dropped 2.4% after they reported adjusted earnings per share Onto Innovation, ONTO, shares are down 5 after the semiconductor company gave a first quarter forecast adjusted earnings that was weaker than expected. PayPal shares rose modestly in pre-market after analysts weighed the payment company's miss on fourth quarter payment volume and expected EPS. People are looking to justify growth for further gains in the stock. And then PayPal CEO will be retiring at the end of the year. And then Yelp shares are up 7% after the online review company reported fourth quarter revenue that beat expectation. Analysts wrote that the report shows strength in online advertising despite a difficult economic backdrop. Wow. Just like that, Chad. Just like that. So I need to go to the potty now. We have a lot of activity. Again, this is a very important Friday, and Fridays have been a trip so far. So let's see what happens, but I love you. I hope you liked the video, and I hope you're ready to play today, huh? I hope they're ready to play, baby, but I will BRB. And yeah, BRB.
That puts it well ahead of, Saudi Arabia in recent months, for example. So that had been one of the reasons why oil had stayed fairly subdued over the last few weeks. But I think it really can make a difference, and especially when you look at the factors that you had Henrietta Sen describing earlier, which is increased Chinese demand as the economy reopens and less oil out of the US SPR. And you put that together with the other theme that's been on your program of an economy that's stronger than many people expected and not slowing down. And as Amrita said, it can become a pretty bullish brew quite quickly.
We've got that right now, at least this week, up about 8%, I think, on the week so far. Will Kennedy, Paul Wallace, two of the very best from our team on commodities, breaking it down for you. The potential for 500,000 barrels a day to be cut from output out of Russia, and the lack of potential for OPEC Plus to step up and offset this. Bullish crude seems to be the view from UBS right now. Lower Russian crude production, together with China's reopening, should tighten the oil market further over the coming quarters. The team goes on to say, we advise risk-taking investors to add long exposure. Crude right now, WTI 78, Brent 85. Back with us, Matt Hornback, Ella Hodger. Ella, I thought we'd be focused on the demand side in crude with China reopening. This morning we're focused on the supply side. But let's touch on demand. China reopening. How are you thinking about that theme going through the rest of this year?
It's a very important theme for markets because a lot of this delta on global growth over the past, we can say 10 years or so, has been coming from China. And so the reopening is a different one, at least for us, in terms of how it plays out this time around. It's far more consumption-led, therefore far more domestic in nature. It will leak outside, and it tends to leak through travel and tourism and those that will export into this Chinese consumer. But the delta, we believe, is likely to be lower. And so with markets having played out this China reopening theme for the last three months, there are risks that we get disappointment. And so I know that's not what a lot of people want to hear, but to us, that's what seems likely. So that's on the demand side. More broadly, for commodities, the supply side will matter, once we get some more clarity on this short-term tactical demand aspect. More broadly down the line, commodities are supported. So for a lot of the global money managers,
Hello, I got news. Spotify, Value Act took a stake in them. I think I saw it on the high. Yeah, there it is. They've already popped. But Chad, oh man, we don't have much time. I hope you're ready, man. It's going to be a good day, hopefully. But, you can make it a good day. That's up to you. But, Chad, here's the warning. I need the plays. I want to know your first play of the day. Feel free to participate if you want to participate. Any participation that is... Actually, wait. I think I'm going to look at the Twitch today. I don't want any other... Just give me plays, bro. Give me plays. No calls on anything. Just give me plays, okay? That's all I'm looking for. But otherwise, I'm just going to go straight to the Twitch if it gets bad. That's it. The Twitch is always on fire with it. So I need the first play. What do you got, baby? Microsoft calls, long PayPal, Tesla, scalping micro futures, Ford scam puts, Apple puts, Tesla puts, Lyft shares, Disney puts, Tesla calls, puts on NASDAQ, SQQ, BA shares, Tilray shares, sell NVIDIA puts, Tesla put, Google calls, UCO calls, shorting Nat Gas, NVIDIA puts, Google puts, TMF puts, SPY put, Lyft shares, HUT 8, long call, long on Tesla, EPD, exit CRM, Uber calls, Tesla calls, Coca-Cola shares, SPY call, long, short SPY if we bounce, NVIDIA calls, Uber calls, Sata, welcome. Microsoft calls, Intel puts, Tesla, Amazon puts, HKD shares, puts on AMD, Tesla puts in Boyle Lawn, Disney Lawn, Meta calls, Croc shares, Tesla, Boeing puts, SPY puts, PayPal calls, Google calls, Tesla shares, FBUTS, XBI puts, SPY, XBI, SPY calls, GLD short, Apple calls, SPY put, Peloton short, Tesla calls, Net calls, ARR, AAL puts, XLF puts, SPY calls, Roku puts, making a leg on the spreads, PayPal calls on BBAI, Netflix, UVXY, Microsoft, Lyft, Tesla puts, Riot shares, NVIDIA, and Enphase, and Apple shares, APLS shares. That's what I'm talking about. You see that, Chad? You see that? Fire. Oh, there it is. That's why I love it. You know that, Chad? Oh, Chad, you know, I'm always going to, bro, I'm always going to put a fire under your ass. You know why? Because y'all perform. That's it. You know that? Some of y'all get mad sometimes. You're like, why you going to pay me? I mean, nah, because look at what happens. Y'all come to play. That's it. Some of y'all just got to just wake up a little. You come to play. That's it. When the pressure is on, you come to play. That's all I'm saying, man. That's all I'm saying. Oh. I don't know if they feel me, bro. I don't know if they feel me, bro. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, Chadadonia, I'm impressed by the Chad. I love to see it. But even beyond the Chad, that makes me impressed, man. It is the service of all the people who have sacrificed for this country. Day in, day out, man, we don't even see it sometimes. And that's why you know it's important, bro. For real. Before we do anything, we got to pay homage to all of our servicemen out there. Any active servicemen, past servicemen, anyone who has served this country, for real. We want to let you know you are appreciated and say thank you for your service. And shout out to the veterans, baby. Even the families as well, because they have made their sacrifice too. And if anybody out there, man, if you just hooking up your local community, if you doing something positive, you volunteering, you know, you being a light, you helping people out, you helping out Granny, all the firefighters, the police officers, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we love you, man. God bless you and thank you. That's what we're talking about. I hope you know you appreciate it as well too, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, horn. Let's go. Happy Friday. Oh, happy Friday. Y'all ready? Y'all ready to play on Friday? Oh, I got plays too. Lyft, Disney, Oxy, Google, Baba, Meta, Nike. Okay, I want to play Lyft. I want to see Uber. I really think Uber will bounce, but it might have to have a little bit of a hangover. We'll see what happens with Disney now, day 2 on earnings. Oil, I already have the Oxy playing. That Russia news was big. Google is, I think we're up on Google, but correct me if I'm wrong. Almost. So Google's kind of chilling out here. We'll see if today gets worse. They made the worst guy might do the best, so we'll find out. And then Baba and the China stocks, I'm hoping they outperform, but they did go down again. And don't forget about the Nikes. The Nikes and the Adidas, man, everybody gets scared of the Kanye West. The Kanye East, you know the Kanye, man? The Nikes had the effect from it because of bad guidance. But everybody loves Nikes, you know? Today, I take the trash out. And I wear my Nikes like slippers. I wear Nikes when I take the trash, you know? I go outside, I take the trash with my Nikes. Nike is very, very durable. Very, very durable. Huh? Oh, good. Yalla. So we got 34 seconds, Chad. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you're subscribed, too, at this point. I don't think there's any reason not to be subscribed. Maybe, I don't know. Actually, there is. There probably is. It's okay. I understand. But we still love you, man. We'd love to hear from you. So hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Let's get some good call-outs. Let's play the game, baby. Are you ready to play, Chad? Y'all ready for this? Down. Everybody dance now. Stocks. All right, hike, stop. Bop. Round 1. Fight. You could take a mini short on Airbnb. Again, Expedia was not good. I think they recovered again. Spotify, somebody just took a stake in them. Yeah, there they are. Then don't forget about Uber and Lyft. But I think Uber is going to do good. But, yeah, Uber's paying for that one. 4% right now. Again, Lyft is down 30. PayPal, I kind of might want to get back into it. That's like one of the only names here that's up out of that earnings. So we're going to find out. The Google's going positive. Don't forget about the banks. That old XLB short is coming back too. I think materials are going to be an interesting one. Oil is already up here now. It looks like, Again, a little bit of that effect from the Russia news. Nvidia's down 1.3. Apple's only down a quarter. I mean, the Nasdaq's down 0.48 right now. Dow just flipped red, and the SPY is only down 0.14. So realistically, Nasdaq's down a decent amount, but nothing else is. It's not like everything's down. Tesla's down too. Lyft sinks 32%, set for biggest drop since 2019 opening. My goodness, Lyft. PayPal, where is the PayPal? Oh, PayPal. Again, I think PayPal's doing good. I want to wait if there's like a fat dip on the morning. Yeah, Google's doing great. Yeah, we're up on Google now, so that one's good. Again, it's Friday. We'll check the bubbles here a little bit later, but again, anything could happen. And just remember, last Friday was a shit show, and then the data comes out here in 30 minutes. Nvidia's on the high now. PayPal is still going. Oh, Lyft is still dropping. Where's Nikes? Nikes is barely down. Boeing's in the green. Apple's green now, I think. Tesla's even moving now. Tesla's recovering a little bit. Meta's still doing. Everything's down. But everything's on the high now. It's weird. Your SPY's not going up. Remember, the NASDAQ is the one down 0.5% right now. But a lot of individual names are running there in the first minute or so. Starbucks filling the gap. Again, they're past ex-dividend too. Oh, I forgot Win. Win, Expedia, all those other earnings ones. Win is doing decent. Disney's on the high now. Expedia's dropping more. Disney. All right. Lyft. Bro, Lyft is crazy. Is this an all-time low on Lyft? It's about to be. That's actually nuts. I'm sad they're taking Uber with it. Oil names are running. I did not see the December. Are they up? I did not see the revisions to it. Uber launch. Yeah, that's what Uber shouldn't be down like that. Only thing I get out of Uber is that, what's it called? Is that they're taking Lyft's market share. And then Lyft is going to sacrifice profitability so that they could try to compete. A lot of green shoots right now. Why are we running up out of nowhere? It's Friday, baby. And just don't forget the recent trend. Even yesterday, you ran up a little bit before dumping. I mean, usually the cash open here, we've dealt with a lot of money on the line. The NASDAQ is the one struggling. So, again, discretionaries are down 0.67. Tech is down 0.5. Energy is up 2. Communications 0.3. Utilities up 0.17. And then you got healthcare up as well, too. We do need the financials to move here. Banks are dropping, though. XLB. CPI, I think the revisions may have came in. I'll go over it. But realistically, what you're going to want is the other stuff. You're going to want the other one. You're going to want the consumer sentiment. Enbridge, prepare to go with cost of service if needed. LMT +1. Missed the butterfly spread. Did it hit? I hope so. Good GG if it did, bro. GG if it did. Disney right back up. Uber. So things are kind of chilling out there. All right. This one is not for the long terms, asshole. Okay? Because I know someone's going to ask me if it's for the long term. And it's not. Okay? So don't think that. I want to flip on it. I like that news this morning. But I grabbed 200 shares of Zim at $22.71. The tanker news. So it looks like some of that Russia stuff is coming in, but now literally you've had the biggest one-day move in tanker prices and shipping since 2021. So this one's going to be a swing, but I think this one might get a little bit of hype. Is that long term? Was that really what you're going to ask me now? It's okay. It's okay. I'm going to just 5-minute timeout. You know what I'm saying? Just I want you to sit in the court and think about what we just said. It's okay. Remember, I put a fire under your ass. You're going to perform. We love you. Okay? It's out of love. It's out of love. It's okay. It's okay. You know, you got to sit there. Listen, I didn't like napping when I was in preschool. And then, you know, as I got older, I appreciated napping. So, you know, it's kind of like that. You know, trust me. Trust me. I got you, bro. I would want Zim in the long. I mean, hopefully we catch a dividend off of it. But yeah, I grabbed Zim 200 shares at like 2020.71. Not a recommendation. It's still pretty volatile. You could lose a decent amount. Oh, SPY. Tesla's on the high. SPY is dancing around at VWAP. Tesla's still red, though, on the day. Tech ends toughest week as market absorbs Fed messages. We are going to find out. Oxy's doing great. PayPal is going. And then watch Tops. I think any of the shipping names might be able to do good. So that one is just probably hyping like there. But I know Zim, I pretty much see Zim as the higher priced penny stock hype one. But again, they actually have decent stuff going on. Remember, I was looking into it for the long term, but shipping might be something coming into next week. So I plan on swinging those shares. And then Google is up. Got some gains on Googly Woogly, almost $1. SPY coming back down to VWAP. Roku gas in. Where's Disney? Dude, Disney 109 is crazy. Uber did come back up here. I'll learn more. God bless you, John God. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for that positivity, and let's get it. Remember, it's only the first quarter. We ain't even finished the first quarter. So let's go. Yeah, PR. Again, next week, PRVB, we should. That's the deadline for Sanofi. I'm assuming they're going to file the news, but we're going to find out here. But so far, the pricing has done great coming into it. Oh, bonds are dropping now. Googly Woogly is dropping now. Hot dog. That was the yen. Again, remember the yen crazy today on that BJ news. We open that high for the month. Lift price target cut. Again, 40.67. Wow, damn, we opened lower than yesterday. So remember, 40.60 flat. That is literally the Jerome Powell level. And now your levels are very, very wide. Well, you're just getting, I mean, just take a look. Your 4,000 now is in play. Spotify, I forgot the company, I think Value Act. They took a stake in Spotify. Mm. 40.72, Googly coming down now. So watch out if Google, Microsoft, Tesla, and some of the weaker performers start dropping here. That'll be, or stronger, heavier performers start coming down. That'll be bad. Apple's the only one not really getting clapped. But again, the next level here is going to be what? Your next level is what? 40.58, then 40.37. And then, but again, anything at, I think really 40.60, right where Jerome Powell started his speech. I think that one's an important one. Zims. Down, 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 down. All right, SPY hitting a new low now. Hot dog. 40.67. Again, just wait here. Literally, this line right here is Powell. And then the line below it is 40.58. That's the August 26th low. And then 40.54 December high. So right here, August low. And then we'll see. Again, you've hit a new low already on the day. Googly woogly coming down. Everything, man. They didn't even hesitate. See, PayPal's holding great. Again, that's one of the only names up here. Spotify, again, somebody took a stake in them. How are value plays holding up? Nasdaq's down 0.73, man. Actually, pretty gnarly start here. Banks are selling, though. PG's going. Again, the Dow's doing not as bad. I mean, again, Nasdaq's almost down 1%, and the Dow is just barely red right now. No, consumer sentiment is in 20 minutes. So consumer sentiment today is going to be interesting. I mean, granted that we have dealt with, other data sets that were very surprising over the last couple of weeks, especially last Friday. The thing about consumer sentiment today is that a big part of consumer sentiment, it kind of factors in gas prices. So that is something there will be an element today in the consumer sentiment that could give us some info. But pretty much if you see consumer expectations rise, a lot of people are instantly going to link that to the price of gas. So given we have seen a price increase in gas, that's where it's going to get really, really interesting. Snap, everything's jumping right now. Again, even Google, they were leading in the morning. Google is about to go red again. Meta is about to go, or Meta's already red. Just wait for Apple to drop. So Apple is kind of like the Tesla of yesterday, where they're down the least amount. So like Tesla's down 3% now. Remember what we said yesterday with, just if Tesla holds up, I mean, that's giving you a different view of the market. I know Nvidia is dumping. I wanted my short 3.5%. Yeah, the bond. I mean, again, now I'm not the only one. People are starting to respond to the bond yields, and they're saying that it looks like bond yields will stay high, and now eventually the market will have to respond. Boeing, Tesla's flushing below 200, 199 now. Boeing's still at 211. Oh yeah, I told y'all McDonald's. I don't know. I'm kind of considering the revenge trade, but we just need to hope people don't pile back into defensives. BA got that dope. Yeah, ValueX, Spotify stake to tune up cost-cutting drive. So, again, bonds keep dumping. Whoa, big volume there. Two big volume moves right there. Again, 4064, right above 4060. Yeah. Oil's killing it. Yeah, Oxy's up 3. Where's XLB? Material girl. No? Okay. Yeah, the Oxy play is coming back. And again, I still have the XLB. But I don't know if oil keeps coming up. I don't know how that's going to play out. Kind of looks like the market, though. Bonds are catching a bid. All right, I closed the XLB for a $14 loss. Again, I don't like oil and all that coming up. I wanted that as my ghetto Dow short, but I was down a couple dollars on that. I don't want to deal with him. Big pop. Again, Apple, all the tech names in the bonds there. Again, we just were looking at the book map. You saw that volume come in. Yeah, no, the oil, bro. The oil news is big, and then the shipping costs. I think today is kind of a lot of the whole like sanction shit is like hitting a different level. Again, I'm even shocked the shipping prices went up like that. So that's why I made the Zim play. Again, Zim is definitely more riskier. We still have the Oxy, so that will be good. But again, I mean, I would be more sketched out by energy and materials. But we'll see. Maybe not until damn natural gas comes up. But even in general, it's definitely a move. And then Enbridge, I think their CEO, he's putting some stuff out right now. They're up. PayPal 82. PayPal's going great. I wish that one had a bigger drop. PayPal didn't drop once. Uber, Oxy. These are great. Another big red, though. Again, I think a lot of tech names took that bounce. Baba's coming down. HKD's going. Where is it? JD. Where's Bidonius? Baidu back to 140. HKD. Go to let it go to 1,000, HKD just does this like once a week and then just comes down. It's kind of fun. Is this how doing drugs is? Is that what it's like? I feel like it's like a once a week thing. Because this is weird. This thing does this every time. It's crazy because it still looks so low but high. I don't know. GME again. Short squeeze stocks have been down 4 days in a row, so you haven't really got that steam. Consumer sentiment has not came out yet. Give it 12 more minutes. Lucid low. PayPal still working into the highs. Zim, they made a lot of money, but people are expecting it to go lower, the dividend. Remember, people were asking me if I wanted it in the long term, and that's what I've been worried about. Yeah, Meta's breaking a low now. Thessalonian, almost at the low. I would watch Apple, though. I think once Apple gives up, we're going to have a problem. PayPal keeps running. I can't get how bad their website. A lot of shippers are like that. So, I know this one dude, bro, and this guy's he's overseas, and this guy's worth a solid $1 billion. And I went to his website, bro. It looks like some GeoCity shit. And he does shipping. He does shipping between China and all the other Eastern and Asian nations. Dude makes bank. The dude has boats, all this, bro. All the shippers are like that, though. I even asked him. He's like, why? You don't need a website. It's fine. No, you're fine. He said, we don't do the internet. We don't do the work on the internet. We do, client call, good long time client. I'm like, what? So it's kind of normal. GeoCities. Enphase going. I think it could be because of Enbridge. All right, SPY's kind of trying to string that together there. Morgan Stanley on the high. Hold up. Why are the banks? Banks are flipping. So that's good. Energy still the leader. Utilities number 2. Healthcare and then staples and communication all green. Industrials, materials, financials, tech, and real estate and discretionaries are down. Big pop. Well, we're right at the first. That first pop was big. This one was what? That was a 10-point pop right there. So 4067 to 407. You had a 10-point pop in a minute on the SPX. So that one was big. You gave up a little bit. Now you're trying to string it together. Healthcare names are doing pretty decent. Bro, PayPal again. Stop it, PayPal. GG, though. So we would have hit either way. But I'm glad on that one. Let's see. Expedia. Is Lyft still dying? 35%. PRVB, potentially Sanofi should be announcing the stake by the 13th. And now they have to buy it on the average 8-day price, which has been elevated. And they're going to pay a 40% premium. So it's kind of held with the news borderline. That's why I don't think the price has really dropped, but they like to mess with you on a day-to-day. Amazon's running now. There you go. Google's back to positive. So, again, your SPY's about to go green. Shit. Again, NASDAQ is the one down by 0.5 right now. Again, you're right. You're about to fill the gap. 3 points away, you fill the gap on the SPY. Why is the market down? I mean, you could blame Powell if you want. And, like, you know, I think we've already discussed it. It's not like he said anything new, but, again, the tone and all the other Fed speakers. But mainly now, it seems like everybody is responding to the reality of the divergence between bonds and stocks. That's it. It's just now the rates have been higher here, and they keep getting higher. And now everybody is kind of coming to the realization, well, maybe it will stay high. And if it stays high now, really, how is tech and how are a lot of companies going to perform if the money's not cheap? That's it. That's the simplest way to put it. You know, higher rates means money's more expensive. If money's more expensive, how is growth going to perform? Even how does that, you know, what's the value proposition for value names in general and companies with cash flow already? Yeah, maybe Credit Suisse. I think that was another reason that you could say kind of put a dent in sentiment. I could definitely agree with that. But I just, again, I've noticed in the last, you know, even from tonight to this morning, though, a lot of people are discussing the rates. And now that it, you know, they're going higher. And now it's not as favorable as you think. Even real yields are down. Like, a lot of things are back now. Like, if you look at bonds and yields, they're back to November levels. And the market is 10% higher than that right now. Hot dog. Good morning. Whew. Bro, look at these candles, man. Again, Apple is now finally reacting. LMT is going up finally. AbiVi. So value plays, look at the high-low ticker, has a nice balance here. Again, tech is the one going lower now. Tech is down 0.67. Super Bowl. Oh, I was looking at it, bro. I need to make those prop bets. Like, first to score. I'm going to bet on a safety. There was one. I saw one bet, bro. If there's nobody scores 10 points, it pays 10. Every $100 pays out 10 grand. I was kind of down with that. Honestly, I'm just talking about it, and I'm probably only going to put like $2 on nothing. It's fun to look at. Fun to look at. I window shop gambling as well, too, if you haven't noticed. You know, I'm a window shopper. I say it with pride. I say it with a lot of pride. Tesla down. Bonds are even coming down. Now you're right back at opening. Bro, that was crazy. You know, 10 minutes ago, you had that 10-point candle. So, again, you didn't fill the gap, though. So, remember, the last couple of days, we've done this little dance early. I don't know if you guys remember. You know, we've done this literally last couple of days. You kind of bounce within the range, and then you make your final move. So, and remember, it is Friday. Lyft is on the low one more time. Uber's finally coming up. PayPal's still holding. Zim, we're down on that now, but it's kind of trying to move its way up here. Qualcomm and chip makers down. Yeah, NASDAQ's down 0.71 still. Good CPI. You think we could hit 430? In a weird way, no. You need the bond. Yeah, I think you need the bonds to play along. So if you could get a rally in rates and the bond yields actually come down off a good CPI and the market goes up, then yes. But if, let's say, CPI comes in good and the bond yields go higher based on it or whatever it may be, which doesn't make sense that it would, But if let's say it does what we've seen already, where market goes up well above rates, I don't think it will follow. So, I mean, but my theory has kind of been, whether it's this CPI or the one in March, one of these CPIs, it's going to come in good and we're going to go down off of it. Like, watch, I could already forecast it in the sense you're going to see the Chad one day, the CPI is going to come in low. They're going to be expecting 6 and it's going to come in at 4, right? It's going to come in really, really good. And on that day, the market will go down. And why? It's just because it's kind of the reverse effect that once you actually get the real news you're looking for, everyone's going to flip the news and sell the news off of that. And it's going to be like the day where CPI came in higher, hotter, the highest ever, and we shot down, and then we ended up bottoming out that day. So still holding VWAP. Watching Affirm. Well, Affirm just did bad, but they could be able. They look like they're moving same structure as PayPal. Even PayPal wasn't that good. Again, you guys thought I was clapped there for a second. I did too. You remember that? Last night, bro, I somehow escaped the Expedia, and then right when the PayPal came out, some of you were like, "Haha, what now, Josh, motherfucker?" It lasted for like 2 minutes, and then it just shot right back up. But I didn't think PayPal was good. It did exactly what I was expecting, where it just wasn't as bad as feared. That's it. I don't think PayPal was good at all. I think PayPal it's still shit. That's it. It was just, but it wasn't as bad as, it didn't get worse than the last 3 or 4 quarters. Lyft is getting more downgrades. That's why it's like PayPal goes below. I might want to play it just because it's the only one up. Thank God Uber is going up, man. Lyft is even bouncing now too, though. Yeah, about 2-3 minutes here. 2 minutes now, right on the dot. Consumer sentiment. So this one's going to be interesting. Again, it shouldn't move us too much, but we might get today could be a very big clue as to how gas prices are going to affect CPI on Tuesday. And that's part of it too. So if you here's another thing. Some of you guys are asking, why is the market down all of a sudden? The CPI economists, we are now getting their expectations. So as more CPI economists are putting in their expectations, I would even argue that is something beneath the surface that is kind of moving the market around. Now, why? Because the month-over-month CPI now, it's expected to come in at 0.5. So I hope you guys realize how big that is. The last month, it came in at 0.1. So all of a sudden now, the month-over-month expectations for CPI, the consensus is starting to go higher and higher. So people are expecting a pretty big month-over-month change. It will be a year-over-year drop, but people are worried about the month-over-month. Coin on the low. All right, 45 seconds. Amazon. I'd like to trade Amazon here. I would wait for the long term. But then again, I'm a cheap bastard. So take that with a grain of salt. But, I like cheaper better than not. 30 seconds. They did something on the CPI thing. Oh, they exited? I had an explanation for it. So, again, just look at consumer expectations and then 1 year, 5-year inflation target. That'll be the key here. 5 seconds. 2, 1. Ooh, came in line. 1 year went up by 0.2. 5 to 10 year is in line. Consumer expectations dropped. Current conditions increased. And then consumer sentiment barely went up. But I think 1 year expectations, I think you're going to, again, consumer sentiment was better than expected, but expectations declined, and then current condition went up. I think, we've been used to the market kind of being negative, but right now that's, a 0.2 increase in 1 year inflation target. That just tells me that gas prices have hit now. Yeah, that's a big pop when I look at the chart. Again, I don't know if it'll hold the red candle, The market's kind of been sketchy responding to data immediately. But do you see this? It was supposed to come down. People were expecting expectations would flatline. It's bounced back up, a.k.a. gasoline. So now we'll see how this factors in. But I would say it's bearish initially, but just be on the lookout for Friday and a squeeze. Does that make sense? Again, if this was a month or if you asked me this a couple months ago, it would be decisively bearish. But I don't know if we are, doomed to hell off of that report. But it's definitely it's a bad clue coming into CPI next Tuesday, and that might freak people out on that. Yeah, 1 year. So wait, what is it? Consumer sentiment increases to 1 year high, and then slight increase on that. How Matt Ashiba's trade for Kevin Durant after screwing. I like it, but I actually heard today, I low-key think Matt Ashiba is mortgaging the company to make that trade. And so I heard something along those lines, but the financing of that deal is weird. So I'm still cautious on UWMC. Again, that trade does not make it actually. It's cool that he got Kevin Durant, and that's dope, but it's like legit. Like I told you earlier, how he goes to finance all his bullshit. I mean, it's not a good look. All right, you're coming down here a little bit, but be careful on there. There it is, new low. I'm putting out a stream alert for the guys. Again, I really hope you guys understand this now. Again, like I say, 3-4 months ago, this would have dropped this really, really bad. But now as far as today, the fact of the matter, that 0.2 increase on the 1 year inflation, just get ready for like gas prices. That means gas prices are going to go up a little higher than people expected on the CPI report. So that's it. You have a clue today. So now if that clue makes people sketch out and trip out, then we could really have a down day. Otherwise, people are going to adjust to that, bounce, do their thing with it. Again, I'm just worried. I mean, the market, I don't want to play with him in the sense that I know he's pretty strong. Oh, we could have held XLB a little longer. What changes now? All that's changing now is that the odds of a higher CPI print have just increased. That's what I would say. Just quite simple. So the odds of your CPI coming in maybe 0.2% higher month over month, or coming in at 0.5 or higher, that's definitely increased the odds. Zim is dying. I think you're dramatic because it is about 2 pennies lower than the lowest candle 10 minutes ago, 12 minutes ago. But the charts look scary. S&P's dying way more. Well, I guess it's only down a quarter. It's really not that big. Don't you worry. Be patient. I'm going to swing Zim into the weekend. I'm playing shipping rates. It's like a low-key 2022 trade. It's just back when the shit's coming back to life all of a sudden. So, that's why I went 200 shares. I'm down to even grab more, but just be prepared to wait on this one. But if that news, if over the weekend you get another shipping spike, and then on Monday, I mean, you might start to see the hype there, or just give it a couple of days for retail and everybody else to digest the news. Zim's dividend, they just got lucky. So, they paid dividends, they share their profits, they were a shipping company, then shipping rates went crazy in 2020, 2021, and then that's it. And then they just started paying out fat dividends because of that, but that's all. And then so now as people, the price came down a lot as people, go compare shipping container rates to Zim stock, and it looks almost exactly the same. So now people are saying, okay, the dividend won't be as high now because they're expected to lose their profit. But as long as shipping rates go high, they're there. Great real-time analysis. Thank you, my friend. But be careful, like I'm saying. I mean, I know what this data means for Tuesday, but like I'm telling you, if this was a couple months ago, this would be easy to trade. But right now, just don't. I can't tell you how the market is going to react immediately. Just like non-farms. Non-farms was awful last Friday. We sold off, then we popped, and then we ended up lower. So, you know, if you're going to look to the market to try to determine the accuracy of the analysis, you're going to be fooled. You know what I'm saying? But the real thing is with the clue that this gives us for Tuesday and how people want to take it. But the price of the market may not reflect that today. Yeah, so Zim's a new company, but this is just the Los Angeles port. This is Hong Kong, Los Angeles port, but like the container rates, it's the exact same thing as what's it called? It's the exact same thing as most of them. Like go look at any shipping rates and then compare it to like Zim. This is with all the shippers, but their dividend was because they got lucky. That's it. They were a very small company. They began getting in shipping, and then all of a sudden, based on their model and everything that they had there, it allowed them to make a lot of money because they don't even own ships. They're kind of just they're kind of like a drop shipper of shipping containers. Does that make sense? They don't own their boats. They don't do anything of that nature. Coin rip. But that's the thing. The news I'm going off of is tanker rates on oil. That's the one that went up today. Let me see if I can get it for you. Casket. Good morning. Tesla eating. It was good. Good that we eat. Not as much. End phase. Oh, end phase. You want to go up now? Now's your time. Now you feel like you want to go up. Just let me know, bro. Just let me know. All right. See, you're back up to the data set. Like I'm saying, I don't trust the market. I trust the numbers, and I think the numbers give you more analysis for Tuesday. But just it's Friday, man. It's Friday, and you're gonna deal with the tweakers. Bonds even bounced. You paid $28,000 for a container in mid-2021. I just paid $8K last month. Yeah, it's dropped dramatically. So that could be the next wave. But right now it's the oil tankers. So I'm assuming Zim has some exposure. Otherwise, we could miss it. But the way I'm looking at it in a couple of weeks, if it starts with the oil tankers, and it'll just start spreading, and then everything else, and then there'll probably be a lot of hype around it. But we'll find out. And someone else, I'm still holding Sound. They got clapped. But yeah. Google, don't worry. Google, he was up earlier today, but he's going through a lot. Did you know that? That 2 days of Google has been the largest 2-day drop since 2008. Isn't that wild? Apple, Baidu, Meta, Nvidia, Tesla to the downside. Amazon, Google for the bounce. I think Baidu, they're still holding up, but they can move a lot. I think Apple has meat on the bone. You're just fighting Apple. I wanted to short Nvidia really, really bad, but you already missed on 5%. And then I like Google for the upside in general for a short upside play. Zim, I don't know if I would add it to the long term. That's it. I'm going to flip it here with hype, but I do that dividend is attractive, but the dividend tells me that I know better. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you ever, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, she hot, bro, but she's probably a catfish. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not that good looking. It just doesn't work like that. Okay? She's not that nice either. And you didn't do anything for her to, you know what I'm saying? You know better. Deep down, you know better. So you know what it is. Like, that's why, like, believe me, I love the concept. I read every JP Morgan report on it. I was reading all of them, but I'm just like, it still doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? I still don't trust it. And, like, so, you know, that's it. You filled the gap now off of that move. There it is. No, I'm still holding the bank plays. I'm holding all of them. Bank of America, too. Apple's on the high. I don't think we're down too much. Like Citi down 120, and then Bank of America down $1 a share now. I may want to buy back into them, but as long as these rates keep going higher, I mean, I think the banks will pay a little bit, but ultimately I think they're going to benefit. There it is. You're running up again. If Zim was doing bad, they would have cut their dividend. Yeah, but you never know. Like, that's just the thing. It's just, again, especially with what we've witnessed here, if shipping rates go up and stay up, then Zim should be better. But at the end of the day, you know, I think there's other shippers you could get with more solid history if you wanted that exposure. Again, it's enticing. It should be enticing. You know what I'm saying? If it wasn't enticing, we wouldn't be talking about it. But it is still on the realm of, you know, it's high. It is high. Markets are crazy. I don't think markets are crazy. I think people are crazy. I was explaining this to my mom the other day and just talking to her how, you know, it's hard to explain to someone who doesn't look at stocks. Where I'm like, yeah, well, like 2022 was awful. It was the worst year in history. Everybody was bad. But then right when the calendar changed, and then a couple of other things that were, you know, borderline the same, but that were bad, but were not as bad, but then are showing that maybe it doesn't get as bad. And now everybody's there. And then I was explaining to my mom how people didn't want to buy stuff at $80, but now they want to buy it at $200. And I was like, you know, and then like the same things everybody like was hating like 2-3 months ago. Now they love it. And like, it's very, so it's just that the emotions are very, very real. That pot maybe just filled the gap. But again, this is what I said here. Just the data pointed negative, but I just don't underestimate the crackheads right now. And just, we've seen this, and we saw the exact same thing with Friday data last week. So, really, I would give nothing to this. What you need to think about now is Friday. Unless we close up 2.5% or 4% now, unless you close up here, this is all going to be people kind of getting ready for CPI, even if we close up high. I mean, but welcome to Chop City. I believe it's the 13th. That is the final day to which Sanofi can complete their deal, which they are obligated to complete, which is to buy PRVB at a 40% premium to the 8-day average trading price because they got a landmark approval back in November or whenever we played it. But I don't know if they're going to file it. That's the question, but I'm pretty sure they will. However, I'm leaving room to be you know, maybe I'm not. I love you back, Jackson. I love you back. Amen. Amen. Say it back. How could anyone be bearish on that consumer data so reactionary? No, it makes a lot of sense because 1 year expectations went up by 0.2%. And I mean, I think the chart even highlights it here. Oh, no, that's the shipping rates, but the consumer expectations, how they do the survey, it's very sensitive to gasoline. So the extrapolation of that is simple, is that gasoline prices have been going up for the last 2 months now, or a month and a half. So right here, this is, you know, people were expecting it to level out. So the fact that it's kind of bouncing back up here, you could tie this directly into gasoline prices coming into it. So again, consumer expectations, how they do the survey, you know, one thing that affects people's 1 year expectation is the price of gas. So that's, but like I said, it doesn't, don't use the price of the market today to get anything out of today on that data. But this data is firmly pointing towards Tuesday, and we might have a little bit of a surprise there on Tuesday. But we're going to see how emotional people get with that. And this is what I'm talking about. Here is the gasoline futures. So they came up from what? So from December, and that's, again, take a look at how, like, I don't know, does this chart kind of look similar? So remember, it's going to be a little bit delayed. But you could kind of see it. Gasoline dropped, and now gasoline has kind of had this pop, and that may be reflected now through CPI. Now, this isn't going to affect core CPI, but headline CPI in the month over month. PRVB had me riding those Friday vibes. Thank you for the wisdom and foresight. God bless you, my friend. Let's go. I'll help you in the game. Starbucks, pot of bubble. Oh, Starbucks. Even after ex-dividend, quite the move. 407 now. Again, the gap has been filled. You are getting your open run. Again, 717. It hasn't been an hour yet. You've broken out of the mini. Actually, you're about to break out of the 4088. But that was a lot of work to get to the level that took us a lot of work to get down. So, again, let's see. 4082 and then 4093 and then 40100 or 4100 really. That will be the next step. We'll see how the market reacts around there. Yeah, bro, Starbucks is actually moving great. Buy the open is back. Maybe, but let's just watch the bond, see what happens. Again, today is a day of Friday. Don't forget what happened last Friday, and that's going to be the problem here today. So keep that in mind, but it's just, I don't know. At this point, I would kind of look at the broader wave of where we're going. And then, like I said, I still believe in Chop City. So without worst case, you chop around here at, 4,000 is your lower level. But, I was always expecting we chop around here. It's just that the bulls lost the crazy optimism, but the bulls haven't died. That's kind of how I view it. But, these Fridays last Friday was wild, especially as it correlated with data. Ooh, look at I like this lime green they got going on here. So February 10th on the SPY, you have 410 calls, 1 billion, 500 million, 415, 1.17 billion of 400 puts, 405 puts. A lot of puts actually now. But then 407 calls is one of the biggest, and then 406 calls. The calls are still on the table, dog. I don't know. I think there's bigger open interest on some of these puts, but you still got competing calls there. And there's all these in the money puts already. Yeah, but all these puts are going to expire there. I don't even think you would have gotten down there anyways. And then 410 calls would be in the money. That's one of the biggest open interests. Going green, Macy's. Oh, you are green. Everything's green except the NASDAQ. Zim dividend. I don't know. I told you why I'm playing it. I'm playing it for the shipping news. Just in case that gets more hype. Everything else is extracurricular. And I wouldn't read too much into it nor fall in love. And that's it. Coin coming back. How's young ETH and BTC? Wow, they're kind of coming up. They gapped a little bit lower earlier. Where's the yen? Yeah, banks are red. And then watch the yen. Remember, huge news out of the Bank of Japan today, low-key. Oh, Enphase wants to go up now, huh? Salesforce. Yeah, they were on fire. PRVB is going for that 10. Salesforce is a little lower now compared to the last couple days. They gapped down. AI news and activist news. Purple's on the high. Spoot. Spotify's coming up. Remember value stake or value add something. They took a stake in them. I think the gap has filled. I don't know if we'll close here, but you filled the gap down from last night. There's Thessalonian. Thessalonian still not being the outperformer. Even Google, the text names are still kind of shitty. Amazon's doing a little better. And then Apple is actually leading in the green by a lot. Sentiment is bullish. I mean, it's not now. It's definitely less bullish than a couple of days ago, or even last week with Powell. That's the part. I mean, you were 10 minutes ago, you were 4 points above when Powell started speaking. So, but it's not like it's turned into it's not as bearish as it was in November or October. PayPal just wasn't as bad. That's it. And then now it's just doing its own earnings thing. But yesterday we came down. I mean, it led to some of the gains, but like I'm expecting this chop city. I mean, you've had real big attitude changes in the last couple of weeks here, the last 2 months now, or I guess a month and a week or so. But I mean, you're up. Like I said on the watch list yesterday. I mean, you got to be realistic about it. If I told you 2 months ago, just like I'm saying, hey, look at this data. 2 months ago, we would have reacted X way, right? But look, it's like you're right at this not all-time high, but like quarterly high. It's like this is still a price showing optimism. The narrative, the thing that's sketching people out is bonds, but, you know, they're scared today, happy tomorrow, then scared next week, right? But you got to factor all of this in there where it's just like you're less bullish than the other day, but overall sentiment is bullish. But it doesn't change that there is a lot of reasons on a bigger macro scale to be negative about, which I've pretty much maintained. And I think a lot of people in here, you know, everybody knows what they're worried about. But at the same time, it's like you can't be in denial about, even if people are wrong. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of people are wrong in being bullish, but it doesn't change the fact that the sentiment is bullish. Does that make sense? It's like I think certain shoes are, like, you may think Yeezys are ugly, but it doesn't change the fact the sentiment is bullish on Yeezys when it comes down to the pricing of it, stuff like that. What's the point of showing up if you ain't showing love? Oh, man. Brian, showing love. Is that TLT as your profile pic? Oh, no. Let's go, baby. Amen. Amen. God bless you, bro. Thank you. I appreciate that, my friend. Good morning. What's the point of showing up if you ain't showing love? Yeah, that's TLT as his logo, too. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. OIH on the high. OHI? Or no, it's Van Eck oil. Again, all the oil's going up. Showing some love in the morning, man. Let's go. Let's go. Happy Friday. Bank straight. Is that today? I don't know if it's. I feel like we should be getting one soon. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Big love out there, huh? That's TLT, bro. Lurker since 2020. Let's go. Brian. Is that your company logo, or is that just like, did you make that for TLT? Nowadays I don't even know. Ford, they're coming up. Yeah, Ford is up 1.5. Uber just kind of staying pinned. Lyft had a little bit of a recovery, but they're coming down now. Yeah, shout out to the lurkers, baby. Sentiment rules the market until buyer runs out of new money or sellers run out of stocks to unload. Both things trump sentiment. Yeah, I would say to a degree, and I think it's kind of like which comes first, the chicken or the egg, right? Because I agree with that. And then sometimes, like sentiment changes quickly. Like everybody got sentiment just flipped in 2 days. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it was just like, again, I could have told you about the bonds. I was on the, 3 days ago. But then all of a sudden, right when the prices do go down, then people don't underestimate how emotional people get with the prices. And then that could affect the new money or the unloading and so on and so forth. But right now, I think just a lot of this year was, again, people try to bend some of the fundamentals and forward look on it. But I genuinely think sentiment, a big part, has been driven by prices. That's it. That's why I think everybody's a crackhead. And that's why I think everybody's so confused, because then you see stuff and you're like, wait a minute, what this is saying this, but then the prices, and then as the price keeps going, it makes you feel a certain way, up and down. And then when it starts coming down, people start to get worried because it went up a lot. It's a trip. But I think prices drive sentiment so much right now, and it's quite hideous. But I think it's very apparent because the last couple of days, that's it. Dude, we were extremely bullish I was shitting myself. I was getting ready to fight every morning on some of these shorts, and sure enough, you get one little break, and now I was like, oh my gosh, now do you see the bonds? It's like we were seeing the bonds a week ago. It's like, hold on. It's like, oh my gosh, gasoline prices we saw that. Oh, the used car price, that was 2 weeks ago. So it's like, wait, hold on. But so it's a lot is driven by prices. Even right now, people were shitting themselves right next to the lows, and now watch as everybody takes it into Friday. We're going to find out. Microsoftian coming down. Oil names are starting to tick back up here. Boeing is unstoppable. Amsterdam to ban cannabis outdoors in the red light district. That's breaking news. Nah, it just came across the wire. Yeah, a lot of FOMO on these bounces. Everything, though, it's price, dude. It's price. That's what I'm saying. It's like you have to, at this point, it sucks because there was a nice correlation towards the end of the year last year where the data matched up with price. But now you have one thing going on in one corner, and there's a lot of unknown in the future, and then price is driving a lot of short-term decisions. So that's it. And that's really what I think is happening here, and that's why it's getting this level of confusion, because now you're dealing with forward-looking, you're dealing with fundamental data, you're dealing with the economy, but then as price is moving, and now people are fitting in price to whatever narrative they want, but the price alone, that's it. And just, the psychology of traders and stocks and investors, it's ridiculous. Again, like we said, Wall Street is traditionally optimistic. You could see that right now. But it just gets to the point, though, where it's just like you have to really look at it. Within the same 100-day time period, 90 days, 60 days even 30 days. Again, why were people not wanting to buy something at 370 and willing to buy it at 417? And it's just like that is what's changing a lot. But it's like people don't want to buy at it low. People get depressed when it goes low and it starts dropping. People get very scared. They say, no, the worst. Your imagination runs wild, starts going up. The same thing happens on the reverse. So I think Warren Buffett said it. The market is I think, what do you say? Bipolar, or it's just like when it's down, it gets really, really depressed. And when it starts going down, it's like somebody getting really depressed. They're like, I'm not worth anything. I can't do anything now. That's it. It's never going to come back. This is the worst thing of my life. I can't believe this. It's a very dark hole when it starts going down, right? And then when it starts going up, it starts to get very cocky. And then it starts getting, he's like, what's up? You can't stop me. You know who I am. You see what's going on. Look at this. I'm doing it like that. You can't stop me. What you know about that? So it's like, it's just it thinks it's worth way more than it is when it gets excited. So I just think this is a prime example of it. Arrogance and depression at both ends of the corner. So, but this is driven by price. So we filled the gap and kind of holding here to this chart's wicked. 40.90 again, 40.88. This was the level for, again, remember, just even getting down to it yesterday was difficult. Again, still early. 1 hour, though. 1 hour in the books. 17 million, pretty active. Welcome to Friday. But who's right about where we're really heading, 300 or 500? I mean, that question alone highlights exactly what I just said. Why is that range so extreme? See what I'm saying? So nobody knows. Nobody knows that yet, and that's the problem, is that when it goes down, everyone's saying, yep, 300. I know it's gonna go to 200 now. 300, it gets very, very low, and then when it goes up, people fit it into the highs of whatever it is, in a weird way. I wouldn't be surprised if we stay at these prices for a year. Or maybe, again, I think the real logic would be maybe that 340, which is, again, like 30% lower now. I'm going to put Microsoft in there. PayPal. I closed out of PayPal for like a $200 profit. So we had to make up our loss. I would have made a lot more, but I cut out early as usual. So many things in the market, and none of them is predictable or stable. Yes, because it's the situation we're in now. You have to react to what's happened, what is happening, and what is going to happen. And that is, I leave that in God's hands, because it's that's a very difficult task. And that's why you should have your strategy, get a long-term, save 10%, and play it over time so you could be in all segments all at the same time. Spot, they're running off that stake still, hitting new highs on that. Wait. We making a comeback. Low key. Again, it could be this Russia thing today with the oil was like a low key escalation. And then OPEC was willing to back them on it. Like most of the defensives are going up. Got exams today. Let's go, girl. The LT made my sake. Let's go, baby. Good luck on the exams. Friday exams, man. Friday exams. B-fly, but Kathy Wood stake. I already took my loss on that one earlier. The orders in level 2, you don't know they're real. I would assume they're not. That's why you just got to look at maybe time in sales and what actually goes through. Sometimes it gives you an idea, but you know, we've watched a lot of Bookmap, and I've just seen so many things just not be there. And again, there's a lot of traders like myself. You don't put in an order. There's a lot of algos, but it's, you know, in a half a second they could remove it. So it's not, again, people would say it's spoofing, but it's technically not. They have ways to go about it. You know, that's just the only way to look at it, is that people say, well, isn't that illegal? Yes, but technically speaking, I mean, if you have an intention and then you are reacting to millisecond news and you are able to change your intention, and it all is, you know, there's ways to justify that action. So I think it's a nice guidepost sometimes, but just don't take it as nothing beats, an actual transaction going through. Nothing beats a comparable sale. You know what I'm saying? None of us. Yeah, no, I'll never show up. I mean, I'm just right when it hits, I make my play. I will never show them, man. I learned that one from Biggie Smalls. Never let them know your next move. Don't you know bad boys move in silence and violence? Take it for your highness. I done squeeze mad chips at these cats for they bricks and mad clips at these cats for they bricks and shit. That's a rule. I forgot what rule it is, but never let them know your next move. That's it. Never. I would never put in an order. I would never put in a stop loss, or I would never let anybody have any idea that this is exactly where I'm going to lose money, or this is exactly where, yeah, I can't take it anymore here, or this is what I want to buy. No. Josh moving weight now. I think all of you are all in the business. You don't realize it yet. You move weight every day. You are in the business of greed. You haven't realized that? Welcome to the stock market, my friend. I hope you make it far. That's again, it's a very similar concepts. You should listen to 10 Crack Commandments. You are selling greed every day. You are buying and selling greed and hoping the next guy greedier so you can flip it to him. It's a crazy concept. There's a strong word called consignment, strictly for live men. You know he's talking about margin. You know he's talking about premium. Because they gonna want their money, rain, sleet, hail, snow. Illegal Ponzi. I mean, everyone likes to say that, but I don't think so. That's the nature. There's things with value, and prices move a lot. You know, and there's things without value that will get prices. You know, it's like it says it in Proverbs. It says it in the Bible. Thousands of years ago. You could debate that if you want, but it says it. It says a man will go to the merchant and say, "Oh no, this isn't worth anything at all," and then he will turn around and brag about the deal that he just got. So that's men, bro. That's human. That's human nature. That's exactly how man has operated from the beginning of time. And that's it. It's not a Ponzi scheme. It's literally just getting things that, it's playing the game with the merchants. Flipping Google or Chat GDP. I'm flipping Google right now, but I like Chat GPT is crazy. Did you see the demo on Bing? I'm like, wow, Microsoft, holy shit. Bro, it's crazy. So this Chat GPT thing on Bing, did you see the demo? What they do, you could go on like the earnings page of any website. Like you could go to investors relation on any website, and then there's like a little side, like it's like a Chrome extension, and you click it and it's Chat GPT, and you say, give me the key highlights from this page, and it will produce all of the earnings highlights from the investor report faster than I could even get it, or just as fast as I could get it, pretty much. It's crazy. I know, Chat GPT. Chat GBT. Is it GPT or GBT? Now I'm confused because it's PT. Chat GPT. PT. I'm Arab, bro. Our B's and P's. Like, come on. Like, where am I? Somebody out there with foreign parents know what I'm talking about. That's it. I don't care if you Latino or if you are Arab. Our B's and our P's, dog. Like, stop playing with me. Okay? Stop playing with me. You know, like, what are you? Honestly, you need to stop being so intolerant. Yeah. Because that's it. It's Chat GPT. P. Our P's and our B's sound a lot alike. Okay? They sound a lot alike. It's a GPT. GPT, GBT. GPT, GBT. It's the same thing, Habibi. PRVT, PRVB, PRVB. PRVP via PRVB. You see? Same thing, Habibi. Same thing. You're half Arab and Cuban. That's a great mix, sir. That you must be a beautiful human being. Like, inside you're beautiful, but like I say, I've met Arab Cubans, they're just beautiful people. That's actually a great mix. That's good for you, man. You did it. And then you feel me on this too. Amen. Kifak, Habibi, kifak. Oh, like, does anybody know, if you know Middle Eastern in here, bro? This was the funniest shit ever. Like, so there's a term in Arabic, baged. Have you ever heard that? Baged? Like, it means like, it's like, of course, or like, okay. You, like, for my Arabs out there, you know, baged? They're like, baged. You ever heard of that? Anybody know what I'm talking about? Does that sound familiar? It's baged. Kind of like baguette, right? It's like seriously, like, of course, you know, I'm whitewashed Arab. Yeah, seriously, yeah. So my mom's talking to me, and my girlfriend's with me, and my mom starts talking about it, and like she's speaking in Arabic, and my mom says it. And then my girlfriend, right when we like leave and we're in the car, my mom's like, "Yeah, why does your mom keep talking about Big Ed? Does your mom watch 90 Day Fiance?" And I looked at her. I almost threw her out of the car. I really did. I said, "You mean to tell me my mom, this lady who don't do anything, she read the Bible all day? She go, you know what I'm saying, they ever have a sip of alcohol in her life, and, you know, she don't even support, she won't, you think she watching TLC? 90 Day, you think my mom is watching 90 Day Fiance talking to me about Big Ed?" Yeah, that happened. I had to explain that to her. He's kind of, I've seen Big Ed in San Diego multiple times. It's the funniest shit. I love it, but no, I was like, no. Why would she be talking to me about Big Ed? I love your mom. My mom loves you guys. She might be in the chat right now. You know that. And she's praying, bro. I saw her last night too. We were talking, and she was just, bro. She said, every morning I'm in the chat. She said, I pray for all of them. And she even said, I pray for you too. She said, you know, I see comments, people. She said, I don't know how you do it. I don't know, but you know, I pray first thing in the morning. She said, I wake up, I make sure. She said, I go on the stream and I pray. I see everybody and I make sure I pray. I said, amen. That was good to know. I felt very blessed by that. And you should too, man. You should too, man. We got blessings. So I don't care. I don't know if none of you have anybody praying for you, but you do if you're listening. So there you go. Amen. When your mom, we've had her on once. She doesn't like coming on. She doesn't like talking. She gets very like nervous. Or like she's just like very like, that's what she don't like Like, if you think I'm a private person, oh man, she ain't about that life. Netflix breaking to the downside. SPY even giving up here, man. Our little talk about Big Ed did not seem to be favorable for the market. And that's sad, though, because you didn't break 40.88 now. So like we said, I mean, the lower you go, the closer you are getting to 40.60. Damn, we hit the Powell level. I didn't even realize that. Ammu's good. Ammu's common. Ammu answers. Is my mom Arab? What? How did we get what? Yes. I am 100% Egyptian, my friend. But you know, I don't know if I could even claim it like that. Like I said, I'm pretty whitewashed growing up in America. So definitely, like my mom, she's like, I wish you grew up in Egypt. You know, she said that was my only mistake. And I looked at her, I'm like, what the? I think we have a different definition than of mistake, because I was like, Mom, I would have been farming sheep, like low key, like straight up, bro. Like, I think I have sheep farmers in my family, like straight up, man. I was like, Mom, no, like, come on, like, thank the Lord, like we made it, man, we made it. Don't say that. Yeah, my mom wants to go back. She really wants to go back. But then she keep reading the news, and she's like, do you know what they do in Egypt? Do you know? They make you like weigh out your food now. And she said they do, it's crazy. She said back then we didn't even have food, but now you can only have meat one time a week. They limit it. It's like, it's crazy. It's crazy. You go every year. I want to go. I really want to go. I've never been. Yeah, I know the Mexican Arab culture, very similar, bro. Like, it's weird. That's why I said I think I'm an honorary Latino. You know, I claim it. Like, I don't know if y'all gonna get mad at me for that, but I do. And y'all could claim honorary Arab. I'll give you that pass. You got that. Trust me. That's it. We've shared way too many similarities. Yeah, Indians too. Low key. Like, low key, I got a lot of Indian homies, and they're very, very similar too. But the Indians, they got like 20,000 gods, literally, or like 10,000. That's the only thing we kind of diverge on, but very similar in culture. Yeah, you're an accepted Arab. I'm telling you, you guys, you'll fit in perfectly. With your ability, you would corner the sheep market. Oh man, I don't know, man. It's a blessing that we're here in this country. You know that I feel honored to be here every day, man. And shout out to the veterans as well, because you know I don't want to even think about a different life. If it turned out any differently, I don't know. I don't know if I would have had the same education or access to education. So it's different, man. You know, I still have cousins and family out there, and you know that's what my mom was telling me last night. Just it's like a borderline caste system. So if like you're not born into stuff, you don't really get, you don't get stuff. You don't get access to things. It doesn't matter. Like there's definitely a glass ceiling in place, or a ceiling. I wouldn't even call it glass. And phase is going up now. Dad's side of family is still in India. Yeah, all of that's it. I only have a couple like cousins and aunts in America. Like very, very. I definitely have way more family back there. I haven't looked at the dollar all day. Well, you got to remember the yen. I'm telling you, that's what we're going to deal with February. Dude, I can't believe the yen news even right now. Isn't that crazy? Do you know what the craziest part? Yen's even dropping right now. Do you know what the craziest part about the Japanese, the Bank of Japan governor news is today? Oh, yeah. I haven't even sold y'all likes today. Can I get a like on the video or what, bro? Can I get a like on the video? Anybody out there? You got a free like right now? Come on, man. Look, I could have been growing up in Egypt farming sheep. Now I'm asking you for a like. So I don't know which one's better. But hey, hit that like button. You know, it's a blessing to be here. I hope your Friday's good. You better hit that like button, man. Or that's it, man. So it's crazy, man. Just let me get a like, bro. Let me get a like. You know? Yeah, man, that's it. You have no more likes to give. Well, let's see. Maybe is that why the market's going down? Did we run out of likers? Oh, there you go. They got the likes on there. So again, yen is dropping. That's bringing up the dollar. 40.72. You're right at opening candle or middle of opening candle. You flushed from here a couple of times, and then you've also broke out here earlier 20 minutes ago. So watch out, though. It's coming right back. It looks like a mini Friday, but doing it a lot quicker. It's only been an hour 20. Yeah, thank you for liking the video. So here's the crazy part. The other day when the yen dropped, it was based off of... So remember this big drop here? Let me get a better chart. It looks way wilder. You could see it more. So right here, no. It was right. Where was it? You don't see it as good. There's too many hours. Where was it? Was it? Oh, I think it was right here. Because damn, we bounced up a decent amount. Oh no, it was right here. Man, so yeah, there. I was like, why can't I find it? This drop right here. And then this was both after Powell, and then this was, or the non-farms, and then this one right here was when they said that new guy, Amaya, was going to come in. And now Amaya is considered like a uber dove, and that's why the yen started weakening, right? This guy would have just, like, he was pretty much, there was a rumor that he was going to be the next chair of Bank of Japan, and he is just extremely dovish. That's why people were worried about more inflation, all of that, right? So he does that, but here's the crazy part. Today, it looks like we know who it's going to be, but the only reason why we have this guy is because apparently the guy who caused the big part of this drop, he refused the job. That's a wild concept to me. That's a wild concept to me if you really think about it. That means that the rumor came out, the Bank of Japan denied it, we were able to come back up now, and now the guy who we have now, who they're saying when we announced on Tuesday, he's in the middle, but the whole point, the only reason you didn't get that is simply because the guy who was expected to clap the currency and go back to ultra dove policy, he simply refused the job. Pretty wild. And everything's coming back down again here, Chad. Low tickers even slowing down. Watch your big tech names with waiting, because, again, NASDAQ's almost down 0.9 right now. Apple even gave up that green. You're below VWAP. You're entering into the lows now. You're getting closer than further. Again, 406.9, so only been here a couple of times. So it's good to see price having that effect now. We'll see if it could still bounce from here, but you're doing the drop, pop, and sell off from you're doing this a lot quicker. I would have expected this to last a little bit longer. But again, you could still bounce from here. It's not a done deal. Again, I hope you remember how last Friday played out. So last Friday did something like that a little bit. Yeah, you had the gap down, pop up, came back down. Then you ran up here up until like 11:40 or even like 12:40, and then we sold off. So today kind of gives me some of these vibes. I think, right here, you're kind of right here, but you're also at a very, very key level. No news on PRVB. You're just getting closer to that date. Last Friday, no. That was last Wednesday. Last Friday and then Tuesday you had Powell. What's it called? On Friday we had the non-farms. Remember, that was the 9 sigma beat. Happy birthday, exquisite. You want me to ban you? I don't want to ban you, bro. I'm in a great mood. It's okay. I love you, bro. Don't worry. And I hope you could be a part of the community for a long time and relax. And that's it. Yes, you could bring up my religion. That's fine. I'll let God judge me. Don't worry. We'll get through it, okay? We'll get through it. Our job is to try our best every day. Thermal, California, racetrack. Oh, yeah. I have heard of that. It's a very interesting concept. They have them in Arizona too. One of my buddies have done it. They straight up they like build racetracks. They build condos with racetracks, and then your garage is built into the racetrack. I think Airbnb is gonna do good. But then again, I'm Mr. Airbnb biased. But it's like I like all the other ones, and like I like all the other earnings of the travel names, and I think they're taking market share. And so it's good. You calling it as you see it? Well, thank you. I appreciate it, and I'll take it into consideration, and I'll try to improve, and I will take, because sometimes constructive criticism is good for you. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's what I say. I think everybody should focus on themselves and really stay in the game and do what you need to do. So I'll take your feedback, and I will process it, and I hope I can make improvements, my friend. And I hope you have a great weekend, and I hope you have a good life too. And we all have God willing, a lot of life left in us to make better improvements and grow. Amen. You think they're losing market share to hotels? Prices are too high now to justify with ridiculous things that owners and want to clean. I mean, people say that, but I think it just all depends. There's Airbnb has a mix of product offerings. Like that's the thing. That's why I think we don't talk about it. That's why I brought up the other day, is like very simply the like people complain about the cleaning fees, but that's like if you get a big house. So like a lot of people who go and get the other stuff, like the rooms, you're not having $200 cleaning fees. You know what I'm saying? That's the wildest part about all of it. I love the positive clapback. No, I'm not even trying to. Like even yesterday, like I had a nice, I had a good talk even with moms too. And I was even looking at the, even yesterday, like with stuff, like there's a lot of things, man. Like I'm not even trying to like justify certain things. And like sometimes I can feel like I'm trying to like, I got to defend certain stuff, but I don't. And it's just like, I'll give you what it is. And that's it, whether it's a play, anything else. I mean, if you make the most out of it, you make the most out of it. I think I have a good effect on some people, a bad effect on others. But at the end of the day, I could only control myself. So, the more I could do with that, the better. But I'm not even trying to clap back, It's because that's the thing. Sometimes I feel like my mom asked me this. She was like, she's like, be careful. Negative things affect you. And people say things, it will affect. I'm like, not really. And I say, like, sometimes I feel worse clapping back than what people say to me. Like, I've been used to it my whole life, bro. I've been bullied. I've been called many, many things. I've been on this, again, you've been here for 4 years, 5 years. How many? You've seen a lot in the chat. Like, I'm used to it, but I feel worse sometimes when I give somebody a clap back because then I feel like I was too harsh, or I'm like, oh, man, like, I didn't want to start that, and, like, I didn't want to do something like that. So all I could do is control what it is, man. I could control myself, and I don't need to defend myself, though, too. It's like I'm not trying to, like, I'm not going to give you an explanation all the time in that same way, Instead of banning you, prove it. I mean, again, check anybody this week. I've banned a lot of things a lot easier, man. And, I have to even deal with, like, the stalker stuff, too. But your name does look familiar, but at the end of the day, man, it's simple, bro. Like, that's it. Like I said, if you say something about me in that sense, you think I'm this or that, like I said, I will take it as constructive criticism. And I will look into it, and hopefully I can make an improvement. And all I could ask is you do the same, but, it's your decision. You're skeptical. That's good. That's what I encourage here. You should be skeptical. You shouldn't trust anybody, no matter what. And that's it. I agree. So, amen. But let's focus on the market. Otherwise, you don't want to get banned. You do your thing, bro. It's cool. Enjoy life. It's a weekend. It's Friday. MO, I mean, the dividend, I don't know. I don't like the trend I've seen recently. So MO is an 8% yield. They've been paying out a high percentage for a very long time on Altria. And I've seen way too many dividend cuts and everything else. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, bro, I am worried about it. But the one thing I've said a long time ago with it is that, like, Altria has a lot of good assets, and they even, like, the main thing is AB InBev. So they bought a stake in this company, AB InBev, and it's worth way more than they bought it for. And they are willing to sell it. They want to sell it. That's what everybody's pretty much speculating on, when they're going to sell it. But pretty much I see that as their dividend defense. Now, we've seen a lot of trends lately with companies cutting dividends and doing some other shit. You know what I'm saying? But it's like PayPal's dropping. But borderline, it's just like, you never know. Like, what I would hate is that I would hate it for it to, like, if they cut the dividend and sold AB InBev and then tried to do, like, some buyback scheme, I wouldn't be okay with that. But I believe their dividend is generally safe because they have assets to keep it funded. And I know a lot of people wouldn't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, simple as that. I just know a lot of people wouldn't be willing to go about that, or in terms of holding it. Dude, VFC, I wish I got it, but I know they didn't cut their dividend completely, but they lowered it. MPW, oh, I did not. Remember, yeah, you brought it up the other day. Damn, VFC did come down. Bro, they scammed on those. I hate them. All those, man, it straight up went HBI and VFC, solid dividends. They had the move, and then it came. I'm like, man, and they all came down. That's nuts. PayPal's dumping now, though. PayPal just gave up 4%, right? Spot, sure. I don't know. Spot's still kind of, I think technically it's below its IPO price, but then someone just took a stake in it right there. Sound is moving again. Zim is still at the lows. They both cut their dividends. I'm stupid, bro. I'm telling you. You got lucky if you didn't buy them. Because then, I mean, at the end, you could have made a little bit of money, but, like, I hate being in that position. Still like it despite the divvy cut. What's it yield now? I think it depends on the yield. I still like the general idea, but now I'd probably want it a little lower. It's definitely near that low, though. Hold in 406. But MPW, I need to look more into that one. What are medical properties? All right. I hope maybe by this weekend or maybe next weekend though, or maybe like middle of week, I could do a dive on it because I can't read stuff while I'm driving. The bonds are screaming. Well, no, the market's reacting a little bit, but definitely it's people are responding somewhat. I just can't believe, dude, this is Powell. Oh, we're at 40.77. Powell started the speech at 40.61. And again, you were just there earlier today, which is the crazy part. We didn't go. Lyft was just bad. Again, they missed. Again, their profitability was a lot worse than expected. And then now, people are worried that if they're trying to cut prices to get growth, but then if their profitability is already lagging and now they're lowering prices, it's going to make it even harder. So, again, they're competing with Uber, and it seems like Uber is starting to pull away. Lyft is dramatically worth less. Again, granted, what's it called? They bought what's it called? They bought the Postmates and all that other stuff. So they're worth a lot more there. So pretty wild. But like Lyft is only like 5 billion now, 4 billion. $3.8 billion. That's crazy. Tesla should buy Lyft. I remember people were saying that with Uber. They're like, what happens? Tesla is going to make Uber disappear. Fed starting to look like Dunder Mifflin. Jerome Scott. What if Uber? They could, but I feel like the government wouldn't allow that. You're bouncing up here again. So remember, I showed you that Friday chart earlier. Kind of looks the same. Yeah, Walgreens, Divvy's good, but it's still like kind of near a low. There's Meta. Tesla. NOC's on the high. Those defense names are running. Apple. Uber needs to stop getting dragged down by Lyft. See, who you surround yourself is important. I sound mad far. I'm right here. Do you hear me? Good. Good morning. How are you? Chad's ASST got me smoked. I didn't buy it that day. I didn't, like I said, it was cool to see a Chad go public, but I said I didn't know much about it in that sense. And again, IPOs haven't really been hot. I still have the sound. That one. We had the 20% on it. I think we're break even on it right now. Pfizer bottomed out. I'm waiting for Johnson & Johnson or PG, but yeah, maybe. But then Pfizer, if things get bad, maybe it goes down a little bit more. But Pfizer is back to October levels. So depending on how you want to take it. I wish the Pfizer dividend was a little higher, but, some people might. 3.75. I guess not too bad. Coming back up here a little bit. We had 28%? Damn. I did not know that. Yeah, Airbnb. I just hope that's it. You need to make sure Airbnb took market share. That's it. If they did, that's money. But if not, and they suffer the Expedia, you know, if they come in and miss, that's going to, again, and this quarter, I believe, should be strong for them. Let me double check, but that will just be the key there, though. Because, again, most travel names did good. It's not as if, you know, like Expedia was kind of in its own little thing there. The media on Pfizer will make them go bankrupt? No. In a weird way, no matter what happens, I don't think Pfizer will ever go bankrupt. I don't say that with pride. It's just, with what I've seen already, it just, they are very, very well protected, I think, on all bases, financially, based on laws and legislature. You know, it's just like they have all assets covered. They're in a industry that is straight up a necessity with healthcare. So, yeah. I like VFC, but I would want it a little lower, I think. Or I'd need to re-look back into it, given everything else. So Q4, Airbnb is supposed to do $1.8 billion this quarter. Last quarter, they did 1.4, so still be an increase. It should be a nice increase from fourth quarter. XOM is running off the oil news. Russia announced a cutback of oil production of 500,000 barrels, and OPEC said they're not going to do anything. They say, hey, man, not my job. I could mandate your oil output. Anything else, not my job. All right, man. Enjoy it, Danny. Happy Friday. I think the Oxy is coming back up. That one's almost break even. Where's Googly Woogly? Unless there's 31 nations, yes, that released oil. I mean, it's been what, like a couple months since we've done anything of that nature, so that's kind of good. SPY back to VWAP. This sucks, though, right now, because remember, we did something like this the other day where, like, you bounce up kind of near the high but you didn't go lower this time. So if this fails and you break below, like, 40, 70 again, that'll start to get a little uglier. TSVT pop. 270 bio. Absema reduced disease progression risk by 51%. So they have a drug study. They more than tripled survival rate, progression-free survival compared with standard regimens of exposed multiple myeloma. So Bristol Myers announced and 270. They're related to Bristol Myers. That could actually be decent. I wish I knew more about this one, but no, I did not close the NASDAQ short. TSVT. They're dumping now. They jumped 10% on trial data. They had their price target cut a couple of days ago. And then again, right now, they're just reacting to this trial data. And then they're related to BMY. Those moves are. It's dropping on it, but I feel like it's going to do a bounce. Dude, that's a 15% move right there. Oh, I got the bad fill. I grabbed 100 shares of that. I mean, I think it can move pretty violently, but even if it drops down to 10, that'll be 200 bucks. 100 shares is light. I'm in at 1280, 1282. Don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. The data seems good, and then I want to look more into that if they're doing something with Bristol Myers, but very, 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 very risky on that one. Be careful. That's a TSVT. I know bonds are dying. Ain't no love. That's what I remember I was saying here. It's like it's getting to the point where it kind of wanted to like yesterday we're right here, but this is that flush zone. Again, we were here earlier on the bonds. Remember at the beginning of the year, this is where the bonds started. XOM, it could be. I mean, I still have my Oxy shares. And remember, I got those a couple weeks ago, and I was down on them for quite some time, and now oil is just starting to tick back up. Want to Brad 2 months ago, started putting 3/4 of the money, 30% income in the long term, mostly oil. Recent news is good. Hey, man, you saving that money. That's what it's about. Amen. Again, TSVT, though, they got a price target cut literally the other day. Lift leaps. I would just go with shares if you want to buy it. But what I'm hoping for on Lyft, like I would consider Lyft if it breaks all-time low. But yeah, they're not profitable at all. And then now they're not even close to it. And then they're saying, I guess they think they factored in $15 million net income for next quarter, but they're factoring that all in on with even like cutting prices and everything else. Oh, you bought options on TSVT? I went with 100 shares, keep it small, and then because it's like even if it like totally dumps, it'll only be a couple $100, and then if it does go crazy, there's a decent amount of upside. Yeah, Boeing's going Proverbs over 10 now. PayPal. I wanted to re-long PayPal just because it was like outperforming, but $79.50 isn't that the price I bought it yesterday? I bought $78.60. I just liked it because it was outperforming today. The deal with bonds is that it seems like the prevailing attitude is that Powell will keep rates higher for longer, and the bond market's starting to believe that, but that doesn't look like the stock market is. $3M, but didn't $3M just cut their dividend too? Or they lowered it? I think they did. TSVT dump. There is some signs of rotation back in the value. That's why I said McDonald's will be an interesting one. Uber playing. Uber does play. Uber, they play around, you know? We're working our way up here. Like I said, it would have been ugly. If you bounce up from here, it starts to look like last Friday. You could get some upside, but then if it breaks, it'll look like the last couple of days where we've kind of had these bounces and then it sells right off. So I think it's anybody's game right now. Energy industry was just the news on the energy industry. It was the news with Russia. Russia cutting output. 3M raised divvy. What did I thought there was news on 3M the other day. Oh, no. Excuse me. They filed a mixed security shelf. It wasn't their dividend. It was their, they filed to dump more shares. That was yesterday. The terminal levels, I don't know what the terminal levels are. I got my levels. I think really it's 4060 with Powell level and then 4,000 flat. Paper trade on T is good. Very easy to paper trade on there. Big thing, they're splitting healthcare side into the company. That could be good. Premier League close to $500 million deal with EA. Is that for soccer? And then remember, has EA been down since their earnings? Yeah. Indeed. EA Sports. It's in the game. And EA never really ran too crazy though. Energy, I mean, I've usually just liked a lot of growth. I mean, besides this year or so, energy doesn't really grow too much. I mean, I think it's an important industry, but it's really, really deep. Maybe if they're, after learning a little bit in the last couple of years, maybe if there's ever a gigantic discount on energy, I'll do it. But other than that, I like other plays with more value not tied to energy. And then I'd rather get growth. I was going UNH. Again, that 270 bio play, mad volatile. That's why 100 shares, keep it light. Let me see if we got more on it. And then SPY's working its way up, but big move on the bonds comparatively. Load it. Get filled. I'm in paper trading. I'm going to try to buy, or the order just say pending. Make sure if you have an active money TD account, when you go to paper trade, you could hit up support and ask them you could ask them to turn on real time. That could fix it. Or what happens if you do a market order? Try that. All AI's up. They were down in the morning. So one of the news we read, we said all AI stocks, they were leading the way. Yo, wait, how is BuzzFeed an AI stock? I remember I think, didn't they do some, wasn't it just like they're using ChatGPT to make articles? But like, is that the same? Like, because I was confused on that. I know people kept bringing it up and I saw that headline, but I was like, what? Turning 26 today. 26 today, Patrick! Yo, happy birthday, Patty. Oh, that's very, very hype. Horna! Wow. Oh, shit. Bro, I just sent the horn flying. You got me excited, Patrick. Oh, my gosh. Amen, bro. Happy birthday. 26, bro? Dude, you still young. You know that, Patrick? You are still young. Oh, my gosh. Well, I think it's been 2 years, since I met you. I mean, I got to meet Patrick. I met Patrick out in the wild one day, and he was like, "Are you Josh by chance?" And I said, "Yeah, man." And he was a beautiful person, man. Great vibe. It was great to even see him get into real estate, and he's the perfect one for it, man. All of it, man. Happy birthday. Really enjoy it, bro. For real. Really enjoy it. Who you got winning the Super Bowl, Patty? I feel like you would. It's your birthday, so I feel like we should have this. I don't know. I feel like, yeah, and then Philly, is the Philly close to Boston? I don't know. Oh, man. Happy birthday, bro. That's hype. Let's go. Patrick have a great hairline. Patrick is just great, and he's a vibe, bro. He was a vibe. Fly, birds, fly, baby. That's it. Before Patrick even told me he was in the cult, I was already loving the guy. That's it. He was just a stranger, and he was just so nice. And that's it. We hit it off right away. I was like, I like this guy. And then I think I said, let's go, or so. I said, let's go, baby. And then he's like, are you Josh? And then that's it. It was a wrap. No, Patrick was not at the casino. Would I date Patrick? I mean, I already have a girlfriend, man. But I would let Patrick date my sister. I think that's the answer you're looking for, probably. I definitely would. I would I would approve. It would be great. He'd be my brother-in-law. I would totally be down with that. I would feel blessed, actually. Yeah, you definitely got the seat of approval. But I don't know if I want to do that to Patrick. I don't know. I'd be like, Patrick, don't do it. I'd be like, I'm cool if you do it, Patrick, but just trust me for your own well-being. Just be careful out there. Anil, what's up, baby? Artist, thank you for the consistent encouragement for the long term. Amen. Amen. I love the long term, man. I'm glad all of you are getting it. I hope you got your 10%. The long term cooled off now with 3 days of coming down. So that's good. But, it's nice to be fully vested in the game. I can't do, look at that's Powell, bro. We are at, on the daily candle, you're at the Powell candle. $50 shares of BSGM. I still think PSGM is a Fat Joe stock. Yeah, man. Happy birthday again. Enjoy it, bro. Consumer sentiment was good on the index, but then the 1-year inflation expectations went up, which borderline points to gasoline prices and maybe a higher effect on the CPI on Tuesday. We were talking about that earlier. HMC, I haven't looked into that one. HMC. What is it? Honda. Oh. They're below book value? That could be quite attractive. Don't they pay a divvy? But do you realize the 3.7 with good equity value, no premium on there, not as much? So here's the thing. Are you ready? The auto industry is going through a big shift. In the last couple of years, and honestly, you could blame Tesla for it, but you are getting Euro close right now, right at VWAP, right above where we open. But it's literally like the auto industry, there has been a big shift from Americans buying Asian vehicles. So, the Camry and the Civic, bro, that used to be an American staple made in Japan. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just like, that used to, number one selling car all the time. Everybody was really, really about that. But there has been a big shift in the auto industry, and it's because of EVs. So, you have a lot of people buying electric vehicles, and the amount there has been a lot of people, moving away from they've been moving away from Asian vehicles and going towards the American EVs, and it's been a very strong uptick. Push-ups, let's get it, man. Let's get it. Get the body moving, Chatadonia. You've been here for 2.5 hours. You got 4.5 left to go. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Do anything if you can. I'm going to do some hip workouts. They've been very, very good right now, so please do that. Make sure that your chest is to the sun while you're sitting down. Flex the core, tuck the hips in. Legs in front of you, not wrapped behind your computer chair. You're going down. Yeah, you have 2 fed speakers today. But again, now we're there. You're driving, then flex your butt. Flex your glutes. Make sure your feet are down. Like your other foot that ain't on the pedal, make sure it's firmly on the floor then. Activate your hips. Okay? That's fine. You could do something while driving. Yeah, get a little hip thrust while driving. Let's go. Flex your core while you're driving. What are you doing? Yeah, stop playing with me. You're coming back down here again. Like I was saying, though, if this fails and you break 40, 68, 40, 70, this shit gets ugly. But legs in front of you, okay? And relax your eyeballs, okay? Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go bling, 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 bling. Bling, 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 bling. Just like that. You're beautiful. Wow. Now relax your jaw. Go la, 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 la. Breathe in really deep. The market's coming down. Breathe in deep and then breathe out. Go. Hunter. You're a garbage man in Chicago. Usually listen all day, and the reason you keep up. Let's go, baby. I got you. And thank you for your work, bro. Too, for real. We need. I'm gonna shout out the garbage men in the morning, bro. For real. That's you, man. You doing what a lot of people don't do. So thank you. Amen. And the video was this short. I know. Don't remind me. Proverbs doing it, man. Proverbs doing it. I'm doing my hip workout now. I'm doing the Colin Kaepernick hip thrust. I know the people making our world run. Soccer moms love the Telluride. They love the Tesla too. Or even the GM and then even Rivian. I've been seeing more Rivians, bro. It's weird. I've been seeing more of the Rivian SUVs. Airbnb on the low, Dash on the low. I have looked into Jeppy. I'm down to buy it if it goes a little lower. I've already seen the trucks a lot of Rivian, but I've just been seeing a ton of the SUVs now, and I was like, what? Biden welcomes nation's governors to the White House. TSVT drop in. The Fed needs to go up 40. Isn't Ford up though right now? Oh no, they're back there. They were green for a little bit. They're kind of like a PayPal. Yeah, everyone is buying. Crossovers are the wave, bro. They really are. Okay, a little bit of euro close drop. Again, if you hold this and come back up, that's actually better than not. It's borderline neutral, but you're tilting like it's fighting like it wants to go up. Praying on Uber's downfall. Nah, man, like Uber didn't do anything, but they were hanging out with the kid when the other kid got suspended, you know? So it's a weird concept. I don't know if they have electric wave runners yet. No. Is that for Honda? I don't think Honda's main business is wave runners. That would be a crazy world. Imagine Honda was the company it is today, but instead of selling Civics, it was all because of wave runners. And imagine like there was as many wave runners as automobiles. That'd be insane. And like we lived in a world based off of wave runners. You know what I'm saying? Like what if you like kids would get dropped off at school in a wave runner? You know, like you would go be like, oh, I need to go get groceries. Have you seen the keys to my wave runner? You know, like that. Then it'd be crazy. VTech jet ski. Ford. I saw a Ford Lightning on the street the other day too. I got to sat in it. I went to the auto show and sat in a Ford Lightning. It was pretty cool. Water World. My price target. I just wanted. I mean, I like that low it hit, but I mean, Jeppy has just been. It's still kind of up there. I think on the like multi-year, it doesn't have that much premium, but like straight up, we should have bought it in October. So around like $50, I'd be okay with buying it. Because I don't know much about it, and it's something new. There's also fees, but that dividend yield is fire. And just my logic with it is that like I would love it in the portfolio, but I just don't want to have that equity risk more or less. Now you're holding up. Chad, good news or bad news? I don't know how to describe this to you. We'll find out. We will find out, but I need to go to the restroom. Okay? So, I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I wish you all well. Happy Friday. And I will BRB.
Coming, but it's not as bad as it was expected to be.
Yep.
And then other sectors like basic resources look interesting.
Hey, Kareem, it's Alex in New York. Have the flows reset for that? Like, have we just run too far too fast, or do we have a lot more room to make up? Because you take a look at luxury stocks, for example, they've had such a good run. Even commodity stocks, for example, still having a nice comeback. That's what really led FTSE 100 to a record high twice this week. Have the flows backed this up?
So I'm really happy you asked me about flows, because we've been seeing a really interesting dynamic here. There's been this notion that there's a FOMO rally, right? FOMO has been driving some of this rally because a lot of investors have been looking at option activity. We've seen some record option activity in US equities, for instance, last week. The flows have really varied. So with US equities, the flows have lagged in January.
Yep.
With Europe, the flows have started to come back. We have seen about $7 billion of flows into European equity ETFs in the first month of the year, which really shows that the outflows have stopped. But it's still not huge. Not everybody's participating in the rally. So the conviction is still mixed.
So what are you expecting? How should I be thinking about the rest of the year? Kind of, we're now into mid-February. The January rally feels a bit like last year. It kind of lasted in January and then has petered out. Are we going to see a similar kind of pattern emerging?
I think there are probably opportunities for other tactical rallies this year, but broadly speaking, 23 does look to be better than 22 in that the economic recessions that we had expected coming into the year, while still base case, are not as bad. And in that we are getting to a point where central banks are moving closer to a pause. Now, there is a mismatch between how much market participants are expecting in terms of rate cuts, especially for the Fed, versus what we think will happen. But on the whole, a better year with an opportunity mindset. So there could be more opportunities for tactical rallies. But is it a huge mirror image of 22? No, not that far.
What about in credit, Kareem? What are you noticing in inflows for credit?
So credit is obviously not as cheap in terms of the spreads that were there 3 months ago. It has tightened. However, we look at it more in the context of a carry trade, especially short duration credit. And that's what the flows have been telling us. If you look at Euro IG, for instance, it's had a record month in January in terms of ETF flows here in Europe. And on a global level as well, we've started to see US investors, some of it hedged back to the dollar, but US investors buying more of Euro IG credit. So this is a big story, probably a bigger one than European equities.
Okay, let's think about how that trade is going to develop. What kind of portfolio do you think people are moving to in terms of the mix? What is the objective this year, do you think, for a lot of people?
Okay.
And How much of this is going to be active, to your
I
point
love
about
this guy.
tactical, and how much of this is going to be passive?
I
Do you
forgot
think?
his name, but I love him.
So I think on the portfolio level,
This
a couple
guy
of
is,
things. One is that we're
Kareem
seeing
Shadid,
investors
BlackRock
challenge their
director
strategic assumptions
and
around
investor
portfolios
investment
more
strategist.
frequently than they did before. So if you were to set an SAA and forget about it for
Yeah.
5 years, which worked well in the post-GFC,
Yeah, as BlackRock strategist. What's the objective for people this year? Money. Money. Auto parts stocks. I mean, auto parts have even been a big segment of the CPI, but I think they're all. Don't they all have a premium? Like, didn't O'Reilly just have earnings too? Nvidia's on the low. Like, these things are, they've always been booming, but even from 2020. Oh, I tried to mute it. I wasn't in time. So again, VWAP dancing. Low key, Euro close has been kind of chill. Technically, you were what? You were right. You were at the low at Euro close, so you bounced on Euro close. Baba, new low. Yeah, they're down now. If they do crack, that'll be bad. They'll probably go to 100, then 100 go to 98. Auto parts, yeah. I feel like cars are even getting older, too. I mean, every year they get old. I'm getting older, man. What do you mean? Yeah, bro. If I'm losing my hairline, I mean, someone's going to need a spark plug eventually. You know what I'm saying? Just make them stop. They blame you when they make a bad bet in the market. It's okay. Oh, is it because your name is FOMO? I don't get it, but I think I do. Either way, you don't have to explain yourself. It's all right. That's it. Remember, it's a game of golf. It's a game of golf. You know, so you stay focused. You'll be good. It's fine. Is my hairline better or worse than LeBron's? I don't know. I mean, LeBron fixed it, but I don't know, to be honest with you. I have not got the ARRP card yet. I'm looking into it. SPY should match bonds, but again, I mean, even this morning, you know, there is some reactionary element towards what you have happening. I mean, where some people are reacting to the bonds now, whereas the last couple of days people have been ignoring it. You don't need to be 65 to get the AARP card? Shut up. I'm going to be walking around with one. I'll be like, look at the hairline. I qualify. You get the AARP at 50. You just got yours. And they do have great benefits. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. They do have great benefits, man. If you could get it before 50, that's awesome. That'd be like being able to get a reverse mortgage at like 20 years old. I'd be down with that. The only other news, Bank of Japan news, was huge. Looks like we know who is going to replace Karuta, and that affected the yuan a lot, or the yen. And you're going to get that news, the actual confirmation, on the same day as CPI on Tuesday. Up at 28. Yeah, that 28 level is the one I didn't like. Remember yesterday, we were down quite a bit. That's what I was like. And until it gets 28's a crazy level. That's it. The dollar is just starting to tick back up here. Again, a lot of things, bonds and dollar now, are getting back to where they started the year. The only thing not there is equities. Enphase dip in. They were doing good in the morning. That Zim got too early on that. Yeah, Enphase, dude. Enphase, when it moves up or down. Starting the year, they just got back to their starting point. So, like, the dollar weakened a lot at the beginning of the year. The bonds, the yields went down a lot. And then now yields have gone back up to where they start. Bond yields are going back to November. And then the dollar is back to right where we opened. The only thing not, like, if you looked at bonds, dollar, and the market, the only thing not back to January or November levels is the stock market, equities. Bro, PRVB. This is just raising that average price first. You know, I can't wait to see what happens with this. I really hope we get a filing, but it's based off the last 5 days or 8 days? I need to double check. Well, I think Powell level will be there again at 40.70. That is the danger zone on the day, in my opinion. And then we'll see. And remember, we broke out a little bit of the uptrend yesterday. That's continuing. But it also could turn into something like this where we stall out. Again, just chop city pretty much until we get into the other place. Headed to Spago for dinner. Dude, isn't that it's Wolfgang Puck. I've been there once, I think, and it's good. There's one good, what is it? But it's Wolfgang Puck, I'm pretty sure. Enjoy it, bro. Enjoy. You going to sit outside or inside? Outside, you sit on Rodeo. You're like, what's up, son? Chop City. I love that System of a Down song. Oh, man. System of a Down. That's like emo music, right? You say, I was thinking like Tyga. That's Chop Suey. Oh, I don't know. It's edgy boy music. I'm pretty edgy. I like some emo music. Don't get me started. Almost typing like, good eye, sniper, I'll shoot, you run. The words are scribbled on the wall of all the friends you didn't have. Are you in? Are you out? That's it. There's a lot of good ones. Yeah, $1.28 is a scary level. We didn't freak out the last couple times we hit there, but because where was it? Last 3 days. So right before we dropped, the dollar popped up. We will find out. FanDuel CEO is confident in full year profitability for 2023. FanDuel says they're expecting $17 million in Super Bowl bets. Maybe DraftKings moves on that. Played Chop Suey once. What is Chop Suey? I feel like I know what it is, but I don't. Beta, the Bitcoin come down. What's the other one? GBTC. How have they been? Song that goes, wake up. Wake up. I think I might have heard that. I can't like think of the melody now, but yeah. Okay, 407. You're close. You're getting close, Chad. You're getting close. What time is it? It's only 8:50, man. 2 hours in, Dow is up 0.15. SPY is down 0.17. And the NASDAQ is down 0.93. So again, tech is the one who's paid for this. NQ. Yeah, because I guess if we break there, that would be breaking 12,000 on the NASDAQ. Little baby bounce. It's, again, we've done nothing on Friday. So imagine the premium. Again, there's a lot of calls and puts, but I do think the ranges are weird. I know there was a lot of 410 calls. Dude, you're doing nothing. Actually, 2 hours to be right up at this candle. Your range is from like 405 to 407.85. Decent, I guess, 2 points both ways or top to bottom, but that's it. FanDuel expects Super Bowl bets to double from last year. Hawaiian pilot contract has raises and ratification bonus. Uber already had good news, but last thing you want is them to just drop with anything else. I mean, again, it doesn't help. The only company that's directly related to you is down 35%. But again, I would be down to buy some Lyft if it hit like an all-time low, which it's almost there, but you got to give it a little more time. So like below $10. GBTC. Well, GBTC, like, watch Beto, but, like, I still think that GBTC arbitrage play still exists. So, in a weird way, if Bitcoin goes down, there's reasons that GBTC could go up and vice versa. Everyone's trying. You guys think the Super Bowl is rigged? You should ask that as a Twitch poll. I feel like I've heard more this year about sports being rigged than any other year. Do you guys think the Super Bowl is rigged? Yes, yes. No, it only needs one person to rig the game, like a coach or a ref. Yes. Super Bowl definitely rigged. There's an entertainment business. No, yes, yes. If Tom Brady's playing, no, it's a script. Yes, no, too much money. Yes, 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 yes. TikTok propaganda. No, yes, nope, yes. 100% rigged AF. Little bit. All pro sports are rigged in some ways. Yes. It's only cheating if you get caught. I don't watch tennis. Go Eagles. Is there incentive? Yeah, all this money being bet. Like, people could shave points, but you don't really hear about that. Have I ever played in the NFL? No. I don't even think I've been to an NFL football game in my life. I've been to, like, college football games, but I don't think I've ever been to an NFL game in my life. I've never got around to it. Paul Crew. Yeah. Yeah, it's legal since it's an entertainment business now. Well, we'll see. We'll see. What do you mean shave points? Like, let's say Patrick Mahomes' brother talks Patrick into having the worst game of his life, and then just says, just make sure you do. You just go watch the movie Longest Yard. That's it. You just lose on purpose. If one player just messes up the game, and then people would bet on it. You know, I feel like Patrick Mahomes' brother might do it. You have to go to a rivalry game. I'll go eventually. Football games. I know the new LA stadium's dope. Texas Stadium. Got some good ones. Nice bounce. It's just slow now, man. These Fridays, bro, they've been playing with us these last 2 Fridays. They gave you 5 or 6 Fridays in a row of just running and squeeze. Remember, but last Friday, though, we were up because the data. You guys don't remember last Friday, bro? 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes, bro. By 8:30 last time, that's what we did. We went from 4-1-3-2 to 4-1-8-2. You went 50 points in 30 minutes by last Friday, and then we gave back up. So, but now, like, and even then, that one was still a cuck. This one's now, it's the same thing, kind of, but just not as there. You don't even have the hype. Last Friday was crazy, but then that was after we've had, 4 or 5 squeezes in a row. Got tickets 2 or 3 Rams games next season. I may have to follow. I was supposed to go. I was supposed to go to one, but I was getting turned off by the drive that day. I just wanted to sleep. I could be down, bro. I want to go. I really want to see the new stadium, too. I've only heard very, very good things. Am I trying out the Chick-fil-A sandwich? No. I heard of it, but, I mean, maybe when it comes out, I don't know. We'll see. It depends on what the stock market does. Because right now, if the stock market's doing nothing, I'm going to do nothing. That's what I've determined. FBI is searching Michael Pennis's home in Indiana. All right, 4. You're close to it. 2 more points here. Just be on lookout. That won't be a pretty level. Sound came back down. Zim still down, but doing decent. NVIDIA, bro. Right what I was telling you, I was like, I know I should short it. And I said, the one I don't take, it goes down 6% the next day. They got us. Yeah, Amazon's flushing to NVIDIA, though. That, again, the chip makers, they still have a lot of gains. Like, even AMD's doing a little better. At least, damn, LMT, they're letting it go up. But, again, the oil news, all of the dividend stuff is doing good for them. Do you have any schmuck levels to worry about? No, we're good. I mean, I'm glad I cut the ES. Like, that's, like, the point is I would have been barely up, or I think I would have gone negative on the ES if I didn't cut out. But schmuck level was right here. Because, but I closed around just under here. So I could have performed way, way better on it. There was definitely a more optimal way to go about it. But like I was saying, price made it look like a bad move that day. But overall, I'm happy about it. Only thing now, bonds are going to hurt. But like I was saying, just go watch the watch list. And if you've been live, I mean, you remember this thing is touched as high as like 35, 37,000. So, I made a lot of money back, or at least gave me now pressure, and I've got to push it. You know what I'm saying? So now even my limit up to the high, I know I could hold through that nicely. And then even Ethereum came down a little bit. In a weird way, Ethereum was just bad before everything else. But so it helps out definitely a lot of pressure easing from the short side. And then now I have a little less upside. I have shares to worry about. And I know some people are like, you keep buying shares, you're doing this, you're doing that. And it's like, I don't need to explain myself on it, but hopefully so people learn. It's just that, the leverage on these shares is nothing compared to that ES borderline. So it's not too bad. Not too bad. Timmy tweet. Tesla break. Again, LMT and defensives. That oil news with Russia. Tesla a little bit. Oh, we could do a long-term review today. Gary Gensler is speaking on Bloomberg. Watch crypto. He's probably going to say something. Again, they've been going hard on it, man.
The company was Kraken, and there was a $30 million settlement that was announced. To take us through it and what it means, not just for Kraken, but more broadly for the area, we welcome now Gary Gensler. He, of course, is chair of the Securities and Exchange Commission. So, Mr. Chair, thank you so much for being with us. As I understand it, this is something where if I have these tokens, I can let somebody have them for a while, and I'll get paid something back. You determine that's a security. They've now settled that. What's the significance of their apparent admission that that is indeed a security?
Look, the significance is there's a business model in crypto whereby these
consumer credit is gone
I'll
up.
call them storefronts. They're intermediaries. They ask the public and they solicit the public for their funds, their crypto, and they say, we'll give you a return. And they might call it lending. In this case, it was called staking as a service, and we'll give you 4%, 8%, or even 21% returns. Oh. And therein lies the issue. They were doing this without the proper disclosure, and the investing public gets to decide what risks they want to take. And these key questions: was Kraken or others that do this, were they taking those tokens and doing what they're saying on their website? Or are they lending them, trading against them, running other business models? And so the disclosure is critical for the investing public.
So my understanding is now Kraken can no longer do this domestically in the United States for U.S. citizens unless, I guess, they register as a security. Does that break the business model? Do you understand it? Does that mean they can't be in that business? Or can they just come back and say, okay, now we'll register, we'll make the disclosures you want?
I'll make it more generic. These storefronts, these crypto exchanges, crypto lending platforms, crypto staking as a service, they
4070
need to
here,
come
so
into
watch
compliance,
out.
And they
Potential
are generally non-compliant
it
right
could have
now.
air brakes,
the investing public is not only at risk by the speculative nature of crypto, but they're at risk of ending up in line in a bankruptcy court because a lot of these platforms are doing things they're not disclosing. So to answer your question, yes, firms can come into compliance.
He kind of does sound like
time-tested rules, register their offerings, and properly disclose the risk and what they're doing with your funds behind the scenes. And that would be a compliant field. In this case, Kraken chose they didn't want to offer this
Google,
in the U.S.
Amazon.
Gary, you mentioned there are other people who are doing this.
All right, Gary, we don't care anymore. Yeah, so there it is. That's the flush zone I was talking about. It looks like it's hitting. You could, again, air brakes here or another flush right to 4060, and then we're going to be dealing with the Powell level. All right, 47 to 7. 4066. We're almost near the low. That low candle almost near this price caused it. Again, 4060 is all I care about. That's all I want to see. If we break that's it, then everything Powell has gained, all the Powell, Jerome Powell's, not the one on Tuesday, but the Jerome Powell FOMC gains will be wiped. Below 4060 is like 4055 or 4058. It's a soft level, 4058, then 4054, and then really 4030. But I think it's just really going to be if we close here or not. So, I wouldn't be surprised to flush, unless it turns into yesterday, where it just kind of just gets hideous, I think we would flush, dance around here, maybe bounce up and drop down, or flush below it, and then end up closing here. It's really about, do we close wiping out the gains or not? That is what I think will be the big factor there. Let's see. You think Robinhood is dependable with long-term stocks? Kind of, yeah, but I mean, you have other options. So I guess kind of rather safe than sorry. But like, again, I still have a little bit of money in Robinhood, but I'm not the biggest fan of it. And it's just, I would rather use TD Ameritrade. I think you get better features for the long term. And it's just overall, you know, I get a better peace of mind. Goldman, really? Yeah, actually. I guess some of the other banks started to bounce up there, which is good. They were down. Financials are actually like almost about to go green. Energy's still green. Utilities are still green. Healthcare and staples and industrials. NVIDIA with TD Ameritrade. They're just, I mean, they're merging with Schwab, but like, I don't have a Schwab account, and I think you're still going to be able to log in. Tesla's flushing now. Tesla and NVIDIA. Fidelity, I think Fidelity is not bad. You know, I've never used them, but I hear they give you great cash sweep interest rates. You could, you know, again, they have the 401k and they have all the other features of a big bank. I mean, Fidelity's been around as long as I've been around trading. So, you know, it has the name. I think they have a pretty solid balance sheet too. The dollar's been, dude, the bonds have been snitching. We just haven't, you've been slowly coming down. I mean, we're still staying within a 2.5 point range. You did that little flush there, and now you're trying to get back up to the flush zone at 40.70. Let's see what happens. But you now set a new low from hitting that high about, what, 2 hours ago? Hour and a half ago? And then you're slow. You're near the lowest part of the candle. Again, we opened at a low. Yeah, Fidelity. That's good. Again, they're great in that sense. I've never used them, but like I'm saying, I'm pretty sure their balance sheet is still pretty solid. You know, again, it's one of the mega banks, one of the mega brokers. They have history, and you know, that's it. I don't know what their margin rate is, but if they're paying you 4% on cash, dude, that's fire. There's no real risks in cash sweeps like money markets and shit like that. I mean, the general risk is if there's a total financial meltdown and then you have to file for FDIC insurance or SIPC. But for the most part, there's no real risk of it, and it's almost immediately available. So it's like there's no like gap between waiting on it. As a company, it's amazing, but it's an old man platform. Oh, wow. Shots fired. Shots fired from the young guys. Damn, you said old man platform, bro. Damn, y'all judging us on the platforms now? FDA okays Pfizer's SNDA for Sibonok. Tesla dropping. Again, NVIDIA as well, too. There's TSVT. Yeah, it's more for investing and not trading. Boomer Hoomer. IBKR, yeah, it is good. It's high learning curve, but once you do figure it out, and they're global, I know they give you a lot of ads. It's easy to access IBKR regardless of what company you're in. Pfizer expanding indication to include adolescents. Pfizer's getting some FDA news, but it's not really moving on it. Tesla just flushed to 194. Active trader, clunk and slow. It is. You have to go watch my video on the main channel on how to speed up your TD Ameritrade, because active trader is awesome, dude. I love it. So like when you guys are seeing, you know, my P&L screen right here, I literally on my other screen I have an active trader open, but the hack with TD, you open two different instances. So it's the same account, but I have two different openings of TD Ameritrade, because active trader. That's why, like, every time if I go to trade and it opens up active trader, I cuss, because I'm like, damn it, because then once you load it up, it will slow it down. So you just have to do that, and like it works very, very good. Oh, active from Fidelity, I've never used it. I thought, but TD Ameritrade is like active trader will, it'll mess up your computer, or it'll just slow it down, and you'll be like, it could be harmful rather than helpful sometimes if it's really, really slow, but like little tweaks could fix it. Another thing too is like, damn it, see, okay, my active, see, it's clean, thank God, because I didn't want it to load it. See, every time. But like, make sure like your option chain, if you have TD options and your computer is running slow at any level, your platform's slow, just put like J, and then like load up a contract that's not really active, and then delete it, because it's like it will still run in the background, and that takes up a lot of processing. With all lag. I think that's the code, and that's why we put the one like disable 3D. That's what we did in the video. Lyft must include insurance, reserve cost, and earning metrics. Lyft's masted adjusted earnings hit spurred by SEC warning. Dang, so that's why they missed so much. Apparently, like SEC gave them a warning on what they include in their adjusted earnings, and they're saying that's why they lost so much. Jeez. Positive Bear, best YouTuber to cover the stock market. I've learned so much and earned so much money watching you. Thank you, man. Let's go. That means you got the long term. I know you got the long term, baby. Amen. God bless you. Woo. Fidelity has been around longer. That's where my long term is. I don't doubt. I've never used them, but I definitely, I could feel safe using them. And again, I love that 4%, man. That's the only part that scares me, but if it wasn't Fidelity, I would be sketched out by it. But that's why I'm saying that's the beauty of having history and other stuff behind it. Lyft is dropping again. That little update there on their adjusted earnings. RH is insured, yes. But again, like, don't rely on insurance. You're coming down 4066, 6 points from the Powell low. Like, that's what I was saying. Like the insurance thing, I tell people even with Airbnb. Like Airbnb, you get covered over $1 million on your insurance. Don't operate your business assuming you're going to be covered by insurance. That's the best way to get clapped. So operate your business as if insurance didn't exist, because insurance is not an easy process. You know, it's not something that you're going to like. It's a hassle. It takes time, and by the time you really need to recover, it may not be there for you. So do not rely upon insurance, and that's it. Drive your car as if it didn't have insurance. And the same, you know what I'm saying? Like, run your company, like run your rental business as if insurance didn't exist, because that's supposed to be a safety net, but it's not really the best one. FDIC advisory, they had their meeting. They said they could only cover 1.6% of funds without government assistance. Gensler concludes remarks. Again, you got that Pfizer news coming down here, though. Where's Apple? Apple's about to go to the low. Remember, Apple's been outperforming. NASDAQ is down 1.3 now. Remember, this is where you bounced at 1.3, 1.5 yesterday. And then you also, what's it called? You also started flushing here when we got to this level. Okay, here it is. Get ready. Powell level is about to get tested for the second time. So I'm putting on a stream alert. This is a big one. Again, this level means a lot for sentiment. It did this a couple times, even on the 4070. You kind of got this little flush. You didn't hit a new low yet. You're 4 points above it. You just had that little mini bounce at 4063. The bid support looks pretty decent. That's why when I zoom out, I feel like you get to see Bookmap a little better. You could kind of see it more broadly speaking, but just be careful here. Tesla's starting to come down. I would watch if Apple, Microsoft, Google, and now NVIDIA as well, because remember, NVIDIA was an outperformer. Well, 1.3, 1.5 NASDAQ, this is where a lot of either bouncing or flushing has occurred. Take profits on puts. I mean, you've gotten nice gains. It depends when you got your puts here. And it just really depends on how you feel coming into Tuesday and then what other exposure you have. Does that mean we could fly through if it flushes on that support? Yeah. And just remember that all of those orders are hypothetical. So, you got to take it with a grain of salt. Because by the next time I look at it, it could all change. Okay, well, see? So that's just what you have to keep in mind. But yes, on some of those levels when there's support and then it flushes through, it could mean a big flush, but then usually it'll flush a couple points lower and then bounce back up because that means people have entries there. I think SPY is lagging the bonds more than ever. It's quite fascinating to see. Big gap. That's what happened in August. It's the same thing that happened in August. It's literally the exact same thing that happened in August, except now bonds have dropped way. This is what they're doing it right here. Yeah, and then we're doing the same exact setup, and then you get hit by data, or that was, what's his name? That was Jackson Hole. Again, tech is not doing as good. 1.3. Dow is still in the green. Shout out Boeing. Oh, Boeing came down. Never mind. Do we do PHILO? Yeah, at the right time. At the right time. We had a good one yesterday. I hope you guys got it. The Fed, I think in about 1 minute, we're going to get Fed Waller, but they're discussing crypto. It's so weird. You have two Fed people today, Chris Waller and then Patrick Harker, and they are speaking at a crypto conference. Even in the last 2 days, man, this last 2 days, there's been a mini crackdown on crypto all of a sudden. Like that Gary Gensler stuff, the Kraken case, and now, I would have never expected two Fed people to be speaking at a crypto club today. There's Waller. Oh, yeah, he was a little angry last time, huh?
Policy, QE, trade, and emerging markets.
This is a weird conference. It looks like a movie. It looks like a opera theater, and they have a screen on here. This one's actually weird. Again, Waller did come up a little crazy last time. So give me a second. I'll get you the visuals. You guys like visuals? Are visuals good? You know, get some visuals for the people. They're just playing some app. Doesn't this look at this theater, bro? It looked like some, like, you see it? It's like an auditorium. This is the weirdest crypto conference. I thought y'all supposed to have mad jewelry. I thought you're supposed to see the crazy guys with bleached hair, like, going off at the crypto convention. Like, I thought, is this Miami? How come this isn't in Miami? What kind of crypto conference is this?
How we got here.
Oh, very quiet.
Explain why I'm standing in front of a podium that says
Oh, this is at UC San Diego?
it's not a random event. And then
Should we pull up, bro?
logistics and protocols. So the most important thing.
Okay, I'm going to adjust the audio, but if they fix the audio, they're going to screw your ears.
In the parking lot, under the lot.
Dude, this
where
is
the
so
movie
quiet.
theaters are, you kind of want to take a break and move your car because they've auctioned off the right to that lot to some company someplace. We had somebody here 2 years ago who parked there, and when they got the $125 bill for the day, I said, that's insane, I'll go get it fixed. I couldn't. So if you're parked there, you want to move.
No, this
here's
is by
the
far the
agenda today.
weirdest
I just
crypto
wanna give you a
convention
sense
ever.
of how we got here. So in 2016,
He just started it off by telling you, hey, man,
Dave Altig and
if
I
you guys
were
parked
walking
in
down
the other
street
lot,
coming from a dinner,
you might
and
get
I
a
said to Dave,
$150
"You
fine, and
understand
I
this
can't fix
Bitcoin
that.
stuff?"
I tried.
Dave
tried.
goes, no, not
So-
really, but there's some
Yeah.
guys at the Fed that are working on this
I
that
can't
are
do
really
that.
good. And so one of the guys at the time worked for Governor Waller, who was then research director at the St. Louis Fed. David Andalfado and others really spent a lot of time educating us, and we said, well, we should have a conference. And at the same time, there's a parallel group, affectionately known as NBIC, the National Business Economic Issues Council. It meets 4 times a year. Surprisingly, every 2 or 3 years, they want to do the quarterly meeting here in San Diego. And so we just finished our 2 days, and we said, well, we'll combine them. So in 2017, we did a conference like this, and we've done 3 more. And we've partnered up with UCSD and Michael Melvin, who's going to run the panel on investing. And the idea is, and it's kind of the general GIC thing, is there's basic things we're trying to understand, and we try and get people together who understand them and then talk about it. So we will have a lot of dialogue. So I'm going to go through the agenda. We're going to start out with digital assets with Governor Waller. And I've described this as the year of crypto demolition.
Sounds like Ray Romano.
Like kind of, for those my age, disco demolition in Chicago. But at the end,
Okay, I'll wait till Waller gets on. That's just weird, bro. I'm so disappointed for a crypto conference. I ain't see one Lambo yet. This looks awful. This looks like the most boringest crypto conference ever. Do y'all still want to invest after this? This is what y'all have happening. I know it's good for the actual ecosystem, and it's good for people to take it seriously, but this is not, like, why isn't this in Miami? This is weird. All the Lambos got repoed. I don't think so. I think they try to sell them first, man. You know, even if you bought a Lambo off of crypto, I mean, you still won. You still made some money. They're trolling now. I'm genuinely shocked that I again, if you heard me this morning, yeah, where are the margaritas? Like, this morning I said I was shocked. I was reading you guys the schedule in the morning, and I was telling you, I was like, whoa, what? We have a Fed speaker at a conference, and then there's another one. So, like, even I think later
assets, but as it turns,
I think it's going to be the same conference. I think it's going to start with Waller, and then Harker is going to come on. So we'll find out. We are going to find out, but very surprised. But I didn't think this conference would be like this. I thought it would be more like at a dinner or whatever. This one just seems so boring. How do I pick contractors on out-of-state properties? I buy PHILO sticks, and I say, you have wood? And they're like, yeah, we got some wood on us. So then I have them stand on a plank of wood, and I hand them PHILO sticks, and I tell them to battle, and whoever wins gets the contract. No, but in all seriousness, I go off of either personal references or somebody who's used them before, and if I don't have anybody who's used, shout out Core Real Estate, it's like if I don't have anybody out there, you'd be, what's that website? Not Yelp. Yelp, I've gotten one person off of Yelp before, and it was a great experience. What's it called? What's that website? It's not Angie. I think it's Angie's List or one of them. I'm forgetting it, and you can just hire people off of there. And that's only like worst case scenario, but surprisingly, I haven't had bad experiences doing that. Yeah, Upwork. I think Upwork and then TaskRabbit I've done for like smaller things. Tesla is expected to finalize EV charger rule next week. Department is expected to finalize a requirement that will require electric vehicles to meet the combined charging system standard in order to qualify for a subsidy. SPY coming down a little bit. This guy's still just giving the introduction for the most boringest crypto conference in the world. No, Waller was not the one who sounded like Wheezy. That was, what's it called? That was Bostic. Waller was the guy the other day who was at like the Kentucky or Arkansas thing, and he just started sounding real aggressive out of nowhere. Fiverr, no, don't get anybody off fire. Lyft is a canary in the coal mine for high beta. Lyft's precipitous share price drop is a harbinger of how other high beta stocks could trade if they fail to meet expectation. On the back of weak outlook, shares from the ride-hailing company are suffering their biggest intraday drop since IPO. With U.S. yields now going back up on the risk rally, the equities have stalled, and financial conditions are tightening, though Tuesday, Lyft shares had nearly doubled from a closing below 10 just before the new year. Lyft has now given back nearly all of those gains. Hot dog. So they're coming back down here on this. $4066. Waller was
Laura Speaks Kate.
Waller was a giggly mother effer not too long ago, and then all of a sudden, yesterday or 2 days ago, he got very hawkish for some reason. Lyft may be the next big short squeeze. I'd be down to buy it if it drops more. Like, I don't want to be too greedy, but like give me like another 50%. But usually when you start breaking all-time lows, there's that flush moment, and that's it. Can I take over the Colt Cars channel? I mean, what do you got? Oh, Fed Waller. Hold on. I already got his break. I already have his pre-written statement. Waller remarks of text-to-speech. Spillovers from crypto stress to wider system limited. Fed Waller doesn't comment on economy, but outlook in text. Calls crypto nothing more than a speculative asset, and he does not expect taxpayers to cover crypto losses. So we already know what he's going to say.
Independent Center Conference. Given recent events in crypto, it's certainly timely to have a day of discussions related to digital assets.
I think it's gotten loud.
Before diving into today's talks, which will touch on various parts of the crypto ecosystem, I'd like to clearly define some concepts to ensure that we're talking about the same things. And this is the way I kind of think about the crypto ecosystem, which is, I think of it in three parts.
They're lowering
First,
the audio.
there's a crypto asset, which generally refers to any digital asset implemented using cryptographic techniques that's being traded among people. The second part of this is a database management protocol used to record trades. So people are trading, you have
and you're
some
bouncing
record of
above the
trades.
flush level of 4070.
This is commonly referred to
you
as
didn't
a
hit
blockchain,
4060.
which includes both permissioned and permissionless distributed ledger technologies.
Whoa.
And finally, there's technology that is designed to actually facilitate the trade itself.
Waller says banks face critical task if they
This
handle
includes smart
crypto.
contracts.
Big
Steve
pop
was
here.
mentioning tokenization as a form of data
That's
privacy.
about 1 point here in a minute almost.
Now, if you think about those last two parts, the database management protocol and technology that allows trading
I think
to
the market's
occur,
popping.
these have much broader.
I think the market's popping on the fact that he's not talking about the economic outlook. So now you have two Fed speakers today, and if they're not even commenting on if they're not commenting on the economy, I think some people like that. We've seen that happen before, where you think it's going to be a risk event and then nothing happens.
And although this technology is fundamental for the creation of crypto assets, there's nothing in this technology that restricts it to being used in the crypto ecosystem. In fact, distributed ledger technology is being explored to potentially address a wide range of data management problems. Whether it is, dominates current centralized managed data systems or not, we'll find out. Next, there are various technologies related to crypto assets. One is the use of smart contracts in peer-to-peer trading. Smart contracts also can be used in conjunction with a centralized data management protocol to automate the execution of certain transactions in non-crypto assets. So again, it's a code, it's technology that could be used outside of the crypto universe. So for example, over time, these things could be used to speed up the clearance and settlement of securities transactions. Another emerging technology is tokenization. In any trade of assets, there are issues regarding how much personal information you need to provide to conduct the trade. For example, some personal information is needed to protect against the possibility of anonymous trading, which can promote money laundering. Tokenization, when combined with data vaults to securely store personal information, can be used to trade objects in a way that protects one's identity from being exploited for profit. While these technological developments are still in their infancy, they have potential applications beyond the crypto ecosystem that could lead to substantial productivity enhancements in other industries. I kind of just
like listening to him.
So this leaves us with the final thing, which is the crypto assets themselves. The question is that people often ask is, why would somebody hold such an asset? What is the value proposition of such an asset? The answer isn't new or unique, but rather is based on economic relationships that result in objects having value. One reason objects have value is because of their intrinsic properties.
Yeah, he said this
For
before.
example, the value of corn derives in part from the fact that it's used for food or fuel, or in some cases, a Thanksgiving centerpiece. Intuition.
He said a Thanksgiving centerpiece. Nah, but we've heard it. It's the same comments he said before. I'll be on the lookout if he ends up talking about the economy. Then we'll get it. But I think it just kind of turned into a non-event, low key. Commodities, boomer take. Is it good for the ETH short? Yes and no. I mean, the crackdown that they're doing, I mean, it sucks because I have that Ethereum short. I meant for it to be, more short term. So it doesn't, I don't think that ETH short represents my views on crypto accurately, in the sense that I'm worried about the pressure from just the fraud and FTX and everything else in between. But they're cracking down on it all of a sudden. Like, they're literally just coming after the crypto in the last 2 days. It's just been like kind of an onslaught. So I'd be more worried about that Kraken thing. And even then, even the staking, what happens if Coinbase and any of the other big brokers now, if they get in trouble for staking, what's going to happen to all the tokens that have been staked? So, and I've even saying it, Like, I think a part of why crypto even kind of held up a little bit is just how many people staked in Ethereum or anything in the last year and a half or year. They can't even sell out even if they wanted to. So, like, following FTX and Luna, there's people who staked their crypto and crypto just dumped and they couldn't sell. I had a friend of mine. I hooked him up on crypto from the early days. And I gave him a ton of crypto. And I told him, I said, hold it for the long term, bro. And he even said, like, when things were going down, he's like, dude, I can't even sell if I wanted to, because he ended up staking it all. So it's just, there's a lot to it. There is a lot to it. I think a lot of money is just, people can't even sell crypto even if they wanted to right now because of staking. But that's not the issue. I think the bigger issue here, or what I'm saying is, like, I think they're coming after it real big all of a sudden. But again, it could help my ETH short in the short term, but I don't like it in the long term. I think it's annoying because they should maybe have just cracked down on FTX earlier. No? Okay. Waller, I think if you Google it, UCSD, it's the same conversation you've heard. The written statement already came out. We're waiting. Oh, CFTC weekly report will continue to be delayed. Interesting. So the amount of longs and shorts and all that. Tesla moving a little off the bottom. Lyft got another $11 price target lowered. Yeah, Gensler said staking overall was a non-compliant part of crypto. Serious precedent. It's weird. They're coming in hard all of a sudden. Just all of a sudden. It started with that Kraken thing. That's a big precedent. But it's kind of like, it is kind of stupid. Just in the sense that, like, you mean to tell me you're going to go after, like, Kraken and Coinbase and legitimately some of the most compliant crypto brokerages out there, or at least, they've done better than most. I could at least say it's weird how Coinbase and they do all of that, but then, like, straight up, you have turned the biggest blind eye and we're ready to go and make legislation with FTX and do all of that. So it seems like they are turning up the heat because they're raising the stakes, no pun intended. Let's crack down on crypto, but not expedite Sam Bankman's case. So CFTC weekly trade report continued to be delayed. So we're not going to get updates on, like, the amount of, like, new longs, new net shorts, all of that. Harker, Philadelphia Fed says need to be ready. Oh, no, that's Stevens. Harker says we need to get above 5% interest rates and then pause. He said my modal forecast is not for a recession. That's kind of bullish in a weird way. I think it's the commitment of trades. That's what the weekly report, but it's CFTC's commodities, right? Or futures and commodities. That's weird. So Harker, that's like kind of neutral. Saying above 5% is bearish, but then saying you need a pause, that's it. Harker's going to speak again today. He says we're increasing odds that we could get a soft landing. Harker's coming in bullish. But what's his name? Waller speaking at the most boringest crypto conference alive. We've already got his written statement from it, and it seems like he's saying what he says every time about central bank digital currencies and crypto. But yeah, Harker just said Fed is increasing. He's saying we're increasing our odds we could get a soft landing. He said no recession, and he's saying get above 5 and then pause. Again, the pause is bullish because then that means 30 days till rate cut, give or take historically. Harker says inflation keeps easing. We have good soft landing chance. Harker's coming in pretty bullish right now. The first one was like neutral, bearish, and bullish. Every other statement afterwards, he says it's more probable now that we could pull off a soft landing. This is an interview with him, but I don't see the I don't know where he's doing it. Waller's taking questions.
Him around the table at lunch and see if he's nimble enough.
This could be good if they ask him something.
Second, specific questions about
but it's all crypto.
The regulatory environment or laws are probably something we should avoid in this conversation. So with that, though, ask whatever you want.
Texas AG settles with aides who reported him to FBI.
Notion of intrinsically useless assets having value and sometimes lots of value. And of course, you've spent most of your professional career thinking about money, the prototypical intrinsically useless asset in current modern fiat world. So have you come to any conclusions about sort of what are the characteristics that make an intrinsically useless asset valuable?
Yeah, what happened to no
and maybe
landing?
more interestingly, sort of what makes
Tether is the most
value
heavily
sustainable
traded
for
cryptocurrency.
these sorts of situations or assets.
Yeah, so like I said, the economics profession, those of us who've done kind of monetary theory a large part of their life, this idea that you can take this intrinsically useless object and have it trade at a positive price, we've known that since Samuelson. The critical part is we also know there's this second equilibrium, which is that price goes to zero. And that's where people, when they talk about this, they think it has to go to zero.
Gerber Kawasaki CEO discusses plan on Bloomberg Twitter Spaces.
They have to go to zero in value.
They're talking about Shaw deal.
They don't have to.
Stanley Black &
As long as
Decker
people
outlook
continue to
negative by
believe that these
Fitch,
things will have value
downgraded
in the
on
future,
credit.
They can go on. So, but they could go to zero. I'm not discounting it, but it doesn't go to zero with a probability of 1 necessarily.
What's Black
As
&
Dave
BLKD?
pointed out, you know, in a modern fiat currency world, most of these objects trade at a positive
SWK.
price, and they've traded at a positive price for a long, long time, decades and decades and decades. The other thing that's kind of interesting about Samuelson's work was he showed that introducing this object actually improves welfare. Okay, because it allows people to carry and store wealth across time in a way that maybe they couldn't otherwise.
Cantor
So
Fitzgerald
my kind of view on
helps
this,
oversee
crypto
Tether's
stuff is, you know,
$39 billion
if you want
in
to carry your
treasuries.
wealth across time in this asset and take the risk that it may go to zero in value, go ahead. Just be aware that this might happen. So I don't have any, you know, concerns or worries directly, just as long as everybody's informed that this stuff may one day just go to zero in value and you'll just lose everything. But it may not. Right? That's what I said. I just look at baseball cards personally and go, I can't believe
He
these
says the
things
same
have
thing
the
every
value
time.
that
He
they
loves
have.
the baseball cards in crypto.
And nobody talks about baseball cards going to zero in price, but they certainly could. If people just wake up one day and said, old, dead, boring sport, we don't care. And that could be the end of it.
So one
you just say about baseball?
Development in cryptocurrencies was the stablecoin idea, which I sort of always took as a business model designed to keep assets from going to zero. So I guess we should start kind of in the spirit of providing a baseline for conversations with, you know,
what do you think interest rates are going to be?
Stablecoin is, and then give us your thoughts on some of the recent developments maybe that suggested the volatility that was supposed to be solved by stablecoins wasn't really solved, it doesn't seem.
Yeah, so I always look at, so if you looked at the crypto ecosystem before stablecoins, these things could go up in value, they could crash in value, there was nothing. And people that were in this world trading, they wanted to be able to move into, say, a risky, volatile price crypto asset, but then they want to move back into something safe. Right? Just like people want to buy stocks and move it back into safer, say, treasuries. But there wasn't anything in this ecosystem, particularly, say, in the Ethereum rails, that looked like a safe, liquid object like a US dollar. So this is where I love markets. Markets said, we'll invent one. So you want a stable asset in the trading on the Ethereum, rails, we'll create something called a stable coin, which is we give you a crypto asset that does have a quote unquote fundamental value. We're going to tie it 1-to-1 to a US dollar. And then because it's tied to the dollar, this price doesn't change as you trade, go in and out of various crypto assets. So stable coins arose, in my view, as a response to the demand for a safe liquid asset in the crypto ecosystem. And that's where the market provided it. They created stablecoins. Now, the thing is, there isn't just one model of a stablecoin. So a stablecoin is, you give me $1, I will give you this object, kind of like a poker chip at a casino, and it will give you, and if you bring it back, we'll give you exactly $1. We'll give you no more, no less, no interest, no nothing, just we'll give you your $1 back. Now, you'd have to say, okay, what's the value proposition of issuing such an object? It's clear there's a demand for it, but how do you make money out of issuing a stable coin? And that's where I think there's a lot of different ways people have done it. The kind of standard model, something like US dollar coin, you give us your dollars, we'll issue you a stable coin, and we'll take the dollars and go buy safe, liquid government assets. And then we'll hold on to those. And if
Harker
you need your
says
money,
labor
you can
market
sell those
issues
very quickly, get
outside of the realm of monetary policy need to address structural labor problems.
Always has run risk. There is a chance
Apollo's
that everybody
Jeffrey
comes in
Strong
and
is
says,
left
"Look,
to
I want my
pursue
money."
other opportunities.
And you have to sell these assets, and you can't sell them fast enough.
Dude, Harker's
and that's
bull,
kind of
man.
the problem with that basic model.
Again, you
It
had like a
always
little
has
mini
some
pop
run
on every
risk. It may
statement.
be very small, but it's still there. Alternative models would be like, when Facebook was still talking about DM, the last model they had was, you give us $1, we'll issue a DM, we'll take that $1, we'll put it right in a Federal Reserve account. We won't buy asset, we'll just put it straight into the Fed. So it's backed 1-for-1, it's sitting right in the Fed. Now, what's the value proposition for that? Well, what Facebook wanted was people to use this thing on their network and get your financial data.
Is it pronounced DM?
So their profit was not
Dean.
in actual issuing or interest arbitrage. It was purely, we want your financial data. And so if you're willing to give it to us, we'll do all this stuff for free. So that's the thing, there's different models. Then you have the weird ones, which are the algorithmic ones, which are like, we're gonna write a computer program to say, we're gonna issue this stable coin and some other crypto asset, and they'll trade to always keep the price constant. Well, if you believe one of them's going to zero, the other one might go to zero as well, and suddenly not a stable coin anymore. That was the whole Terra and Luna fiasco last summer. So even during all the crypto, there were stable coins that actually the demand increased during the crypto meltdown. People wanted to move into this safe liquid asset in the crypto ecosystem, and they moved into it. And so instead of actually crashing, these things went up in value and had to be minted to bring the price back down to $1. So that's what we'll see going forward. We'll see which of these things survive, which ones won't, what's the best model, how do you manage these kind of run risk. And I think it's just a market innovation to give markets what they want.
So
sorry,
like
long-winded answer.
Long-winded is good. Minimizes my work. So I guess like anything else, there are good business models, there are bad business models,
exactly.
and the technology doesn't really
Why did the
point
Ford
you
divvy?
to one or
I don't
the
think it
other.
did.
Right. So the next session after this one is going to be about decentralized finance. You didn't mention that in your remarks today, but you gave a speech, I think, in Switzerland not very long ago, where you did talk about it a lot and noted that, in the
Only thing
the
green right
crypto
now is the
world
Dow.
started off as sort of this narrow payment.
I'm gonna go get a carbo and a cookie.
Device.
I'll BRB.
or
I did not sell
innovation
the
to something
NQ.
much broader. So just quickly,
Burr.
well, I don't mean you have to be quick, but what's your sort of definition of decentralized finance, and more importantly, how does that fit into your comments this morning?
Yeah, so I think the original intent for DeFi was to trade in these crypto assets. So Bitcoin pops up out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden its price goes up above zero, and it just keeps going up, and people are all interested in buying Bitcoin and trading Bitcoin. But then others said, hey, we can issue something ourselves. We don't, Bitcoin's not the only thing that could be issued and traded, so we'll issue our own coins with some other model of doing this. So then the question is, how do you do these trades in the crypto ecosystem? And the real thing with DeFi was the intent was to be decentralized, no intermediaries. It was peer-to-peer trading. And that was really what they meant by decentralized. And it was a world in which you didn't trust an intermediary, you didn't really trust anybody else, you trusted code. Right? This is the joke in DeFi. Code is law. We don't need lawyers. The code is the law. So that was the original idea. But then, of course, what starts happening is intermediaries pop up. Platforms pop up to enable you to kind of move in and out of these things. The minute you bring in an intermediary, you reintroduce the need for trust. You just can't avoid it. So the original DeFi was a world of no trust, peer-to-peer trading. The minute platforms come up, you're back in an intermediary world where you have to trust. For example, customers of FTX trusted that their coins were there. Well, they weren't. And that's exactly where the DeFi world has kind of moved more into looking more like, we have intermediaries, we have to trust them, they do this on our part. And so it's kind of moved away from the true original intent of DeFi, where it's just pure peer-to-peer. Now that's still there. It's not that it has gone away, but you're seeing more traditional financial models and products coming into the crypto world.
So speaking of the evolution of things, you mentioned that in your discussion of tokenization, another topic for the day, that there are going to be new, innovative, increasing uses for tokenization. So what did you have in mind when you
Well, I think sometimes
comment?
it sounds, but if imagine you were trading an object in a platform that was coded in Fortran, and now there's another platform coded in Python. How do you move these digits from this completely different computer language over into this one? Well, this is one way that tokenization helps. You say, okay, I'm going to create this object in the new platform. It's going to be linked to something in the old platform. And then that object in the old platform gets locked down. Can't be used for anything else. So that's one way to think about tokenization. It's a way to kind of move, like I said, the casino. You go to a casino, you take your paper dollars, you hand them there, they give you a token. I'm the mother in Fed. Put up in there, and then they say crypto's dead. That's the simplest form of tokenization you can think of. As Steve said, it's just a record. The casino chip is just a record.
Bro, this shit's so boring. I hate this crypto conference.
So a lot of tokenization is
I'm waiting for a question. Harker says we don't need to keep raising rates at the pace we were.
Way of thinking. So a lot of trading platforms are designed to work Monday through Friday. Because of the human life of we don't trade.
Okay, can we say, I'm going to say fuck this guy for now, respectfully. Yeah, just for real, feels like class, dude. I was getting, like, this, my ADHD's kicking in. I'm, like, trying to eat in class now. I got me a cookie already. I grabbed me a carbo, and then all I do is just keep seeing headlines of Harker just, like, trying to pump up the market. This is good info. It is good info, and it's not as good because who it is and potentially other things. But, I mean, if you really want to sit here for 2 hours with this guy telling you, well, like, things could go to zero, but they can't go to zero. And, like, we know things, but we don't know things. So we're going to see how things go out. Oh, wait, that's kind of what I do all day, I guess. Never mind. I guess I'm funnier. But, shit. You know? But we don't know. I think I just realized I'm a fucking economist. I guess I'm the same sometimes. Yeah, no, now that I think about it. He's just talking smack on crypto all day. Listen, I would love for my ETH short to come down, but quite frankly, I think the market went up on the fact that he's not talking about the economy. Yeah, I just do it with funny voices. Putin sees final 2022 GDP reading better than preliminary. The more you have to explain it, the more bearish I get. Well, have you not noticed it? Like, the more you explain anything, the more you get bearish about it. Like, bro, once you find out how the dollar really works, you're going to go insane. I'm telling you. That's why. Why do you think the people who don't know the things about, who don't do any research, why do you think they just buy everything? That's the phenomena of finances. The more you learn about it, the more bearish you get. You're going to be like, wait a minute. Do you know what a floating exchange is? Did you know these companies for the last 10 years have not made any money, and then any of the money that they've made, they just paid all of the executives? And then do you realize that at this price we are factoring in that we're paying 100 times what they will earn right now? That's every year. How is this sustainable? Do you know the Fed's balance sheet is right now at like $8 trillion? Have you seen the debt per person and individual? Every time you learn more, you're going to get bearish as shit. You know what else? You'd be like, oh, dude, take a look, dude. Like, Apple, dude, was at like 130, and dude, and now it's at like 160, dude. That's bullish, dude. I don't even care what happened at the earnings, dude, but like the chart, dude, like who needs a damn like explanation, dude, when you got like a chart, dude? Simple as that, dude. Look at that was low, now it's high, dude. Now fucking it's going to go higher, dude. Unless it starts to go lower, dude, then I'll sell out if it goes lower, dude. Because that's not bullish, dude. But, like, I went deep into the deep dive, dude. And it's like, it's totally running, dude. Totally. Like, why would you fucking get left behind, dude? No. Simple as that, dude. Just look at the chart, dude. You don't need anything else, dude. A little chart. Chart never lies, dude. You know, the fibs never lie. The chart never lied, dude. You got to ride with it, dude. Simple as that. So, yeah. I feel you. I feel you. But it's okay. Once you learn how insane what you're dealing with is, you'll get more comfortable with it. Because that's all it is. That's all it is right now. That's the problem. Like when you're new and you're wide-eyed and you come into the stock market, you think shit makes sense. And like you're like, oh yeah, this is cool. When no, like, and then that's why some people get disappointed when they realize the absolute sheer insanity of what you're dealing with. Like, this is psychos. This is all. You have to be a real psycho because not only do you have to understand it, you have to be okay with it. You get what I'm saying? Like, nah, man. Nah. So, but that's why. It's okay, though. Like, you'll learn, and you'll learn how to adapt with it, and you'll realize all of it, and you'll understand the damned if you do, damned if you don't mantra. U.S. Airlines predicts flight disruptions without 5G extension. Airlines for America group comments on July 1st deadline. Philadelphia Fed Harker's Wharton interview ends. I'm back. Back like you never left, bro. Back like you never left, huh? We got you. Okay, you're popping now. That's it. Harker's speech ended. All he says is a bunch of bullish things. Again, Harker was extremely bullish there, at least compared to the last ones we've heard from the Fed. He was talking soft landing odds have increased. Says we're looking good. Says we're going to get to 5, a little bit above 5 and pause. It was as bullish as you could ask for, yeah, especially when we've been going. That cookie's great. I didn't finish it all, but I think I'm done for now. Definitely a 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10 for sure. Hit the like button. The market is a forecasting tool that is the net sum of all the knowledge and ignorance of all participants. Yes, definitely. But then, like, the nature of the stock market highlights, like, there's a disproportionate impact of each participant. So that's the thing. But it's real life. It's like the real world, right? There's definitely major imbalances in equality, right? And how, you know, different people are treated differently, like just in general. Like, it's just like the hierarchy of some things, because that's what I mean by that is, like, look at the share structure. All of us in here can go buy 100 shares of a company, and our decision and our opinion and thought will mean less than the one person who makes the decision. It's kind of like being a citizen and voting for politicians. So it's very crazy. So it's actually quite wild. It's the same cookie. It's not the same cookie because I ate that cookie, but it's the same brand of cookie. U.S. rig count, gas rigs down to 8 to 150. Oil rig 10 to 609. Oil rig counts. Nvidia's coming up. Amazon, everything's actually kind of moving. Tesla's down 5% today. That's the wild part. TSVT's holding. We're up a little bit on it. You love making cookies. I haven't made a cookie in a while. Actually, no, I did. I made cookies with my nephew on Christmas. I got really into it, actually. Even my mom was tripping out. She's like, I didn't know you were so into making cookies. I was like, I don't know. Like, I was like trying, like, he had like little stencils to make like gingerbread and Christmas trees, bro. And I was just getting really into it and making sure it was even. And like, I did good. I was impressed with myself. They didn't look as dope when they came out the oven, though. I haven't baked a cake in a while. You know, I'm not going to lie to you. I haven't even cooked in a while. Honestly, I you know, beside maybe the closest I've came to cooking is if my girlfriend or my mom cooked for me and I put it on a plate and then I put it in the microwave. That is about as close I've came to cooking something. Oh, no. I did cook. My girlfriend and her friend were trying to make something, and I helped them out. They were trying to make little fake sticky rice or fake crunchy rice things. Oh, yeah, because the oil started getting crazy, and I said, I got this. Yeah, I was able to do something. That was my last cooking experience. That was a couple months ago. The market following the dollar, I mean, I think it's arguable. Because a lot of people were saying that earlier, but now you'll notice the dollar is still right under 28, and we haven't, you know, the market's right back at the middle, and then same thing here with the bonds. So I think the market was kind of following the bonds and should be, but there's clearly like it's pretty simple right now. Like, there's no way around it. There is a lag between the dollar, the bonds, and the market. Clearly, the stock market is moving last, and the stock market is not being as sensitive to it. I didn't pour water on it, no. I cooked it good, man. That was good. You could make, you take sticky rice, you put it together, right? And then you fry it, and then it's like crunchy rice. It's actually it turned out good. Like, they're the ones who came up with it. I thought her friend was like a chef, and because she came with these sticky rice ready to go, and I was like, all right, word. And then halfway through they start fucking this up, and I'm like, wait a minute, I thought you knew how to do this. And they're like, no, we just watched the TikTok. I was like, oh my gosh. And then the boilers pans pop 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 pop, bro. It started popping I was like, man. So yeah. Pathfinder acquisition merger released by NASDAQ. ban TikTok. I mean, it's kind of cool for recipes. Car market is not bottom, yeah. If you ever experience a fire involving oil, don't use water. Yeah, I learned that the hard way. I have that video. I think it's on my Instagram. I literally, my girlfriend left the candle on, and then I went to go look at the candle, and then it cracked, and then it was on fire. So then I threw water on it, and it went crazy. I haven't used the candle since, to be honest with you, because I had a candle phase. I was liking candles. My house was smelling so good, dude. I had candles everywhere. Yeah, but nope, never did that again. What recipes? You said you basically don't cook. Yeah, but my girlfriend does. You see what I'm saying? You see, I work smarter, not harder. That's it. I send her a recipe, she'll do it. I'll be like, hey, this looks good, don't you think? Isn't this cool? And then boom, it's done. That's it. I just send her a menu, low key. She don't even know it. I created my own TikTok menu by just texting her. I'm like, oh, isn't this cool? Wow, I wonder how that would taste. Oh, that's cool. And then boom, it's done. And then she'll send me some. She'll show me some. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. Maybe I won't do it. Yeah, and then it's dope. My dividend play, I mean, hopefully some good dividends. That's it. Okta doing something. Besides dying, I think it's just kind of like a fish flopping. That is big volume, though. Fed Waller, oh, again. Fed Waller says he doesn't see the value of CBDC. Waller says not clear what a market failure CBDC would follow. The federal budget balance, yes and no. I mean, what really matters is if we get the debt ceiling stuff. But you got a couple more months, but in a weird way, before we know it, it'll be right around the corner. Pelt's Disney bet makes more than $150 million in 3 months. So, like, that's the only thing is that right now, none of this stuff matters. Like with the debt ceiling and budget, but you know, it's already February. We're almost middle of February now. So before you know it, it will be right around the corner. That's the thing. It's like, it's one of those big events that shouldn't be a big event, but it's not a big event yet. And there's still like a decent amount of time. But like the longer we kind of sleep on it and nothing advances, the more likely, you know, but like pretty much what I'm trying to tell you, before you know it, it's going to be like middle of May and we're still saying the same thing. And then now it'll start to get more serious. So, but as of then, I would say it's important, but not to the point of too crazy. Waller, any decision on Fed should come from Congress. Europe should be closed. It's 10. It's actually pretty late. Okta's great tech coming from that industry. Okta. It's fun to say. It reminds me of okra. I'm going to use Phlegm this time. What news feed do you use? I use youtube.com/thestackmarket. That is my active news feed. So I hope to see you there. It's free. It's voice activated. It's dope. Okay, now don't yell at me and maybe get some Mucinex or something. What's up, Richie? Anja. Tell him. What's that other one? TSVT. Yeah, I know. Yeah, what did Lulu do? Lulu said, hold up, sir. How am I involved in this? The SPR? I didn't sell SPR. I did not sell any oil reserves. What did I get? TSX? Oh, I sold the XLB. I could have rode that one out a little bit, but actually it ended up being good. Again, I'm worried about the oil news here. That oil news with Russia kind of sparked some 2021, 2022 back in there. Was that candle real? I doubt it. Yeah. Am I bullish? I think the sentiment is bullish, but I'm still pretty agnostic. I mean, thank God I don't have to, I could tell you that I could probably have a better answer for you in 2 days. But I will tell you deep down, until the bonds come back up, I am pretty bearish in that sense where, well, what I'm trying to say is I don't think it will last. Well, let me rephrase that because I've seen it last for a long, long time where the market can ignore the bonds. But until the bonds catch up with the market or the market kind of just stops I think we could stay up here and we don't have to go down. But the whole idea here is the bond market and interest rates, it doesn't look good. So the CPI will be a determinant, and that will definitely guide us until March, and that will let us know about the next month or so of the market. But when it's all said and done, I mean, there's something pretty bearish about the bond yields being high. Market's going to rip now. Calm down. It's been 4 hours, and we're at the same price as the first 10 minutes. They killed all the premium. My theory, the bonds will run the market till the reverse repos are taken away. And then you watch the correlation. It could be even then. I don't know if the full transition too of the LIBOR stuff is complete, but even in general, the bond market, no matter like what other factor, repo, no repo, the bond market is the bond market. This is your source of capital. That's just it. When it's all said and done in the land of the world, the land of getting money, the bond market is literally the source of all capital, right? Like, even if you want to break it down to a Fed, you're like, no, the Fed uses the bond market to inject new money into the system, any money into the system. So that's why if credit costs are higher or lower, that affects decisions. It's borderline aggregate demand. So that really is the key right there. Long bond, short market. It's an arbitrage. Well, that's what I was doing. That was my whole idea here with this play. That's like, technically speaking, though, it should have worked. To like take a look, the idea should have been that the bonds and the market shouldn't have gone up more than the bonds. So that's why, you remember, we were up a little bit on the bonds too. But the idea was, if I lose money on this, I would have made a lot more money on that one. But now what ended up happening, the bonds did not go up, and now they're going down while the market has had an excessive run, and it's still showing that it can run as well too. So in theory, yes, and I acted on that theory. That's instantly what I said right away from the last two Powells ago. Literally, I said short the NASDAQ, buy the bonds, and there you go, because that would account for any scenario here. And I think it will. That's why I'm still holding these. I think everything will work itself out in that sense, but it really just comes down to the timing. So, looking at the last year, from here to here, like, let's see, the bonds, that's the market. Like right here, that was March 18th to May 10th. Maybe you could say to April 25th. So about a month and a half divergence. That's one instance. Another instance, the bonds were up and the market was lower, so bonds were hitting a high. July, the stock market didn't catch up till 20 days later. And then they matched up, and then eventually the market outran the bonds from August 8th all the way till August 31st, the whole entire month, right? And then right here, they moved in tandem, which was a little bit better, but there was a gap, and the gap between the two, so the market started running, bonds dropped. That was October 21st. They kind of came up, and then you could see it, but October 21st till December 20th. So it could take 2 months. That's, it seems to be about 30 days, but there has been a couple of times where that has occurred. Anytime. I think this looks just like last year. It's any of these years. It's simple. Anytime equities get above the bonds, just on like looking at it here, it shows you that, So it's just like, and it makes sense fundamentally because we are talking about inflation and interest rates and all of that stuff and how it's going to play out with the Fed. So it just takes time. You are moving up here. Still got to get 4088, and then 4100 that'll be a nice strong test to the upside. But SPX is now green. Dow, I guess Nasdaq's recovered again. I think it was at 1.3. 1.3 was where we that's been like a level we've been holding. 1.3% is there, but yeah, SPX turns positive. $10.17. Critical level. Algos attack. On the next episode of The Market Hates You, traders woke up to a decline that turned into a bounce that declined shortly thereafter. After not moving for 4 hours, they were tempted again with another high that wasn't really a new high. They had no idea. Yeah, we're going to break out here now. We're definitely... No, it's going to go crash. It's going to crash. Do you know how this works? Do you know about the debt clock? Do you know how much debt clock? It didn't matter because everybody was getting scammed. As nothing occurred, they argued amongst themselves. Yo, it's going to go up. No, it's going to go down. It has to go up. It has to go down. Jerome Powell's a bitch. I love Jerome Powell. I don't know. On the next episode of The Market Hates You. You need to play binaural beats over this. It's so dreamlike. You need to do a detox, sir. Okay, I don't know what's going on, man. What is the stock market right now? I can't listen to no calm-ass music in the stock market, man. This guy like, yo, you ever heard Josh's voice over this shit? It's beautiful during all of this, man. That's exactly what we need, man. That's exactly what we need, man. Nah, man, you should know. Just drink some juices, some water, bro. Just lay off any, like, stimulants, psychedelics for, like, a week, dog, and just chill out for a little. And you'll be good, bro. You'll be good. He's like, that's what we need right now, man. That's what we need. God bless you, Richard. God bless you. Amen. Amen. I've never listened to it with binaural beats. I've never got to try that. Spy is shooting to the stars. Let's see if we break out again. 4088. That will be the level. A lot of things have recovered. Materials and financials are green. Only real estate, communication, tech, and consumer discretionary is down. Why pump? Why not? You see, you got to ask the right questions. Why not? 4090. Is that a new high? Almost. 4090.77. The high of the... We spent 4 hours to do this fucking move here that we did in 20 minutes yesterday. You realize that? That's a 40.92 would be the high of this one right here. But You're starting to move up. Literally, you see this? Like right down here to right up here. That took us 4 hours. I would be so mad if this was a trip in a car. I'd be like, dude, you could have took one right turn and we could have been there in 15 minutes. This is like going in the car with someone. He's like, no, turn around. No, turn around. No, take this exit. No, we're going to exit right here. Actually, no, take the other exit. Go to the carpool lane. Trust me. No, okay, stay in this lane for a little bit. No, turn around. No, that's the wrong way. No, I think we were going the right way. We were going the right way. No. We should definitely go back towards the exit. I think we're going to go back to the exit. Yeah, we're going to go to the exit. No, you know, I don't. It looks different now. Is this a different? It looks kind of the same. We're going to try the other way. You did that in 15 minutes yesterday. I'm not wrong. Dude, look at this. You spent 4 hours to do this move. Just to go. Like, come on, man. That's crazy. Turn right. Turn left. Turn right. Turn left. Continue along your route. Turn left. Turn left. You know what they say? 2 rights don't make a wrong, but 3 do. Or no, they say 2 rights don't make a left, but 3 do. Not the wrong. Yeah, it's just that, yeah. You know that? So, like, if you, like, so 2 rights, you go right, and then right, that doesn't make a left. But if you do 3 rights, it actually takes you left. Yeah. So, maybe that's 10, I know. Well, see, if we get above the high here, 40.92.50, I think that's the next level that could open up the door to 40.90s, and then you're going to do a 4100 test maybe, and then we see what happens next. Okay. Do I agree Roblo Q4 will disappoint? Didn't they give up good guidance numbers, though? Or their last bookings, but quite frankly, I just think Roblo bookings are, I think they're very volatile. But if you make 4 lefts, you don't move at all. That's crazy. Abbey Vi trap heading south. Honestly, I just like how you worded that comment with the picture book visuals. I didn't know there was a trap emoji like that. I understood what you were saying. That was cool. Have you seen how jacked Zac Efron is? No, I've not. That has not come up on my list at all. Wow, maybe I'll check that out eventually. See Zac Efron. How much does Zac Efron bench press? Enter. Abbey Vi 115. I just want Altry or lower. That's all I'm looking for in life, you know? I'll be a happy camper. I am going to bing it. I am. I've been binging a lot of shit. See, Zac Efron 2023. See? Look at, they got just like Google. Oh, is he kind of jacked? He's kind of jacked. It's good, man. High School Musical. My girlfriend was shocked when I told her I have never seen High School Musical. And she was like, what? Because she noticed I like movies where, like, there's basketball. Like, I love any movie, even if it's, like, a corny movie, but there's some sort of, like, fake basketball game. I love it. You know, bro, I'm such a fob. You have no, I love fake movie basketball games. You know what I'm saying? where it's just like it don't even look like they're gonna sink the jump shot. You know exactly how it is. Like it's where's one? I forgot what movie it was. It was like Nick Cannon as a basketball player. It's like, bro, he would get rocked on the court, but he was just killing it, bro. He was killing it. And then she was like, oh, you would love High School Musical. I was like, what? Nah, bro. But then she was kind of like offended. I've never seen it. I don't think it was Air Bud. Nah, there's one movie. It's like Forrest Whitaker and Nick Cannon. And like Nick Cannon is like a basketball player. It's the funniest shit ever. It's not Drumline. He said, oh yeah, that's definitely Drumline. Yeah. Uh-huh. Definitely. Think that's the movie. Mm-hmm. I like sports movies. I like any sort of like fake sports movies. You know what I'm saying? Those are the best. Those are the best. I think it's called Even Money. Yeah, that's the one. Uh-huh. Yep, Even Money. Uh-huh. I like it. I like old movies too. He's like, definitely Drumline. There's someone in here who will not accept it. They're like, no, it's definitely Drumline. This guy has no idea what he's talking about. I did like Stomp the Yard. I told you, I've already admitted one of my deep dark secrets. Like one of my like favorite movies from back in the day is Bring It On. Like the cheerleader movie. So like I was maybe like 10 or something, maybe 12 going through puberty, but my sisters would watch it all the time. And like, you know, this was back when you had like VHSs and shit. So if you had one movie, you watched it like 100 times. Like that's just what you did, especially if you didn't have cable. Yep, that was me. Oh, I loved it. I loved Bring It On. I loved Bring It On. I don't know. I've never been so into that, man. I'm surprised I didn't become a cheerleader. Like, honestly, like I feel like if I grew up nowadays, I probably would have. I probably would have. But, you know, I watched it and I loved it. I loved it. Bring It On was fire, bro. Nah, it was fire. You can say whatever you want. You could call me whatever you want. You could unsubscribe. That's okay. You are not, you're hiding something. It's okay. Don't worry. I'm okay. I'm secure in my Bring It On phase. I liked it a lot. That's fine. I was a kid, man. I wanted to dance. Kids like to dance. I dance, bro. That's it. And I was like, man, that looks so cool. That movie is 23 years old. Holy shit. Well, now I feel old. I was young when I watched it, but still, man. Oh, man. 23 years old? Damn. You like Misty? I liked all of them. I liked the whole movie, bro. I'm telling you. Mike said Josh got cooler in my book. Amen. No, I have my sisters. That's it. I loved it. I was a big Bring It On fan. It's okay. Some people in here can't handle that, so I'm glad. I'm glad some people liked it. I could have ended up being Magic Mike, yeah. Except I'm short and ugly, but besides that, you know, if I really got into a Bring It On phase and I really wanted to pursue, and that was like truly my passion, like 23 years later, I could have ended up as Magic Mike. But, you know, I think there was other limiting factors in that situation. What actress do you like the most? I know you're crushing on one. My girlfriend. Only my girlfriend, actually. Okay? You narc. A police officer trying to trap me on some shit. What do you mean? I don't even know what other girls look like. Shut up. Exactly. That's it. My girlfriend has trained me already. She has taught me. I already know. That's it. Anytime a girl comes on screen that's an actress, I close my eyes. And then Selena Gomez got ugly, so that's it. The only pass I had was Selena Gomez, and like my girlfriend's hotter than Selena Gomez now. So I said that's straight. I'm good with that. That's it. You know, I'm a very content individual, and that's all. So yeah. Well, you hit the 40.88 and now you're back down. Or Jessica Alba in 2001. Ken, I'm feeling really old right about now. Feeling really old. You're still next to 40.88. You could bounce off of this. Still support both sides. Plot twist, it was Josh's girl's burner account asking that. I really think it was, honestly. It has to be. It has to be. Because, like, no way during that whole story, you're like, I wonder who Josh has a crush on, right? No one asks you that. That ain't none of my boys have ever asked me that. I've never been hanging out with my homies and told them something and been like, oh, you see this movie? And they're like, hey, Josh, who's your crush, huh? You got any crushes out there, huh? Uh-huh. Yeah, that's her probably. I think it might be. You remember E-Bombs World? I do. Can we stop with this? Can we talk about like AI or something so I don't feel old? Because I'm kind of getting over this now. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, like after this stream, I'm going to have to look in the mirror and see my hairline gone. And I'm going to be thinking about, damn, 17,000 years ago was Bring It On, man. So, like, can we just talk about Chat GPT or something? Anything about NFTs? You guys want to talk about NFTs? How about that? Can we talk about NFTs maybe? No. Oh, Nvidia. Nah, but like one thing. So, Chad, I hope you guys, you know, God willing, I hope we're here for a long time, and like I hope that I'm here for a long time to see it. Because, like, I can't wait to watch some of y'all grow up and get old. For the young guys, I can't wait. It's going to be so funny. Because, like, back in my day, we just called them old heads. We wouldn't call them boomers. But, like, now I realized I'm an old head now. But, like, that's it. But, like, I can't wait for you guys to get older, dude. Y'all are going to have the biggest, like, semi-quarter life crisis ever. And I can't wait. I can't wait to watch. Because it's okay. I'm going to be here for you. And I'm going to just, you guys are going to be like in the middle too. And you'll be like, this is weird. I can't wait. I really can't wait. I'm going to be here for you. You know, God willing, we all are. So, and then I can't wait to welcome you to the club. I just got in apparently. That's it. It starts with your hairline. Some of you got in early. So that's cool, man. Oh, Brian, what's up, baby? I'm 58. That's good, man. I love it. Thank you. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. That's what we need, man. I'm glad. I hope I could be let into I'm like, honestly, I take honor in being called a boomer now because I can't wait till these kids who call me a boomer become a boomer in like 4 years. That's it. But it's weird though, like, because like I think it's weird. Like 20 to 25 and 25 to 29 are like 1 year each. It's a weird concept. I don't know how to explain it, but they're almost there. They don't realize it yet. It's like a weird time delay. You know, like the oven's preheating. They're just like, they're going to wake up one day and the hair's gone. Like, I'm telling you, they're going to wake up one day and be like, my knee. What? Just wait till your knees, wait till you can't eat Takis. Wait till you get like one knee. You're going to have one real, you're like, I didn't even injure it or anything, man. I can't wait. I don't want you to go through any problems, but like, I just know like I'm going to be here for you, you know? I just can't wait to see what it's a humbling moment. That's why I'm excited to welcome y'all to the Humble Club. That's what we call it, the Humble Club. Yeah, and you guys are like calling girls cute and shit and all this, and you're gonna just realize you're an old creepy dude soon. So it's okay. Enjoy it while it lasts, I guess. That's all. You gonna be like, who's your crush? You be like, how you having crushes on these people, bro? You old now, man. That okay, bro. Like seriously, man. Like she was like in elementary school when you were in college or worse, man. So like you're old now. You better fix up, man, and figure this out. You haven't realized it yet. It's been 3 years since 2020, bro. I'm just telling you now. It's been 3 years since 2020. Since they locked you in the house on the pandemic, bro. 3 years. This guy, they still think they're the same age. I'm like, uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Leonardo DiCaprio. Honestly, Leonardo DiCaprio could do whatever he wants. Okay? And guess what? When you become Leonardo DiCaprio, I will say the same thing for you. Until then, get a long term. Good. Okay. Glad we have that settled. You are not Leonardo DiCaprio. You cannot justify. No. No. Okay? Leo could do whatever he wants. I support Leo no matter what. That's it. You know why? Because he was the Wolf of Wall Street. He was Titanic. He was everything, and he still looks exactly the same. You know that, right? Exactly the same. It's amazing. I identify as Leo DiCaprio. All right, listen, buddy. That's not going to work here. Okay? Now, you could do that anywhere else, but I'm not going to let it fly in that set. You are not Leo. I'm sorry. You could identify as him. Great. Can you give me a scene? Okay, tell me. I'm not fucking leaving. Let me see how you say it. Exactly. No. Nope. Sorry. Next. Yeah. You seen Dune? I did see Dune, but like I didn't watch it high. But when I left, I felt high. It was a trip kind of, bro. I didn't know if I fully understood it. And then I kept trying to move things with my hands afterwards. I'm not going to lie to you. And I thought I could read my girlfriend's mind. So it was weird. It was a very weird experience. It was definitely a hype movie, but nah. I just remember it was weird, man. There's a 70s version? Oh, no. Isn't it based off of Star Wars or some shit? I still haven't seen Star Wars. He said Doom with The Rock. It's based off a book. Star Wars was based off of Dune. Why is it such a confusing? Everything around this topic is confusing. Yeah, Idiocracy is better than Star Wars. 100%. Oh, you know what? Let me go to the bathroom. And you know what we should do afterwards? Actually, honestly, I don't think anything good happens after starting a sentence with that. But let's do some long-term reviews, huh? How does that feel? I'm going to go pee real quick. I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Okay, I love you. I'll be right back. And, yeah, BRB.
To the U.S. story.
Well, I think at some point the peg has to go. I mean, no peg can be sustained forever. The question is not if, but when. And when that does happen, what you will see is capital flow back into Japan. I mean, we had financial repression in Japan for decades, and Japanese savings have been pushed abroad. And I would argue in a way that was somewhat counterproductive, right? I mean, a lot of the money went into pension funds, on its way in Palo Alto startups. So it's probably a good thing for the economy. I would argue that Japanese savers keep their money at home. But of course, the impact for the global economy would be somewhat negative, right? Because that would mean that a source of cheap capital is suddenly being drawn out. That would be bullish for the yen, bearish for the dollar, bearish for emerging market currencies, and of course, bearish for rates. I think one of the main reasons why we are seeing the spike in yields is the market starting to sniff out the pivot in Japan.
And at the end of the day, tying together so many of the central bank decisions, Vincent, we've got the inflation story. And I know you've been thinking about that question of if we, in Canada, have already seen a pause on rates, we see what happens. Maybe for now, the Fed might be getting closer to the end for now of the rate hiking cycle. But what happens if inflation comes back? You're not just looking at 2023, you're thinking about 2024 as well.
Correct. I think, I've been an inflationista for close to 3 years now, and sometimes disappointing for people. Now, I'll tell them I'm actually in agreement with the consensus. Okay, I expect the numbers to neither be an upside or downside surprise tomorrow. We are seeing almost arithmetic disinflation because of things like used car, because of shelter, because of basic effect in commodity sectors. You'll see inflation fall.
Okay. Yeah. Leo's a high bar. Tom Cruise is more obtainable. Learn to run really cool and have crazy eyes. Blockbuster dude. I agree. And he's short. He's short. Like, I agree. I think, yeah, you could definitely pull off Tom Cruise. Amen. So now you're back to where everybody said we're ripping to the moon now. Again, they decided to get off the exit and turn the other way. Don't worry. But Chad, how you feeling? How you feeling? You feeling good? All right, let's do it. I got one already. I already got a long-term. Let's get a little long-term review in here. Y'all feeling good? Y'all feeling good? I hope you're feeling good. So, boom. Here's long-term number one. So, LMT. All right, you believe in violence. Love to see it. But that's a name we all know about, so we could give it a star. Net, this one, we're going to give it risky, but you have a little growth now. I don't know. Now, it looks like the value of it, I mean, you've lost some on it, but that's, comparatively, when it's all said and done, how much money you have comparative, that's where you're going to do your balance there. So that's good. UNP, solid. ADP, solid. ICE, solid. These are all companies you know about. Again, payroll, railroads, brokerages, Johnson & Johnson, all of these. JP Morgan, again, great. And I like the values on some of these too. So Microsoft, SPGI, which one is that? S&P Global Inc. Is this just an ETF? So we could take solid ETF, man. Again, all of these, honestly, all of these, you got risky on Snow, risky on Crowd, but again, your balances. So you have like what, $1,200 in 3 risky names, and then everything else you're holding is a lot better. So quite frankly, I would give this I kind of want to give it, I don't want to give it an A+, but I think I'm going to give it an A+. I would give this an A+. Oh no, that's S&P, is it the credit agency? So we'll take it. But again, very, very balanced. It's great. Honestly, you have growth. You have growth in some of these different names that are high-tech stocks. I like the balance. Honestly, this is a great long-term. I think you keep doing it. You may even have room to grab a little bit more risk if you'd like, or just really keep building into some of the stuff that you got already. But I like it. I like it a lot. I like this one a lot. Solid. Very, very solid. Where's the rest of them? Oh, you sent me? Okay. So this one's a killer one, bro. Bro, this one's a killer long-term, it looks like. You got a good gain on it so far, but, I think it makes sense. All of these, so you got a bank deposit account, but every single one of these are all names you know about. Abbott, Apple. Again, I'm assuming this is just your cash account there, which is great. Let me see more. Apple, and then you got Microsoft, Walmart. Wow, very, very basic. Just a couple of names. Again, and very, very good game on it. Apple, literally, Cisco, JP Morgan, Microsoft, Walmart. Honestly, I would say don't be, I think with something like this, you could put a small portion, 5% maybe less, and you could go with some high growth, high risk, but some of these are good. I think you got the solid blue chip names that have already grown a lot. It definitely has growth in it, but you have a little bit more room for risk. I give it an A+. I give it an A+. Wow. This is a great way to start. Great way to start. Okay. That's it. I only got 2 emails. So you could email me long terms. I'll wait for you guys to turn in your long terms, but 2 A+ so far to start. Yeah, all of those are great. Yeah, we got some mini boomers in the making. I love it. Oh, Evan, why did they send what's this? Oh, you sent me an Instagram reel? Oh, shit. What? Evan, you were in a cage match?
It actually looks like Angel's shorts match Evan's rash guard.
Now Evan's got the first position of the match. He's sitting into a guillotine.
That's loud. How do I turn the sound off, bro? I want to see you knock somebody out. That's loud. How do I turn it down?
From this front headlock.
Lick, man. That was like a
all the way to the back.
Yeah.
Sumigaeshi with the head. That was really nice.
Oh. Is he going to tap or are you going to snap his neck?
Ooh. He's got that arm across. Now he's just severing it.
Right.
Evan has a long-term, too.
Dangerous. Medina is not liking this. Gets the finish. Beautiful work.
Nice.
Wow.
I like that it was really even killed. He didn't rip it. He eased into it, but he kept going until it was done. That was
really well done.
That was terrifying. that was terrifying. Yeah, you did really ease in. I didn't see that coming there, and that's honestly, man, I'm going to be a little hesitant when I see you, Evan. I'm going to give you a hug, but you better not slip me into one of those, man. That looked crazy, actually. That looked crazy, man. Finger to the sky. Amen, man. Good work. There you go, Chaz. That was dope. That was really cool. I could do something like that. No, I can't. Not at all. I could just kick you in the shin and run. I could run fast. I could just one real quick. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's see what we got here. Another long term. Oh, we got an IRA on this one. I love it. So Abivi, I mean, I don't think you could go wrong with that one, you know? MO, again, just like I say with MO, it gets a star, but just remember 8% yield. This does have some risk. So, but it's good. But like if you guys, you know, think about the last 2 portfolios we just went over, those portfolios were amazing and they had really, really solid names. But like I'm saying, if you have 90% of your portfolio in just straight up solid company names, you know, A+ ratings on all of them, you got to think about it. You can open yourself up for a little bit of risk. So in a weird way, I do like this. There's a reason why I like MO as well too. So Fire, Apple, you know about it. EXPI, I think this goes in the risk category, but you know, if you're a real estate agent and you work with EXPI, I mean, I like them though. I'm a big fan already. So this I could believe in, but that's a little bit of risk. So what's the market value at? So you got about $4,000 or $5,000 in riskier names here. And then you get it balanced out there with Apple. HD, this one's good. I think you might be able to add to this one too, but that one's solid. XOM, IRM too. That one's a pretty one. We got a couple of more now. Let's see. I'm glad though, looking at page number 2, you definitely added to some of the good ones here. So Lowe's, again, Lowe's and HD, I guess that balances out with both of them. Microsoft, solid. Norwegian Cruise Line, I'm going to give that one a risk. Plug, I'm going to give that one a risk. Risk minus probably. Tesla, again, that one's even risky too. Coca-Cola, risky. UWMC, risky on WA, and then WBD. Did you get it free from AT&T? You might have. I think so, based on the size of it. So this one I like though because, I mean, this one small amount risk. Okay, so here's the thing. like, take a look. I don't know how much if you've lost the money on them or not, but here's one thing to keep in mind. If you have some of these R ratings, it's not that bad if it's risky. Why? Because it has to do with your balance. Like, look at this. Here's a very simple way to look at it. $500 in UWMC, $500 in Tesla, $130 in Plug, and then $300 in NCLH. That's $1,400, $1,500, give or take. Now, maybe the values have changed, but, you know, even moving forward from right now, hopefully you see it. You have $1,500 in risky names. You got $3,000 in Coca-Cola. You know what I'm saying? You got $4,000 in Microsoft. And even WBA is risky. At least you're going to get 5% a year depending on how long you've held it. So it's not too bad. And this is where I really think, you know, compared to last time, you know, we were going over the long-term reviews. And I just wanted to make sure that a lot of people were, you know, just stay away from dog shit, okay? And make sure you get quality, and it's clear that we look at anybody who has a quality portfolio, those shits do good, you know? It's just it's a solid portfolio, you know? And that's why it's like at the same time, though, like I'm telling you, we're not afraid of risk. We're not afraid of names you don't know about, and I'm not telling you to be afraid of those names, but you have to go about it wisely. And that's where it's like, if you got 99% Coca-Cola, boomer stocks, you know, names everybody know and have killed it, you could go get a little bit. And the way that you're going to mess up is by putting too much. So even though you see five R's right here for risky, 5 R's don't add up to one quality name. That's a Q. We'll give it I meant to put the Q on Coca-Cola. So you see what I'm saying? Like, and that's something you could keep in mind. That's what we talk about, 60-40, 70-30. So that's something I could get behind. I like it. I'm going to give this one, what was the first one? I need to check. The first page, you had the AbbVie, AMD. The EXPI position was big, but you're a real estate agent, so you could justify it. I'm going to give it, I think I'm going to give it an A-. A-, B+. Why? Because the environment can change everything. A- because risky names are low value in dollars. That's it. But then there's a lot of different names in there. But overall, I think even then, though, I think this could easily become an A+ portfolio. If not, it already has the makings of it. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay, we got Meta, solid name. Google, solid. Ford, but we're going to throw a risk next to it. Again, it's Ford. What's that? Palantir, risky. AbbVie, good. AT&T, it's good, but risky. What is that? New NEE, Energy, they're actually pretty solid. What is that? Nucor, I like it, but I would say risky only in the sense of, you know, I'll ask you this. Would you have bought Nucor without 2022? Or 2021. LMT, solid. Risky, UMC. Disney, solid with a little bit of risk, but borderline solid. Starbucks, solid. Unity, risky. DraftKings, risky. Gevo, super risky. ARK, be careful. Yash, that shouldn't be in the long term. And then Lyft, risky as well, too. So how many here? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 solid names. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 R's next to it. You see what I'm saying? This one isn't already. Now, here's the thing. Like I'm saying, there's 2 segments to this. I hope you guys are. This is where, you know, compared to the last time we did these long-term reviews, I hope you guys could see the real difference. Yes, risk is good, but that's what I'm saying. You have to there's 2 sides of it. There's the name itself. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, you could tell a lot just by the company it is. You should have a general broad awareness of what is valuable, what is risky, what is valuable, what is growth, right? So that's where we're giving these broad ratings. The next factor is how much market value. So that's what we got right here. And honestly, I can't read it all too much. See, but I see here, these first three, these are your biggest holdings. So it's organized based on the size. So thankfully, your riskier names have the least amount of value. So this one, I think it's a small account, which is good. You know why? Because anything on a small account that is small can easily be changed. It's easier to change and fix a small account than it is a big account. That's what a lot of people don't realize. So it's good. Again, Palantir, I think you got a decent amount. You have, again, big amount in AbiVi, AT&T a little bit. What else? LMT, a decent amount. I think you're right there in the middle. Disney, a decent amount. Starbucks, Unity. Again, I think you could add to it a lot more. And really, at face value, I'm going to give this one a C+, but you could quickly turn this one into a B+ portfolio, if not higher. So at face value, C+. But it's I think generally average. It's small. You got ways to move around it. NAOV. Nano Vibrance. See, I don't know the percentages. I'm eyeballing all of it. So I don't even know. That could change some of it, but looking at face value and how the current values stack up against, you could get a general idea of what you're seeing there. So again, I think it has a lot of potential. I think this one, that's it. Just leave the riskier names here. Add to a couple of quality ones. Maybe, this segment around here. If we get Coca-Cola dropping, you get better discounts on some of these. If we get a better discount to add AbiVi and really pick a high-quality name and add to it, it'll be fire. Okay, no more long-term emails. I don't know if I'm going to get to all of these. Holy shit. These just flooded in. So this one, I don't have the balance amount, and that would help me out a lot. And then we're coming back down. I don't know if there's news on the nanotech or whatever. So IRM, I like it, but don't forget, IRM is a risky name. So even though I love it, even though we have it in our long term, and we are up a lot on it, the problem is don't forget, when we bought IRM, that was a 12% yielding stock. Again, a lot of people didn't even know what IRM was, and it yielded a lot of money. So things changed over the years, but you never know. Things can also decelerate as well, too. And that's what you got to work out for. Google employees criticize Sundar Pichai rushed botched announcement of GPT competitor, GPT. Now the yield on IRM is like 5% or 4%, which is still high, but again, we got it at a 12% yield. So Coca-Cola, Fire, Lucid, Risky, Ultra, we know, Netflix, Solid, Neo, Risky, NVIDIA, Risky, Palantir, RKT. It's a solid name, but risky. Same category as UWMC. Starbucks, solid. Snap, you know it, but risky. Solo, risky. So you have another page, but let's calculate names, face value that are decent. Well, let's say without any risk. 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So some names we know about, but off of the first page, though, it seems to be a little bit more risk than not. So Square, you know it, a little risky. I'll give it like a risk minus, because it does have a little bit more backing. Syros, I do not like biotechs for the long term. So biotechs, you could get really, really lucky on them, and you could do great in a biotech. Like, back in the day, if you come across a long term that becomes the next Amgen, the next Abivi, or something like that, they're fire, and you can make a lot. But traditionally, I am not a fan of buying any of the, any of the biotechs for the long term. So you still got to be careful on that one. AT&T, solid but risky. Teladoc, I'm going to throw it with a risk on there. Tesla, good. Uber, still a little risky, but kind of better. And then same thing with Walgreens. And then I'm sure you got this because of AT&T, so it doesn't really count too much. But again, a lot of risk is what I'm seeing on this portfolio. So I like some of these names here. And the thing I'm assuming, again, I don't have the dollar value, so I could only rate your portfolio based on the amount of risky names versus not risky names. AT&T is risky because they suck. So it's a dividend aristocrat, and it pays a high yield, but it's just quite simple. Pull this thing out on a 20-year time period, it has not produced anything, right? So they have a high debt. They do have a great amount that they pay out. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's there, but it's not as if, like, AT&T does not have the same, like, you know, it's not just the salt. You have the name brand. That's why I give it a check. So I still give it the check mark of being, you know, this minus here. This is a positive. Maybe I should do positive. If you know the name, it has history, it has backing, but they were, I think they still are a dividend aristocrat, but the point is, that, you know, year after year, higher debt, less performance, you know, you already know pretty much how they're going to do. So SPY coming back down here on VWAP. And then we got one more page. And then here's the one thing. This is on the same person's portfolio. Right off the bat, this is a shit ton of stocks for a long term. You know what I'm saying? We could call you could make your own ETF right about now. But I think this is what you are saving now. So this kind of balances everything out now. Because why? Apple, solid. Abivi, solid. Airbnb, you know it, but risky. AG, First Majestic, is that gold? Or is that a bank? Silver, Commodities, I mean, I'll give you a check on there, but also risky. Amazon, solid. Caterpillar, solid. Coinbase, risky. Coke, solid. Costco, solid. Cody, a little risky. FCell, you know about it, but risky. Fastly, pretty sure Fastly's a risky growth name. I gotta check their 10-year. Yeah, no, it's an IPO. Risky, and then Fidelity Select Shares, I think it's an ETF. This page is a lot better. So you have all the other names, and that's where it's at. Again, less risk on this page, but again, Commodities, not the biggest fan of. Again, Airbnb is great. That's why, here's the thing, if you're going to, this is why I'd rather just have Airbnb than getting 15 other risky names. You may diversify a little bit more, but hopefully you see where I'm getting at there. This portfolio just has a ton in it. So overall it's good, but I'm going to have to give this one just sheerly off the amount of names. A lot of R's came up. This page saved it. It would have been like a C or a C minus. I'm going to give it a C plus, and it will take time. I think you could take this one up to a B or a B plus or higher, depending on, you know, what you build upon. Was that candle real? All right. I like the long-term reviews. It is there. Give me a sec. I'm checking the market. But even then, bro, some of the people that I'm seeing, dude, there's a lot of people just with a shit ton of names. So I don't know, compared to last time, a lot of you guys, like, it was a lot of just like, you know, here's the rule, I guess, no more than 12 stocks a month. NAOV still running. I don't know if we have news on that. Yeah, nothing on that. I have type Nanovi. Novi. Yeah, I don't have anything on the Novi Brinks. No Novi idea. It also depends on the bankroll. Yes and no, though, but and like I'm saying, you could get a lot of stocks. Here's the deal. It's just like saving 10%. Bro, get your solid names, get a little bit more money weighted into solid names, and then you could go buy your risk. And then you could go and start getting with small amounts in high-risk names is the way to do it. And then get the solid money in solid names and build from there. You know, that's just the best way to look at it. So eventually, I mean, you're going to be around for a long time. But like I'm saying, I hope everybody on these long terms is under the impression that, you know, when I'm looking at this, I'm assuming you are not going to sell this out for 10 years. That's why it's like, don't be so quick to buy certain things. Don't be so quick to buy the biotech. Don't be so quick to throw the IPO in your portfolio. Like, you've really, really got to make sure it's something you want, but then you want to build out the other names and let them do their things really for the most part. Where is it? Okay, man, a lot of emails now. Like, here's the deal. If you have to send me 15 screenshots, that's a lot of stocks. I'm going through some of these now because I want to go over them, but I'm like, dude, some of these is like, dude, we're talking like 20 or 30 or 40 names right here. You guys got your own S&P 50. Yeah, bonds are dumping it. Dude, 0.5% on bonds is crazy. And again, we're right back to this level. You're 5 points away from the prior flush zone. SQL on the low. No more emails. No more emails. We ran out here. Again, give me a second too. We're gonna go to a brief intermission because I try to go through a couple, but some of these are just, dude, there's so many of them. What number? I mean, I like to say you shouldn't do more than 12 stocks a year. So 12 stocks a year is a lot. And again, like I'm saying, if you do the math, if you plan to not sell anything for 10 years and you're buying 12 new stocks every year, that's one brand new name a month for the next 10 years, you are going to end up with 120 stocks. That's insane. So the idea is, like, this is why we space out our stuff. And, like, you've seen me do it. You know, even last year I did it. I spent 3 deposits on JP Morgan. I put 3 deposits on Airbnb. You know, you want to make sure that you actually build out some of these things. You see what I'm saying? And, yes, you'll get minimal gains if you are spread too thin. But, you know, I think eventually the idea would be to not have too many names when it's all said and done. But again, and guess what happens though sometimes? You buy a name and it goes bust and you're like, okay, maybe I didn't, you know, maybe I shouldn't have bought, you know, Overstock, right? I like Overstock still. Or maybe Big Commerce. That's something I could say for my portfolio. Maybe I'm like, okay, you know, maybe one deposit on Big Commerce. I don't want to buy another Big Commerce, and I'm probably not going to buy it again. That's forever going to remain in there, at least for those 10 years, right? But it's just like so you will build up names naturally because there might be some, but that's why I'm saying just using a quick, broad quality test you could have just don't make that. You can't make that mistake too many times. And that's where you got to really, really work on that. So, like, this is every single name in ours, but on both accounts, but this is doubling it up. So, like, again, this is from 2019. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, right? And then there's some names beyond. I never bought it after once. Like, literally, we put in $80 into that play on the small account, right? Overstock, we bought it once. WBD, this one was a free one right there from AT&T. Arquite, we bought it once. And then, again, I don't think on this one, I never added Coinbase to this account, actually. I guess we never, did we not? I thought we did. Interesting. So we never got Coinbase on the small. I think it was too expensive, actually. It was more than one deposit, believe it or not. I think that's why. So we got saved from that one there. I only ended up with, and then I never bought Big Commerce as well on the small one. So you could, like I'm saying, sometimes the small account, you could get around that. And then same thing on the big account, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. And that's after 3 years. So that's like 15, 18 names in 3 years, 36 months. That's like one new name every 2 months, right? Or like half of it, half the time. But even then, there is some names. Big Commerce, we're never buying again. Coinbase, I deposited twice into this one, thankfully, but not thankfully. And then Overstock, again, WBD's free. DraftKings, we got a decent amount, but hopefully you could see where I'm saying, like, you're going to wind up naturally building up names. But, like, I remember all of 2022, we did 6 names. A lot were new because we had a lot of discounts. Redfin was new last year. Meta, Netflix, JP Morgan, and that's it. And then we just added to Airbnb. So but then again, think about it. When I did decide to add stuff, we made sure we were getting a pretty epic deal on it. Damn, those covered calls on Uber went up. You can average up, but you just make sure, just don't be aggressive about it. You see what I'm saying? And just don't fuck your shit up. You know what the best example is? Cathie Wood. And I don't mean that out of shade. I genuinely think you could learn from what she did, and she would be in a much different position. Granted, it helped her, make a lot of money, but Cathie Wood, her average on Tesla, she got in early. She got in with a decent amount of size, but guess what ended up happening? As the price 10x, the 100x on her, right? She continued to buy more. So I will show you. I showed this to you not too long ago. But, like, I did an average on Abivai. Yeah, while I load up the Cathie thing, I think the best average we did was Abivai. Like, we were buying it $88, $86, $90, right? And then it was end of last year right here. So I never spent more than like $92. Again, any higher purchases were because of the drip. So actually, we never spent more than $90 per share from Abivai, right? And then what ended up happening, it was October 2021. So again, Abivai, we're buying at like $85, $86, maybe $90. That's where we were buying, right? And then it shot up to 120, and then they had that bad news, and then I was like, hey, the dividend's still good. It came down here to like 100 and some change, right? That's where I bought it right here again. That was an average down or average up, and it worked out. It is good to add to winners. That's why, but I think you should add to the winners before they go up insane. So, right, if you're having one stock and it's giving you 40% gains, 50% gains, you do want to make sure that you don't turn a bad position into, or a good position into a bad position. And a great way to do that is by averaging up into it. But the best thing you should be looking at is like you can, if you keep the deposits somewhat equal, you will be good. So I'll show you what Kathy did. Hold on. So right here, Kathy Woods was buying Tesla back in 2015, 2016, right? So now her average price is $114, which isn't a bad price, right? Again, Tesla's great, but just look at what happened a couple weeks ago. Her bulletproof position turned into something very precarious. Like, we're talking for a good 4 or 5 years, her average was very, very low. Very, very low. Again, this is just the position size. She's lowered it, but I'm pretty sure her average was around $30 or less. And you could take a look. If you took last in, first out, so the shares last in, first out, $39. If you took first in, first out, it's $237. So legitimately, she would have had a great average. We're talking $39 or lower. But based on the fact that she kept buying and, you know, she bought way more at higher prices, and that led her to dealing with that. Yeah, she has sold too, definitely. But even then, that is an interesting strategy because, and then what happened? She took all of that money, put it into other names, and I guarantee you, Tesla would have actually just made her way more money. And that's someone who, I didn't even like Tesla like that. You know what I'm saying? But it's just the reality of it because she was in very early. And even then, she increased her size really at a great time too. But she put it into a lot of other stuff there. So the simple part is you can average up, but just show heavy discretion with it. And that's the simplest thing I could tell you because that's the only way you could turn a great position into an awful position, is that it goes up and then you make more money, then you take your money and then put it into other stuff, or you're like, okay, I want to raise it. Before you know it, you know, that money adds up. It's just like averaging down. You could build a lower position. If you average up, you could end up building a higher position. White House Secretary speaking. Yeah, almost 1 year. I feel like it's been longer. Trifigura wins UK freezing order after uncovering nickel fraud. That was from yesterday. 16 minutes ago, Biden is posed to add Chinese companies tied to alleged spy balloon program to an export blacklist. Well, I feel like the Ukraine thing has been longer than a year. That's the first time in the last couple of years where I felt like time has moved slow. Do more long terms. You're going to have to give me a second here. We got to, it just sucks because a lot of them are crazy. A lot of these long, at least I have like over 120 emails right now, but a lot of them we're talking like 15 pages here. So there's some decent ones here. But I want to see what we do from here. If we pop into it, we could get into it, or if we start flushing, I want to see. Show a wild one. Some are just up a lot, or like there's just a lot of names. So it's not even like it's that wild, but I mean, if we're gonna go from a crazy, like we're just gonna go over like 100 names there. And then if I have the balances amount, it helps a lot. But again, no more emails. I have too many of them now. I just saw the late. Wait, hold on. I just saw this email. Maybe I'll look at the dude. You're 23 years old with 5 kids. That's what the email started as. How did you get 5 kids that fast? How old were you when you had your first kid? Hold on. 19, 20, 20. Dude, that means you were having 1 kid a year from 19? Dude, he's spreading. That's it. He's spreading the world, man. Spread the ummah. MashaAllah. All right. We'll go over his. So, it looks like it's a decent size one. Right off the bat, the smaller the portfolio, the easier we could do this, turn this around. Risky on AT&T, but solid. Energy Transfer, I'm assuming they've been here for 20 years. A decent amount, honestly. Again, I'm weird with energy, but I'm going to give it a check in risky. Same thing for Snap, RCL, risky. You do know the name. Coca-Cola, solid. PCG, again, is another energy provider. Yeah, it's a little bit more risky there too. McDonald's, solid. MO, a little bit of risk. So again, especially in terms of quality, you need to get an anchor. And that's what they call it. It's an anchor. A lot of these portfolios, the more names there are, the more R's that you see on here, you guys need to get an anchor in your portfolio. Do you know what an anchor is? Like, honestly, McDonald's, the problem is, though, it's one of your smallest amount of shares. But it's better to save up and get your money into anchor names than anything. That is really what you want to be going for. So that's the good part. I'm glad some of these names are even up a decent amount, but you need a solid name or two. Again, the McDonald's, the Coca-Cola, stuff like that. That is where it's going to take you a very, very long way. So let's see part 2. But again, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 R's out of like 8 names, 8 or 9. That's a lot. See, there you go. There you go. You got some Apple anchor. IRM, good, risky. Arlo, risky. Eric, risky. That shouldn't be long-term. Mavis, risky. Arquite, you know the name, but risky. Same thing with Roblo. Same thing with Robinhood. Same thing with UMC. You need more Apple. You need an Apple, the McDonald's. You're going to need a little bit more there to get things going for you. But it's not bad. But I'm going to have to give this one, again, I'm going to have to give it a C with the potential to turn it into a B, assuming, honestly, you could turn this to an A+. You know why? It's still small, and if you just start putting money into the anchors and get you some of those bigger names, you know what I'm saying? That is what's going to take care of you. That right there is what will truly, truly go crazy, you know? Yeah, 1 or 2 risky out of every 10 stocks will go along. Or, again, you could go get 10 risky names if you really want to, right? Assuming your 11th stock is more money in that stock than all of those risky names combined. Do you see what I'm saying? Because then you're 50-50. So if you put $5,000 into risky names and then go put $5,000 into an Apple, an Amazon, a Procter & Gamble, a Coca-Cola, you know what I'm saying? Abivai even, that right there will balance. That'll give you at least 50-50. You have a heavy anchor. You could go pursue your growth dreams. You could go for all the risks that you want. But it's not going to, you know, it's at least giving you the opportunity to fail and still perform. I don't know when he bought that Apple share. It's just a lot. It may be because of splits. I don't know. Or if he's holding an option on it. Pentagon down second object over Alaska. What? When was there a second object? This came after a week after fighter jet shot down Chinese spy balloon. The Pentagon downed an unidentified object over Alaska on Thursday night at the order of President Biden. The U.S. officials said it was not confirmed if the object was a balloon, but it was traveling at an altitude that made it a potential threat to civilian aircraft. Mr. Biden ordered the unidentified object down at an abundance of caution. The action comes less than a week after the U.S. fighter jet shot down a Chinese spy balloon that has traversed into the United States, according to 3 American officials. The latest breach, officials say, took place Thursday night over Alaska. One official described it as a fast-moving situation that was still developing. It's not clear if it was an object from an adversarial power or a commercial or research operation that has gone astray. The breach of American airspace on Thursday was relatively short. According to officials, one reason officials could not immediately identify why was the type of object that was involved. Pro. It's either aliens, Russia, or China. That's it. Yo, Meta's dumping a little here right now. Dude, what the hell? Bro, that's crazy. That was last night. I ain't seen no videos on TikTok of that. That's why LMT's been up in the last. LMT's been ripping. LMT, don't go down on. I don't know how the market's going to take that. Because, again, if it leads to China stuff, that's not good. Pentagon has downed object at Biden's order, New York site official has said. That's going to be interesting, honestly. I don't know. There could be a delayed reaction, but that could bring up some global tensions for the weekend or at least uncertainty. Mad weird. That's a trip. I don't know. I'm putting out a stream alert on that. Like, I don't know if this will cause an immediate market reaction, but I do think it says unidentified object. Again, there's only, Alaska's close to Russia. You have the Chinese spy balloon from last week, or it's an alien. That's just, and again, this was last night. So they just confirmed it today, right now, about an hour and a half before market close. They said they found other ones, and apparently it was in the airspace altitude that could have affected commercial traffic. And they said downed over territorial waters which are frozen. I think Kirby's talking about it now. Let's see.
And not trying to overwhelm their system with unneeded material or unneeded capability. So there's, you talked about the Bush, but there's a lot of military capability on the continent under the European commander's authority that could be used. But again, we want to make sure that we're doing this in appropriately through Turkish counterparts.
I know he's talking Russian
Visit
there.
by President Lula. Can you speak about how?
I'm going to come around. She's still asking questions. I hear you. I hear you.
Just the last question. Just the last question. Can you speak on how Brazil can be a partner in monitoring irregular migration, specifically because Brazil has been a route for Africans coming to the U.S. Through Mexico?
As I said, I would expect President Lula and President Biden to talk about.
Bro, you got Kirby and you're not asking him about this UFO.
Just this week, holding a conference of some of our neighbors.
Territorial ice.
About this call to.
Bro. Well, dude, that's crazy. So again, I don't know if we're gonna get like a market effect off of that, but just remember there was tensions after the Chinese balloon. So again, this is either like, I think if you want to be realistic, it's either Russia or another China balloon. If it's another China balloon, you're going to have more Chinese tensions. I don't think that would be good. If it's Russia, that'll be even worse in a weird way, because then tie that into Ukraine and everything else.
Was the president directly involved in ordering this? And is wreckage being recovered?
Well, okay. So I'm going to try. Remind me if I forget something.
Okay.
Yes, the president absolutely was involved in this decision. He ordered it at the recommendation of Pentagon leaders. He wanted it taken down, and they did that. They did it using fighter aircraft assigned to U.S. Northern Command. The Pentagon will have more to say about the details of this later on this afternoon. It's only just within the last hour. We're calling this an object because that's the best description we have right now. We do not know who owns it, whether it's state-owned or corporate-owned or privately owned. We just don't know. We don't know. As I said, state-owned. We don't know if it's state-owned, and we don't understand the full purpose. We don't have any information that would confirm a stated purpose for this object.
The source is New York Times, but I mean Kirby's talking about it right now.
The debris. Since it fell not only within our territorial space, but on what we believe is frozen water. So a recovery effort will be made, and we're hopeful that it'll be successful, and then we can learn a little bit more about it.
Was its appearance like the Chinese aircraft?
No, it was much smaller than the spy balloon that we took down last Saturday. The way it was described to me was roughly the size of a small car, as opposed to a payload that was like 2 or 3 buses size, right? So much smaller, and not of the same, no significant payload, if you will.
And lastly, is it now the policy of the United States that if unidentified aircraft are over U.S. territory, that it is likely the president will choose to shoot it down?
The president will always act in the best interest of our national security and in the safety and security of the American people.
Jackie, we're going to get you guys.
John, so the Pentagon ordered this new object be taken down over Alaska.
The president ordered it.
President ordered it. So is it a fair takeaway then that the Pentagon regrets not taking down the first balloon before it crossed the entire U.S.?
Well, I'm not going to speak for the Pentagon. I can tell you that the president doesn't regret the way that we handled the first balloon. That time first of all,
spies ripping, maybe defense names will run.
As I said,
Domino's.
This was size of a small
Domino's
car, and it was
pizza
over,
delivery drone. Domino's
very
is popping.
sparsely populated area, but also more critically,
I don't know why it's not loading.
It was over water space when we ordered this down, as we did the last one, but completely different size. And the debris field for this we expect to be much smaller than would have been for the other one. That's difference one. Difference two. We knew for a fact that the PRC balloon that we shot down last week was in fact a surveillance asset and capable of surveillance over sensitive military sites, and that it had self-propulsion and maneuver capabilities. There's no indication that this one did. The other one, the first one, was able to maneuver and loiter, slow down, speed up. It was very purposeful, that flight path inside the jet stream.
That would suggest that maybe
And
it out over Alaska too, though.
Well, look, the Pentagon's already spoken to this question about whether or not they should have or could have shot it down over Alaska airspace. I would refer you to, there was 2 hours and hours of testimony yesterday on that.
On the communications, though, we still don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, we don't know what intelligence or communications could have been collected or what devices they were targeting, as I understand it. So that being said, how can the president say it was not a major breach if we don't know that?
What we do know is
if it's Russia, this is fucked.
Basic flight path of this thing, and we were able to take steps at sensitive military sites that we believed would be along the flight path to significantly curtail any intelligence ability that the Chinese could get from the balloon. Certainly curtail anything that would be above and beyond what they normally try to collect through other means.
They're going back and forth between the China balloon and this one.
Thanks, John. Was this latest object that was shot down within the last hour, was that detected based upon any information gleaned from the monitoring of the last balloon over last week, in terms of what you learned about that Chinese program that informed the decision to shoot this item down?
I think I'd be careful saying that anything specific to what we've learned from that last platform, and we were able to collect some information from it while it was in flight. That was another reason why we let it traverse over land the way it did. But I would be I would not say that information gleaned from our surveillance of that surveillance balloon provided insights that permitted this detection and track.
And as of this moment, are you convinced that you shot down, do you know what you shot down, that it wasn't just, a harmless weather balloon? That there was some motivation flying this over U.S. airspace, or is it truly?
I think we're going to try to learn more. I can tell you it was an object. It was at 40,000 feet.
The headline's hitting a lot more places now.
The predominant
this
concern
news is
by the
going
president
around.
was a safety of flight issue at that altitude. Remember the one that we shot down last Saturday? It was at 65,000+ feet. So no threat to civilian aircraft. This one at 40,000 feet could have posed a threat to civilian aircraft, and it did not appear to have the maneuverable capability that the other one did. So, virtually at the whim of the wind.
Thank you, Corinne. So thank you, Purvi. So to follow up on what you just said about civilian aircraft, is that what you meant initially when you said there was a reasonable threat to shoot it down?
Yes, my exact words were reasonable threat to the safety of civilian flight.
Okay, and given
we don't know
what
if
you
it was a
said
balloon
earlier about intent with regard to the Chinese spy balloon.
We'll recap, but let's keep listening to this. This is insane. On Watch If the Market Does Anything.
The balloon accidentally veered off course and ended up where it did.
You're talking about the one from last week? Yeah. Say that again. Was it?
Does the U.S. give any credence to the Chinese argument that this thing accidentally veered off course and ended up where it did?
No.
So, was it targeting specific places? Was it targeting military sites?
What we know is that the flight path it executed took it over sensitive military sites. What we also know is that it could maneuver, that it had propulsion capability and steerage capability, and could slow down, speed up, and that it was on a path to transit over sensitive military sites.
Thank you.
Thanks, Admiral Kirby. On the latest object, you said it did not appear to have the maneuverability capabilities that the Chinese spy balloon have. Did it have any maneuverability, or was it flying on its own?
At this time, all I can tell you is it did not appear to have the ability to independently maneuver. We'll attempt recovery, and we'll see what we can learn more from.
And then just one more on the Chinese spy balloon. We're reporting that the U.S. is about to impose export controls on Chinese companies that are believed to have been involved in that balloon surveillance program. Can you confirm that and say when the administration might impose those export controls?
I'm not in a position to confirm those reports right now, and I'd refer you to the Department of Treasury.
Thank you, Admiral. I believe you said this was shot down, or at least it landed in the waters or the frozen waters off the coast of Alaska, correct?
That is our initial assessment.
So is the policy still, considering the first one was shot down off the East Coast and this high altitude object was shot down off the West Coast, is the policy at this point in time you could shoot it down if it's over a body of water?
I wouldn't derive from these two incidents some sort of policy that comes out of it. The president will always act in the best interest of the American people and international security. Last week, we were talking about a surveillance asset that was purposely flown over the continental United States. In the case today, we're talking about an object. Again, we don't know a lot about it, but that at its altitude represented a potential threat to the safety of flying customers, civil air traffic.
Based on your broad and deep experience, who do you think might own or have flown this thing in the air?
I have no idea.
Who do you think? We don't know who owns it, who's flown it, but has anyone from the administration reached out to the Chinese to see whether they will claim this new object?
I know of no outreach this afternoon to the Chinese government.
Like, we shot shit we don't know about, and we don't know anything else.
Last 2 days, losing track of days, but since the first spy balloon confirmed that they think that these Chinese spy balloons have gone over 40 countries. Considering that fact and this new development today, what's next on a larger diplomatic front? The U.S. talking with allies about how to police the skies, about how to bring this to the UN to figure out what to do?
We are talking to dozens of nations who we know have been overflown by Chinese surveillance balloons, part of this program that the Chinese have invested in, to share with them the context and information that we've learned by the forensics we've done since we came in office about this particular program. And I would remind you that we briefed Congress in a classified setting back in August about this. This is not something we haven't been trying to learn more about. We've been aware of it and trying to glean more information from it. And this, we expect that the recovery of the debris from the balloon we shot down on last Saturday, will help us gain even more information. But we are in the active conversations with many of these countries who we know have been overflown.
Yeah, where specifically in Alaska was the high altitude object shot down?
So the Pentagon will be talking more about this a little bit later. They'll probably have more detail for you. But the general area would be just off the very, very northeastern part of Alaska, right near the Alaska-Canada border.
So near the Arctic Ocean?
Well, yeah, in fact, that's where it went down on that northern side of Alaska, near the Canadian border, on water that is frozen in the yes.
In the never over land.
No, it was. It was.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it was shot down within the last hour. When did the U.S. first get intelligence that it existed?
The knowledge about the balloon and the track first came to our attention last evening.
Okay. What time thereabouts?
I don't have an exact time on the clock for you. It was last evening.
Well, have you ruled out, or not ruled out, but you have not determined that it was surveillance in nature, correct?
We haven't ruled anything in or out.
Dude,
that's why we're calling this thing an object.
Yeah, what the fuck you mean an object?
You misspoke there.
I'm sorry. It's not a, yes, I'm sorry. You guys have...
You can't say it's a balloon either.
You guys have me with balloon on the brain right now. This was an object. Let me just clarify, I'm not classifying it as a balloon right now. It's an object. We're still trying to learn more from it. That it landed on water that is frozen could help us assist, make it easier for us to try to recover some of the debris.
What would you describe what you found beyond object?
Possibilities for that are.
You said you
flying
had no knowledge
object.
of the outreach to the Chinese yet from the administration. Are there plans to reach out and ask whether they...
I know of no plans to reach out to the Chinese specifically on this. I want to stress again, we don't know what entity owns this object.
Landed
There's no
on water
indication
that is
it's
frozen.
from a nation or an institution or an individual. We just don't know.
Foreign entity.
We just don't know.
We don't know who
know.
owns this object.
I'm going to buy one share of LMT every time he says, I don't know.
I'm not aware of any other tracks.
And then also, I know that you said that this was due to a civilian aircraft threat, but why not wait till it's over warmer water where you could more easily recover
It
the
wasn't
materials?
heading over warmer water. It was heading over the Arctic. It's not very warm.
Thank you, Karine, and thank you, Admiral. One question on today's incident and then one on a separate subject, if I may. Given how little was known about this object at the time that our forces shot it down, is it safe to say that when the president ordered that it be shot down, he did not know whether it was a manned or unmanned object?
We were able to get some fighter aircraft up and around it before the order to shoot it down, and the pilot's assessment was that this was not manned.
On a different subject, after the State of the Union address, minutes after he finished
No one cares
delivering
about the State of the Union
address, President Biden encountered in the halls of the Capitol,
Big tech kind of
Brittany
coming down.
Alconis, the wife of
Even
your
travel's coming
Navy
down, too.
comrade, Ridge Alconis, who, as you know, remains imprisoned in Japan. And the president told Mrs. Alconis, we're going to get this done. I wonder if you can tell us if the Alconis case figured in the conversation that the president had with the Japanese prime minister when he visited here last month, and if you can flesh out the president's promise to Mrs. Alconis. I know generally you don't like to say a whole lot about these kinds of efforts, but what can you tell us about what's being done on behalf of Lieutenant Alconis?
I would go back to what I said to you last time, James. I mean, the president's well aware of this case. And he's well aware of what the family's going through. He's also well aware of concerns by the Japanese government with respect to their judicial system. And he's got the team working on this. I'm not going to disclose personal conversations that the president had either with Mrs. Alconis or with Prime Minister Kishida. But he's well aware of it, he's tracking it, and so is the national security team.
Thank you, Karine. Admiral, over here. I wanted to ask you two questions.
I need to watch for her hands.
One on the shoot down that you just described, and the other one on Ukraine. On the incident that happened in the past hour, I wanted to know: is there any line of communication?
It didn't happen last hour. It happened last night.
Ongoing over the course of the past 2 weeks on the diplomatic side of things. I know that the Defense Secretary says that his call to his counterpart was not returned from China.
That big
But
volume
on
on
the
Apple?
diplomatic side of things, are there lines of communication between the U.S. and China right now?
Well, certainly. Look, we have an embassy in Beijing. Diplomatic discussions routinely happen with Beijing. So, of course, the diplomatic channels remain open. Sadly, the military ones do not appear to be open right now. Secretary Austin made a good faith effort to reach out to his counterpart and was rebuffed. And that's unfortunate, particularly when at times like this you want to keep as open as you can. The lines of
Netflix
communication.
dying.
The president's committed to that.
And then on Ukraine, President Zelensky was in the UK earlier this week, and he received a promise from the UK government that the UK would train Ukrainian pilots on NATO standard jet fighters. Can you tell me if you think that's a good idea? Is that something that the U.S. is considering in terms of training Ukrainian pilots on NATO aircraft as well?
Well, if they're going to get Western aircraft, then they're going to need to be trained on them.
Does that mean that will happen? They'll get Western aircraft?
That would be up to the nations that may be willing to provide aircraft.
What was the object?
I've said it before.
I don't know.
Probably tired of me hearing me say it, but these are all sovereign decisions. And if a NATO nation or even a non-NATO nation wants to provide capabilities like fighter aircraft to Ukraine, that's certainly their decision to make. And one would assume that if you're going to introduce a system into a military that they have no experience with, that there's going to have to be some training that goes along with that. We're doing it right now. Fort Sill, Oklahoma, we've got Ukrainian soldiers learning how to use a Patriot battery. And outside of Ukraine, we're helping train them on combined arms maneuver. So it's not unusual to do that if an advanced capability is provided, but that's going to be a national decision.
Thank you, Admiral. Thank you, Corinne. Isn't there a concern that these objects, that the object and the balloon were both discovered when they're already flying over U.S. airspace? Shouldn't they be detected before they enter the U.S.?
I think we're going to continue to learn a lot about how these things are or can be detected in a better way. You heard the Northcom commander talk about certain gaps that he felt he had in his domain awareness. So from this incident last week, we'll certainly learn about the capabilities of that surveillance asset, but we also expect to learn more about our own processes and our own systems for detection and tracking. I don't want to get into exactly how this one was detected, but I can assure you that that we're going to continue to try to improve our own knowledge base with respect to these systems.
Just one more quick question on the object. Can you say anything about the proximity of it and its flight path to the sensitive oil fields near Prudhoe Bay? And was there any threat at all at any point to that equipment in that region of Alaska?
I'd refer you to the Pentagon for more detail about the track. Again, this just all happened within the last hour, so I don't know what the proximity was to oil fields. And your second question was?
One more of LMT. That was the first I don't know in a while.
Well, again, I mean, we just don't know what this object was.
Two.
We don't. It'd be difficult for me to point to a threat or a specific concern, such as oil fields, when we don't really understand what this object was doing.
Three. And then I just have one more quick question on the Russian, completely different topic. The Russians have said they're going to cut oil output now. What is the U.S. response to that? And will you reach out to OPEC to ask them to sort of compensate the difference so that the price of oil doesn't escalate at a time when you're just starting to see inflation?
Once again, Mr. Putin's willing to weaponize energy. This move, if it proves to be true, it doesn't come as a big surprise as a reaction to the price cap, and it just shows you the lengths to which he's willing to use resources like energy as a weapon. What the United States will do, have done, continue to do, is work with allies and partners to make sure we can better balance supply and demand and try to meet that need. It's important. We still believe that Mr. Putin not be allowed to profiteer in an inappropriate way off of the oil he puts on the market so that he can then fund his military in the field. I don't have any diplomatic outreach to speak to today. We're going to continue to talk to allies and partners. Certainly OPEC falls in that category, but I don't have any specific conversations to talk about.
Thank you, Carolina. Thank you, John. I have two questions. China is claiming ownership of the balloon, and China said that they will take legal actions. Will you send the balloon back to China?
There are no plans to send
why would we give the fucking balloon back?
We're recovering back to China. We're going to pull it up off the bottom of the ocean.
I'm glad you have the video.
About this capability.
You just looked at her like, what the fuck are you saying? Why would I be giving the balloon back?
Factory in Russia, and North Korea is receiving military drone from Russia. How do you view armed cooperation between North Korea, Iran, and Russia?
I can't confirm those specific reports, Jenny, but I was up here not long ago talking about the burgeoning defense relationship between Iran and Russia,
popping
which is
a little
not
bit.
only
Again,
not
defense
good
will
for
lift
the
up
people
the
of
spy.
Ukraine, it's not good for the people of the Middle East, because it'll flow both ways, and Russian capabilities could very well end up in Iranian hands. And I would say the same about North Korea. We know, I got up here and showed you pictures, we know that they're providing ammunition to Russia, artillery ammunition specifically. And again, that's not only not good for the people of Ukraine, it's not good for the Korean Peninsula and the region there, that Russia and North Korea could be, again, developing a deeper defense relationship.
You're moving up.
More on the, you said it was discovered last night. Was it flying consistently at an altitude of roughly 40,000 feet that entire time?
Roughly, yes.
Were there any sightings that you're aware of by airmen, civilian aircraft operators? No. And can you, just to nail it down, can you tell us when the president gave the order to shoot it down?
Gave the order to shoot it down this morning.
but you saw it last night.
Again, just keep following up on the same topic. The speed with which you guys, with which the president apparently decided to shoot it down, having just discovered the first intelligence of it last night, and by the morning he's saying shoot it down. Was there something specific, more specific about the threat than just generally being in the airspace at which, the height at which?
The predominant reason driving the president's decision was the safety of flight issue.
No, I understand it was, but there had, I mean, that's a really big area up there. It's not all that many planes. It's not like it was in the middle of the Northeast corridor or something. Is there no way in which you guys could have said, hey, airplanes, like, steer clear of this area until we know better what this thing is, because we're, I mean, in other words, was there some
we're American.
The president wasn't willing to take that kind of a risk in time.
We're not going to fuck around with that. What if it's a fucking, I don't know what the fuck it is. Fuck that. Take it down right now. Fuck
and
that.
Therefore, at the mercy of prevailing winds, it was
America.
Much less predictable.
Come on, I mean it, seriously.
And,
it's not hyperbole.
So the president just wasn't willing to take that
not willing
risk.
to do shit. Fuck that.
Thank you. You mentioned that there were fighter aircraft who were able to determine that it likely was not manned. Were those fighter aircraft able to determine anything else about it from up close that they wouldn't be able to find out otherwise?
They worked really hard to try to get as much information as they could about this object. Given its size, which was much smaller, and the capabilities on the fighter aircraft themselves, the speed at which they were flying, it was difficult for the pilots to glean a whole lot of information. Not like we were able to glean off the balloon.
The balloon.
The balloon.
Gigantic and would move at 1 mile an hour.
And we also had, several days to track that. So there was a limit to how much they could divine. Also, it was detected at night, and so the first engagement by fighter aircraft late last night was, again, difficult for them. It was a small object, and these are fighter aircraft flying at pretty high speed, and the ability to glean a lot of information was limited, which is why they did another flight earlier this morning to see if we could get more. I mean, they did the best they could, but again, the speed and the
try to get more information in the boarding
well
and ended up shooting
the
it
size
down.
Of the object made it a little bit more difficult.
Just to confirm, there was a flight last night to
There
do
was
some
yes.
surveillance.
That's
it was last
right.
night.
There was at least two that I know of. Again, the Pentagon will probably have more detail, but at least two. There was last night, a couple of fighter aircraft surveilled it, tried to glean as much information as we could about what it was, so we had a sense. And then another such flight today, and of course that flight ended up, in a shoot down.
Sorry, just one more question.
We're running out of time.
From the White House podium, do you have a message for whoever is responsible for this aircraft or anyone who may have similar aircraft about what the White House is watching?
I'd rather than sending some sort of message in that way, I would just.
It was about to really feel like a movie right there. He was
we're
like,
going to remain vigilant about our airspace. We're going to remain vigilant about the skies over the United States. And as I said
I wanted
earlier,
him to turn into Harrison Ford.
The president
like, whoever's
takes
out there.
his obligations to protect our national security interests
Sending
and those
your objects.
and the safety and security of the
We will
American
fight
people
back.
is paramount. And he's always going to decide and act in a way that is commensurate with that duty. That's the real takeaway.
We're coming for you.
Did the U.S. ask Brazil to block Iranian warships from docking in Rio, and if so,
I don't
why?
see news on
We did not
CETX.
ask the Brazilians to block that. Those ships
It
are
just regained
sanctioned
NASDAQ compliance, so be careful.
ships specifically, and we don't want to see them dock anywhere in this hemisphere. And we've been very clear about that. But there was no specific ask made of Brazil. That's a sovereign decision that President Lula has to make.
I wanted to follow up on a question I asked you in September. In light of the Chinese spy balloon incident, does this administration consider Chinese land purchases near U.S. military bases a national security threat?
We are always concerned about potential foreign collection near or around our military sites. And you're right, last week is a good example of that. We take that seriously, whether that's terrestrial related or whether it's
terrestrial
from the air. And I think I'll just leave it at that.
Would you be working perhaps with Congress to put in place legislation to prevent?
You're getting up near the
We
4080.
are always willing to work with Congress to address our national security interests and
4088
threats as best we can.
Terrestrial means land, dickheads.
Thank you, Craig. Admiral, just real quick, is there a timeline for recovery of this object?
You'd have to talk to the Pentagon. I don't know. Again, guys, this just happened within the last hour and a half.
One more LMT.
And they're still assessing where this thing landed and the degree to which they can get to it.
And on the Poland visit, I know in the statement that you
Fidelity's
put out,
popping,
says
yeah.
that the president is going to meet with leaders of the eastern flank NATO countries. Are any other European leaders, NATO leaders expected to join the president on this trip?
We're still putting the agenda together. The predominant reason to meet with them, the Bucharest Nine, as you call it, is to really talk to those nations who are literally on the eastern flank of the NATO alliance. But I can't rule in or rule out that there may be additional attendees or additional meetings that the president might have.
Thank you very much. Hello, John. Over here.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Back to Lula, if you can remember him. Is there going to be any commitment to the Amazon fund by the United States during this visit?
I think let's have the visit occur here shortly, and we'll provide you a readout. I don't have anything specific on that.
Thank you. So, John, the U.S. Special Presidential Coordinator for Global and Infrastructure Energy is in Angola. So he met with President Lorenzo. Can you elaborate a little more on this visit?
I don't have any information on that. We'll take the question and see if we can get you a better answer.
Just a quick one on the timeline. Was the president briefed on the object last night when the track first came to the administration's attention?
He was. He was as soon as the Pentagon had enough information to provide him, they did that.
Last question.
Ukraine.
Sam.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, John. As far as Russia's war against Ukraine is concerned, 1 year now, does President believe that when Prime Minister Modi of India told President Putin to stop the war, and this is not the way that this time that war should go like this, and you think there is still time for Prime Minister Modi to stop the war or convince President Putin?
I think there's still time for Mr. Putin to stop the war. I think there's still time for Mr. Putin to stop the war.
Prime Minister Modi can convince?
I'll let the Prime Minister speak to whatever efforts he's willing to undertake. I want to stress it again, Goyle. I mean, certainly the United States would welcome any effort that could lead to an end of hostilities in Ukraine that are in keeping with President Zelensky's objectives and his leadership, his determination of what is acceptable to the Ukrainian people. Nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. So President Biden has said this, gosh, dozens of times. We think this war could end today, it should end today. The single person responsible for what the Ukrainian people are going through is Vladimir Putin, and he could stop it right now. Instead, he's firing cruise missiles into energy and power infrastructure and trying to knock out the lights and knock out the heat so the Ukrainian people suffer even more than they already have. He could end it right now. And since he's not willing to do that, clearly, we've got to make sure we can help the Ukrainians succeed on the battlefield so that when President Zelensky determines it's time to negotiate, and he's the only one that can make that determination, he can do it with the strongest hand possible.
Finally, sir, 1.4 billion people in India are waiting for President Biden to welcome. When is the next trip?
I don't have any travel, other than the travel that Karine talked to today, I don't have any travel to announce. Thanks, guys. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks, Admiral. Okay.
We're not going to listen to you.
Now for the boring.
Okay. So that was crazy, Chad. Again, here's the quick recap. The last night, this is all confirmed by the Pentagon. They encountered an unidentified object. They're saying it's not a balloon. It was smaller than a balloon. It was moving at a fast pace, and it was in the altitude of commercial aircraft, and that is the primary reason why they shot it down. It was over Alaska. United States fighter jet shot it down, and they still don't know what it is. Maybe you're curious. It did land on frozen water, And that's it. And they just answered questions. A lot of they don't know. They don't know who it is. Nobody's claimed it. They said they don't know if it's state-sponsored. They don't know if it's commercial. They don't know if it's research or anything. Yes, it landed on frozen water. They shot it down this morning after encountering it last night. And again, it happened right around here. The market dropped and popped, and now we're higher. I don't think the market will react on it till tomorrow, but that's pretty wild. Yes, I bought one share of LMT every time he said he did not know. We wound up with 4 more shares of LMT, so that was great, but very interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah, man. But that's it so far. I mean, pretty wild. Again, another object flew over America. They shot it down, and it's not a balloon. They don't know if it's China, and that's it. That's so far. I mean, I guess we're going to learn more because they don't know. Where is it? I'm trying to see. I don't think Bloomberg has really gone over it. That was crazy. Okay, well, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you, and I will BRB. I will BRB.
Back to the broader market, and you kind of wonder if investors there like what they see. We got the University of Michigan sentiment numbers, and specifically one particular number that Dan Curtis, one of our producers, is honing in on, and that's actually the value of stock ownership that these folks have. We had actually seen that number spike in the most recent prints, but that came down pretty hard in the latest print. And remember, this is primarily retail investors we're talking about. So some retail investors appear to have maybe sort of, I guess, moved to the sidelines. This is backward-looking data, we should point out, so things could certainly have changed over the last couple of weeks. But it gives you a sense here of just some of the oscillations we've been seeing on the retail side as well, Carol.
Well, I think everybody's trying to make sense of, kind of the way forward. And our David Weston caught up with former U.S. Treasury Secretary Larry Summers. And
what do you have to say?
He has a warning for investors about not being too complacent when it comes to inflationary concerns and what the Fed needs to do. Here's what he had to say.
I think the Fed understands that it doesn't understand because no one can know the future with confidence. And I think that the Fed is determined to do what's necessary. That's certainly what I hope is the case in a substantially uncertain environment. I think the consensus has become substantially too complacent about inflation.
And of course, that's former U.S. Treasury Secretary Larry Summers catching up with David Weston earlier. But I mean, this is the predicament, although I would argue that to some extent the Treasury market is starting to catch up with this concern that maybe inflation stays higher for longer or that rates will stay higher for longer.
It feels like there's this realization that the path to 2% is going to be pretty bumpy. I mean, we just heard from Larry Summers. There was also a note in my inbox from Torsten Slock of Apollo earlier today saying that there's a risk inflation is sticky at 4% to 6%. It could reaccelerate. So even though we've seen this pretty steady crank lower over the past 6 months, there's no reason to think that that necessarily will be the path to 2%.
On the reacceleration front, though, and Scarlett, I mean, jump in here, because I'm curious as to what sort of shakes the market up when we get that CPI report next week, right? So everyone's expecting maybe potentially we could see but if it's like, a tenth of a percentage point, is that really going to be enough, or does it have to be something meaningful, like we're back up at 7% or something?
I mean, there's going to be the knee-jerk reaction to a worse than expected number, hotter than expected number, no matter what, before people then go back in and look through the details. One thing that's interesting, of course, is that the CPI basket is going to be reweighted, and so you're going to have housing, shelter make up a bigger weighting, which is interesting in light of the fact that the Fed is trying to strip out things like housing and
because I'm about to say, how does that help, Scarlett? I mean,
it confuses the picture. It muddles the picture.
So maybe we'll see a bigger knee jerk off of that. I do want to point out we did get some eco data this morning.
Man, do you guys realize last Friday we were just joking about the Chinese balloon? And now this Friday there's a, I don't know, object in the sky that they shot down. Oh, Midwest finest realized what a great time to return. Look at that. Horn, unidentified horn. Hey, man, good morning, good evening, good night. I don't know, man. Wow. ALB, Baba's on the low. Maybe people getting worried about China. A lot of China names are dumping there, but so is Meta and some other tech. I think defense and oil are keeping the S&P up, but NASDAQ's down 3/4. Thank you. Another closing in the books. That's what I'm talking about. Amen. American Airjet taxied across runway without clearance. Dude, I don't know, man. What's happening? Yeah, there's a JFK runway incident. Dude, I don't like all these flying objects, man. I don't like this shit. You know what I'm saying? On spy puts for CPI news, I mean, again, the thing that's relevant today, I mean, it seems like those auto prices and gasoline prices may be a surprising factor. So unless they update, more economists update the month-over-month expectation, I do think the month-over-month may come in hot, and it's already expected to come in at around 0.5. So other than that, I don't know. And even then, whether it's high or low, I think the market may give a confusing reaction. Taxiing across runway without clearance is a very serious offense. It really is. That's just dude. Am I the only one tripping on this unknown object? Is this, I don't know, because like everyone's like, oh, it's just a government thing. Why did they tell us? They didn't even have to tell us. Like, why? I wish you didn't tell me. Like, you didn't even have to tell anybody. They could have shot it down. There was no TikTok videos. Like what is this? Like what? Like what? I'm confused. It's a psyop to make me believe in aliens? That's it? That's what you want me to believe in aliens so we could come together? This is crazy. It's fear-mongering, but what are you going to make me... Are you going to tell me to go inside because there's an unidentified object that you shot down? Probably some kid's drone at 40,000 feet. And they needed an F-22 Raptor for it. They're like, yeah, we got an unidentified DJI in here. Uh-huh. Yeah, I think it has a six propellers on it. Yeah, get the F-22. Copy. Yeah, in Alaska, I don't even think they have drones in Alaska. I think they just got electricity. I'm just kidding. It's not Ohio. But either way, that shit's wild. Mm-hmm. Enemy UAV inbound. We'll get him again next time. They said it couldn't maneuver. I mean, they said it had no propulsion capability. I think it's either Russia or China or alien. I mean, again, all of those are crazy ones. Crazy things. But that's a weird one. Again, looks like the market kind of brushed it off, but I think you got a little bit of event risk coming into to the weekend. American crew has declined to be interviewed NTSB about the taxiing on the runway. They said, we don't want to talk about it. Pentagon shot down object over United States. U.S. officials say. Again, it's coming around right now, all the news on this. Or there was an object, and, I guess maybe. They were like, well, yeah, now another object came and we shot it down within 12 hours. You see, we don't play around. We just wanted to be safe with the other balloon. That could make sense. And then they get to hook up LMT stock. Okay, I see where you're getting at. How do you think the market would react if we found aliens? I think we would go down a little bit and then we would rock it up as Wall Street begins to price in the future profitability of outside natural resources. It'll kind of turn into like AI hype. They're like, you thought ChatGPT was great? Imagine ET. And then boom, ET comes and then be like, now with access to new transportation, Tesla would go down. Tesla would definitely go down because then the market share would be in, unknown extraterrestrials. And then people would have to price that in. And then, a lot of moon rocks and other things that you could acquire, man, it would shoot up. And then people would be like, oh, man, we're going to have energy, this and that. You'd be up 15, 20%. You'd hit all-time highs real quick. Mm-hmm. They don't have any ETFs for that. Airbnb would do good. I definitely think Airbnb would get into that game. Airbnb, well, again, they don't got hotels in space. I bet you one alien out there is down to rent out his crib or his spaceship. You'd be like, I got an extra room. I don't use it. He's like, dude, I could get. He's like, yo, they're paying me pieces of paper to stay up here. I mean, that's fine. See, y'all underestimating what Airbnb could do. It's a great logic. Extra room, extra income. Why not? Why not? Man. Okay, how do you guys feel about this, man? Almost 7 hours of doing absolutely nothing. We have 45 minutes left. You're right above VWAP. You're within the first couple of minutes, and sadly, you are within the exact range that you moved within the last 15 minutes of close. Yeah, the bonds are getting bullied. That's it. Again, everyone's kind of digesting this higher for longer. I think the stocks are going to do it. Pentagon spokesman Brigadier General Pat Ryder briefs. Can I get that one? I don't have it there, but Pentagon is speaking live now. I think this is him.
For a bilateral meeting here in the Pentagon today, the Secretary expressed his thanks and appreciation to Minister Anand for the cooperation rendered by Canada in tracking the PRC high-altitude surveillance balloon that violated the sovereignty of both of our countries. During the meeting, both leaders reaffirmed the close defense relationship between the United States and Canada, and a readout will be available later today on defense.gov. And with that, I will take your questions. We'll start with Associated Press, Tara Kopp.
Hi, thank you for doing this. A couple of questions on this latest shoot down. First, what type of U.S. fighter aircraft were used, and what type of munition did they fire? And do you already have Navy assets or Coast Guard assets involved in a recovery process? And then I have a few more.
Thanks, Tara. So the aircraft that took down the object was an F-22. Flying out of Joint Base Elmendorf in Alaska. It employed an AIM-9X to take down the object. In terms of assets that are currently involved, in terms of recovery, we have C-130, HH-60, and CH-47 aircraft participating in that recovery effort.
Okay. You mentioned there was a reasonable threat. Was there also a threat to potentially this object detecting some of our more sensitive radar capabilities that are based in Alaska? And then what hasn't been said is where this object has come from. Is there any indication that this was also a Chinese surveillance balloon object, whatever it is?
Yeah, so at this point, we don't know the origin of the object. Again, we will know more once we're able to potentially recover some of those materials. But the primary concern, again, was the potential hazard to civil flight. And so, again, we'll know more later. Thank you.
No perceived threat to any of the radar installations that we have based in Alaska?
Again, right now, we'll know more once we assess it. We'll just leave it at that. Thank you. Liz.
Thanks for taking my question. What made this threatening enough to shoot down? What is different about this object than the last object that was over Alaska? Because it was chosen not to shoot the last one down over Alaska.
Yeah, so the important thing to understand here is anytime we detect anything, we're going to, first of all, observe it and then make a decision and take appropriate action. So you have to look at each individual case on its own merits. In this particular case, given the fact that it was operating at an altitude that posed a reasonable threat to civilian air traffic, the determination was made and the president gave the order to take it down.
Was there a specific threat, a specific civilian air traffic incident that could have happened?
Again, as you well know, civilian aircraft operate, at a variety of ranges up to 40 to 45,000 feet. So again, there was a reasonable concern that this could present a threat to or a potential hazard to civilian air traffic. So let me.
Question.
Yep.
Has Secretary Austin reached out to his Chinese counterpart or any other counterparts at all since this has been tracked?
Since this particular object, no. Let me go here, and then I'll come over to Oren.
Things from the previous balloon have been recovered. What additional information you have now about the capabilities of that balloon?
Yeah, so we're continuing to assess that. Again, I'm not able to go into more detail other than, in addition to learning a lot about the balloon and the capabilities that it has while
a real
it was
educational
over the
experience.
continental United States, we have identified or located a significant amount of debris on the ocean floor that will be very beneficial to us learning more about it. But at this point in time, I'm not going to have more details.
Manufacturing label on these equipments or the balloons indicate that they're all manufactured in China, sourced from China?
Again, I'm not going to have details to provide it at this point in time.
Also say that 39 other countries have indicated they have seen balloons in their territories. Are you sharing those information from the Pentagon to these countries, or the capabilities, how you shot them down?
So in terms of what we're learning about these balloons, I know the State Department has talked to this in terms of our international outreach. Certainly, the Department of Defense plays a role in those relationships, and so we will continue to work with our allies and partners to share information along with our State Department colleagues. Let me go to Oren.
Two questions. First, did this object show any signs of maneuverability or propulsion?
Guy lifts.
And then you and other Pentagon officials made a big deal about how much intelligence was gathered by letting the other one float across much of the United States, and yet you shot this one down before it entered the United States. Is that the Pentagon bowing to political pressure? Was there nothing to gain from this one?
Yeah, so again, we're going to judge each of these on its merits. No indication at this time that it was maneuverable, but again, we'll know more. And in terms of entering the United States, it did enter U.S. airspace, and we took it down.
Did you gain intelligence from this one as you did from the previous one?
We're going to recover what we can from this, and more to follow.
And was the decision to shoot it down before it entered too far into the U.S. airspace, the Pentagon bowing to political pressure from the Hill?
Look, again, we're going to judge each of these objects on its own merits. It entered into U.S. airspace on February 9th. We sent up aircraft to assess what it was. The decision was made that it posed a reasonable threat to civilian air traffic. The president gave the order to take it down, and we took it down. Thank you, Laura. And then I'll go to Dan.
Can you? Oh, thanks. Sorry. Thanks for taking my question. So a couple questions. First of all, has anything like this happened before with an object this size, this shape, in this particular height for the 40,000 foot range? Has it happened before? And then second of all, can you say more about why you knew that last balloon
This is not
or
ASMR.
object was
Calm
from China,
down,
whereas
Chad.
this one you don't know?
Calm down.
So in terms of this particular object, again, as I highlighted, we don't know where it's from. It posed a reasonable threat to civilian air traffic, and so the determination was made to take it down. In terms of the other balloon, as I mentioned in our previous briefing, we have learned a lot about the Chinese surveillance high-altitude balloon program. We've gathered a lot of information over the last couple of years, and so we were able to, based on that information, detect at a very early stage. As it approached U.S. airspace, we had a good understanding of what it was. As I mentioned, we were able to monitor that closely, track it while it went over the continental United States, learn a lot about it, and take it down at the appropriate time.
So would you urge us to put this in a different bucket than that, or should we?
Yeah, I think I was pretty clear. This was traveling at about 40,000 feet, which posed a reasonable threat to civilian air traffic, and the decision was made to take it down. So, Dan.
This is the second Friday without a Friday pump. We did the same thing
when
last
the
Friday
pilot,
on non-farm
when the
fuel.
pilots approached it, and they determined, I understand, that it was not manned. How did they determine that? And at that point, wouldn't it be possible to at least describe what they were looking at? Did it resemble a balloon or an airplane or what?
Again, we'll know more and have more information once we've recovered this.
Is it a hexagon,
we'll give credit to
a
our pilots
rectangle, a
that
cylinder?
they're very capable in terms of looking at an object, assessing whether or not this had the
give me a
potential
shape.
to be manned at that altitude, something that small. Very, very unlikely that it was manned. And so, again, no indication that it was manned, presented a potential reasonable threat to civilian air traffic, and we took it down.
What speed was it traveling at, by the way?
I don't have that information.
On the Chinese balloon,
Fast.
if you could go back, is it still, in the Pentagon's view, plausible or maybe even likely that it was not necessarily intentional when that balloon turned and blew eastward, that it seemed to have not, had some technical problem?
Yeah. So, Dan, what I would tell you is based on the information that we have, it was
Excuse me.
being maneuvered and purposefully driven along its track. Again, recognizing that winds do play a role because of the maneuverability of the balloon. It's our assessment that this was a purposeful mission. In terms of the Chinese motivations, again, I'd have to refer you back to China to talk about that. Ma'am, and then come to Nancy.
Thank you. Sorry, I got it. We emailed you police body camera footage showing a National Guard general in Ohio pushing my colleague and having to be escorted away from him this week. We asked the Ohio National Guard for comment, but do you, as a spokesperson for the Department of Defense, condone such conduct by a commissioned officer of the U.S. military against an American journalist?
Yeah, so let me be clear. The answer is
They're
no.
clapping in the other room.
That's not acceptable behavior. The Secretary of Defense, the Department of Defense.
What kind of ghetto Pentagon is this? What is happening in the other room? They got a dinner?
A free and independent press. So again, I'd refer you to the Ohio National Guard for any comment about that particular incident, but I can assure you that that is not acceptable behavior.
Face any kind of conduct unbecoming charge under the UCMJ?
Again, I'd have to refer you to them. I'm not going to make those kind of policy comments here from the podium in terms of what they may or may not be doing to address it. It would be inappropriate for me to comment on that. Let me go to Nancy.
I just had a couple clarifying questions. You said that that the pilots were able to see it, that it wasn't the same shape or size as the balloon. Can you say definitively it was not a balloon?
I don't, at this point, considering the fact that
I feel like we're playing
still
that game, Guess Who?
the object, I don't want to get into characterizing it, so just leave it at that.
You mentioned you didn't know how
Did you say
fast
it was
it was traveling.
definitely
Can you say
not
if
a
it was
balloon?
traveling faster or slower than the balloon?
I don't have that information in front of me, so I don't want to make it up.
Try a couple more. Did anyone
I'll try
try
a couple
to, within the administration, contact their Chinese counterparts before the decision was made to shoot it down?
In terms of when you say the administration, if you're referring to the White House, I'd have to refer you to them. The Department of Defense, to my knowledge, did not. Again, we don't know the point of origin of this object.
Does your object have glasses?
Yeah.
And was there any effort to jam or somehow disable
Does
this
your object have red
before,
hair?
such that it would pose less of a
I don't want to get into specific tactics or techniques that we may or may not use when observing these types of things. Again, NORAD sent up aircraft to observe, to see what it was, and then the ultimate decision was made based on the reasonable threat to civilian air traffic to take it down. So thank you. Tony?
A couple things. You mentioned you've recovered a significant or located a significant amount of debris. Is it fair to say you've located a significant amount of the payload?
You're talking about the PRC high altitude balloon.
This one today.
So Tony, at this point, I'm not able to go into more detail other than we've discovered or located a significant amount of the debris associated with the balloon. Again, we'll have more details to follow, but
PRC high altitude
located, but you haven't recovered and pulled out of the ocean for forensic analysis. Is that right?
Yeah. So great point. So the way to understand how this is unfolding is as we map out the area where the debris field would be. It enables us to figure out where are the places that we need to prioritize a search, recognizing that we're talking a wide area. And so as that happens, divers are able to go down, and depending on the size of the debris, they're able to tag it. So debris that can be brought up quickly is brought up, put on a vessel, taken ashore. debris that's going to take more time. And again, especially given the current sea states, it may take a little longer. We know where it is, so we tag it, and then we'll go back and eventually recover all of that and bring it up.
It's the equivalent is you found the Titanic, but you haven't started pulling up debris yet from it.
Exactly.
I want to ask you about the overall program. You said you've been learning a lot about this balloon program over the last couple of years, yet the annual China report doesn't have a peep about balloons in there. You spend a lot of money and effort, but no balloons. We learned about Taiwan and China's balance of power against them, and satellites and jets, but no balloons. Why not?
So Tony, what I would say on the unclassified China Power report, right? There's going to be certain elements, intelligence aspects in the unclassified version that may not be included in that particular report. In terms of what's in that report and what's not in that report, again, we can go back and look at that, but I can assure you that there are a lot of activities that we continue to monitor to include this balloon program, and we've learned a lot over the last couple of years.
That the classified version has balloons in there. Is that
I'd have to go back and look.
Does
I do
sound
not
like
know the answer
Nardwuar.
to that. Thanks. Let me get a couple other folks here. Mike, and then over.
Pat. The only reason the American people know about the first balloon is because a couple of guys in Montana spotted it and it leaked out. My question is, if it had remained secret and had not become a spectacle and arguably an embarrassment to the White House, would you have shot it down or allowed it to continue on its way?
So you're asking me to speculate?
So it looked like he was going to kill him.
So, Mike, I'll kind of just push back
speculate?
a little bit at the assertion there. So, first of all, again, what made this balloon different was the length and duration that it was over the continental United States. Look, we track activities all over the globe on a daily basis.
This guy scares me.
Some of which will remain classified because, again, we don't want to reveal sources and methods. In this particular case,
with that answer, that means they were not speculating
that there
about
were
the object.
efforts underway to make that public. Montana journalists reporting notwithstanding. All that to say, look, there are going to be times when there's activities happening that we're monitoring that we're not going to go public, especially if it doesn't present a particular or pose a significant threat to the American public. But again, as we monitored that balloon, there was an effort underway to ensure that folks understood what this was, especially given how visible it was. And I'll just stop there. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Asking me to speculate.
Thank you, General. First, a really quick follow-up on Tony's question. At this point, is the Pentagon reassessing the need for counter-balloon or counter-object capabilities at that altitude at this time?
So what I would tell you is
an
not,
LMT question.
In the Air Force sometimes we talk about don't get platform specific, right? So what we're talking about is monitoring the domain and having domain awareness. And again, as I highlighted, seems like couple days ago, probably last week. We're continuing to learn more about this program, which enables us to identify and track objects, and thus ensure that we're continuing to protect our skies and our airspace.
Thank you. And then, real quick, first, do you and Admiral Kirby know the shape of this new object? And if so, what is sort of the reason for why you can't share its shape before it was shot down? And then separately, how is the recovery efforts of this new object downed over ice different from the one downed over the coast and water? And are you guys using unmanned systems for this new object as well?
Yeah, thank you. So in terms of the shape, I don't know. I have not seen any imagery of it. I'm just telling you the verbal characteristics as it was described to me.
Verbal characteristics.
In terms of the difference in the recovery
know.
effort, I mean, again, so this literally was an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. So that's underway right now. So more to follow on that front.
It was described to me
right
as,
now,
I
think
know,
they're moving to the site.
Object.
We'll have more to follow.
It's the only visible
in the days ahead. Let me go to a few other folks here. Sorry.
He didn't answer the question on why he can't answer the question.
The object was spotted yesterday. Is that the first that we saw it, or did we see it coming in a couple days before?
No, it was spotted yesterday.
And for follow-up, did what we learned about the first balloon last week, did that help us detect this object?
I would say that, again, when we detect objects. Well, let me just back up. So what you're asking is, did what we learned from the PRC balloon help us track this? Kind of a little bit of apples and oranges, right? In terms of NORAD Northcom maintains the ability to track objects. So again, they tracked this as it approached and entered into U.S. airspace. Again, we're still assessing what this object was. So I don't know that we learned anything new as a result of that, other than, again, I think we're all, to include the media and the public, very attuned to balloons at the moment. So thank you. Yes, sir.
No one else?
Thank you, sir. And just to clarify, so this was first identified when it flew into U.S. airspace, is that correct? Or was it identified before it?
It was detected yesterday, and then, again, NORAD sent up aircraft to observe it, see what it was, and then the decision was made to take it down.
And do you have any information whether this object flew over any other sovereign nations or countries?
I do not. Okay. I have time for a few more. Let me go to Joe.
You.
Question about the recovery effort. I think you had mentioned at the outset that it was going to involve rotary wing aircraft. That's
4088.
because it landed on ice as opposed to water. That's why there isn't watercraft being used. Is it?
Yeah, Joe, we'll get you more information on that front. Again, this happened just a short while ago, and so according to Northcom, these are the assets that were being used to go out and do the initial recovery. But we'll have more information in terms of the various roles and responsibilities of those.
Get down in the weeds for a second. Any idea what units are involved in the recovery effort or in the F-22 that shot it down?
We can get you that information. Thanks. Phil?
Hey there, just a couple clarification questions. First off, when you first identified it, was it traveling at the same altitude, around 40,000 feet? Did you at that point know its velocity? And secondly, doesn't Northcom have the authority on its own to shoot down unidentified objects entering U.S. airspace if they pose a threat to civilian air traffic? And if so, then why was the president's authorization required in this case?
Yeah, thanks. So my understanding is it was at 40,000 feet when it was detected and ultimately taken down. The NORAD Northcom commander does not have the authority necessarily to take down an object if it's not posing a potential hostile intent or actions. However, given the fact that this aircraft was, this object was operating at an altitude that posed a reasonable threat to civilian air traffic, after consultation with the secretary and the president, and of course the president, on our advice, gave the order to take it down, and we took it down.
Trying to clarify, is his authorization required in a situation like this?
Again, it's kind of a moot point at this point because the president gave the order, but he has the authorization to take action against anything that presents a potential threat to the American public or people on the ground. In this particular case, it was determined that this posed a reasonable threat to air traffic. Again, I'll just leave it at that. Thanks. Tara?
Just a couple of clarifiers. Was it a single F-22 or a pair that were up today for the shot? And then when NORAD sent the initial aircraft up to sea, was there any sort of hailing or any type of warning given? Typically when an aircraft makes an incursion into protected airspace, there's a whole lot of procedures that have to be followed before it would escalate to something like this.
Okay, well, this was an object, right? So it wasn't an aircraft per se. And to answer your earlier question, it was a two-ship of F-22s, but one aircraft took the shot. Got time for one more. Go to Liz.
Thank you so much. Bro, I think I found something.
Really quick, when it was started to be tracked last night, were you able to tell what direction it was coming from?
This was traveling in a northeasterly direction when it was taken down.
And then one more, the aircrafts that were observing it, what type of aircrafts were those?
I'll have to come back to you on it. I think I know, but I don't want to make it up from the podium. So we'll come back to you on that one. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it.
Bro, all right. Somebody said it in the chat. Are you ready for this? There's no way I could share it with you. I could probably over here. I need to record this. I found something. I think. Maybe I'm getting too hyped on this. Hold on. Bro, look at this. So we just got the report. Oh, man. You got to look at this right now. What is that? Hold on. Let me go to the next one. It looks like a plane. Or I don't know what this can mean. There's like something. Oh, man. Here, I'll explain it to you in a second. Bro, I found something. It's weird, though. If you go on Snapchat, go on the Snap Map, and then go to the Snap Map in Alaska, right? I can post the video. I have it. I think it's about to disappear. And there's one post of 3 different videos. And then the guy in the post, I don't know their username. It doesn't say anything on their name. And it says, no spy balloons on my watch. And it's a guy on a boat. And then there's like a video of like a plane. So I don't know what that means. But it looks like a plane, but I'm pretty sure it's a plane. I recorded the screen. I'll post it here. I'll post it up on there. No, it's pretty wild. My video has my feet in it, though. I don't want to. I feel like some people are going to get weird about that, you know. That's the only problem I'm worried about. My feet are in the video. And you guys get mad weird with my feet, you know. Crop it out. All right, I'll try to do that. It'd be weird if you didn't have your feet, I feel. I need a... How do I change the audio of this? Canada-Alaska line. That would be terrific. It's okay. You know what? I'll let you guys have a free feet pick. That's fine with me. It's fine with me. All right, I'll post it. What time is it? Dude, we only have 20 minutes. Again, LMT's going crazy. The SPY's pretty much same level we've been dealing with all day, man. Same level we've been dealing with all day. Let me see. Bro, this is crazy. We need another tier. What are you feet doing in the vid? What are my feet doing? Because I have my other phone. So I'm recorded with my other phone on my other phone. And I don't have socks on right now. So you get a little bit of a feet pick. You know what I'm saying? It's not bad. I could screen record. It's okay. I already did this. I don't want to do it again. Don't worry. You'll get it. I'm going to post it on YouTube. I'm going to post it on the Reels. You like barely see it. got to keep it real. Oh, I meant YouTube Shorts. I don't know what they're called, honestly. Yo, just found it. Do you see it? Isn't it weird? What should I title the video? Footage of Alaskan flying object? HBI's doing an offering? Screw them. It looks like a plane in that video, but I don't know if it's the actual object or if it's the or if it's like a patrol plane. And then your LMT's popping. Footage. All right, here. All right. We'll see. Reptilians. It's a weird one. Oh, Spy's about to hit a high. How much time we got? We got 15 minutes. Again, we'll see. All right, I posted it on the main channel. It should be. I don't know how long it's going to take to post, though. You know how they lag with it sometimes. Uploaded to your videos. So go to youtube.com/thetradingfraternity and go to the shorts. I don't think it posted yet, though. All right, man. You hit a new... Is that a new high on the day? And then you just came right back down? Man, what a day. You got it? Did you find it on there? NQ big slacking. How come I don't see it? I don't even see my own shorts when they post. How do you see it? I can't even see it. What the hell is happening? I think it's on there. Yeah, just keep refreshing it. I don't even see it, but it's saying it's getting views already. All right, you see it? There it is. And then LMT's going up. So our shares might come back up. It looks like I don't know if that's the aircraft or if it's like a military person on patrol. Isn't it? It looks like a helicopter or like a plane, but then it's kind of low into the mountains, and then it's just weird. I don't know how to describe it. Here, hold on. All right, Spy's ripping up here. Give me a second. I think it's near Juneau. 4092. So now if you get up here, this is the high of yesterday on that little power hour pop. You got 10 minutes. 10-minute rigged is either going to take you to 4100 or not. Damn footage. It is footage. It is. Oh, I hit a high and coming down. I got you. Is it weird? It just appears out of no there. You could see it just small. LMT is rocketing up now. Here, I'll show you. I posted it on the Twitter too. I forgot you could wait. Did it even post? How come none of my shit posts? My tweet was sent. I don't see anything, man. There it is. I don't know. It's a weird one. I can't make it out. Yeah, go to your subscriptions. It should show up. Again, it's on the main channel. Yeah. So this is it. Like, it's super weird. It's right there. It's this like little object flying through, and then you see it kind of like pull up. But again, the caption of this, somebody posted this in Alaska, decent size red, but they said no spy balloons on my watch. And it correlates with the timing, and then there's no username or anything. It's on the YouTube short. You got to make sure you like the shorts. It's dude, it's very weird. So I think it could either be coincidence or not. You got to really look into it. Right there. See, it's like right there. It just looks like a plane, but it does look like it's low and kind of small. I know I do have nice feet, bro. If you guys are interested, I got you. They didn't say it was 40,000 feet. Remember, they didn't, or I guess, no, did they? They said it was at commercial altitude. You're so white. Thank you. It doesn't make you any less white either, so don't worry. I know I haven't been able to get outside lately. It's really bad. That doesn't look like 40,000 feet. So interesting. That's the only thing I was able to find right there. And the water wasn't frozen. That's the only thing. The water was not frozen. And remember, that was a very big deal. Just don't forget the frozen water. You got to keep refreshing the shorts. I don't know why it's not showing up. And you're popping here again. 4,100 test. Final 5. You already got through the 10-minute rigged. You have a lot of bid. You have a lot of bid support, and it looks like the sells are kind of running out, bro. You see this? I don't know what time frame that's on, but when we zoom out, 40.93. You're above yesterday's high from popping from the low, and that's where you flushed from yesterday. Wow, what an eventful Friday. Could be Russian military there. I don't know, but somebody in the chat said it. They were like, this just changes the search history now. So now when you search like Biden shoots down anything, all that's going to come up now is this rather than the balloon. So I was like, oh, interesting. Chat has said a lot of interesting theories. So again, I like to share what some of you are saying, but I definitely, this whole thing is just weird, bro. This whole thing is weird. But final 5 coming in. Lots of tin, I'm sure. Dude, this is, I mean, lots of tin, and there's been no answers for it. We went nowhere this week. I think this is our first losing week, actually. So technically, Friday we gapped down, but you closed right here. So this is your first negative week in a while, actually. $4,093. Another Friday, another. I know this is 2 Fridays in a row of something. This is 2 Fridays in a row of a flying object in America. So that's fun. Yeah, I think bonds are the highlighted today, because we're going to find out if that fear materializes over the weekend. I mean, you might have to deal with some tensions too. It's pretty wild. So final 5 in check. Oh, wow. Big order trap here. I didn't even zoom out. Again, if you get past here, we'll close above 4,100 or at 4,100. If you flush from here, you're going to close above this 4060, but not at 4,100. Would you buy puts here? I'm still holding my NQ, but I mean, I would be utilizing more shares or futures just in case, because the market could bounce around up until Tuesday. So that's the thing you got to keep in mind, regardless of this week. I mean, they're going to have the risk of the bonds, maybe some potential global tensions here. Who knows? But when it's all said and done, you have 2 days until the event is CPI. So maybe the thing with the puts is that if you want to buy premium now, there is a chance that premium increases ahead of the event, unless it's already kind of priced in. So that would be the only thing I would kind of be keeping in mind there. All right, man. Let's see. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats, or be coming through the house with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly Watchlist and main channel layover. Going to have a 2-day layover, then the Super Bowl, and then we're going to be taking on promptly Monday morning at 6 a.m. Pacific time. As we make this final approach in the San Diego International Airport, it's about 72 degrees and sunny. Looking like a good day, unless you thought the market was going to do something, or unless you are an unidentified object over Alaska. But we cannot tell you much about that now. We don't know. But we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit 1 row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Bring it home, chair. Fly, eagle. Fly, birdie. Let the eagle fly. You're talking about the eagles? Fly, birdie. Spread your wings and fly, man. Come on. Bring it home, Charadonia. You don't have much time left. Oh, man. It's going to be a great one, man. It's going to be a great one. So wrap it up. You really, dude, you stayed within a 2-point range top to bottom today. So you got to do your thing. Do your thing, 20 Chad. Do your thing. 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's been a wild week. Your first red week in a long time. Actually, a couple of weeks. You got the deal with the UFO. You got consumer sentiment. It gave us a little bit of clues on what to look for CPI. But next week, you got Bank of Japan. You had a little Bank of Japan today, and you're going to get more on Tuesday, and then that's CPI, baby. So finalize your plays. Finalize your weekend moves. You have 10 seconds remaining. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go, baby. Wow, Chad, what a day, what a week. We did it, we made it, we did it, we made it. Let's go. I need that GG. Happy end of the week. Let's go. Next week's going to be crazy. You made it. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. All my people who contributed, good game, baby. That's how you play. All my laggers, all my lurkers, all my lovers. Why you being so shy? Say what's up, GG. You played your heart out. That's what I'm talking about. All the members, all the non-members, all the stream alerts. Let's go, baby. It's been wild. Next week, you thought this week was crazy. Next week is crazy. A good game. I hope you're ready to play. It's not even first quarter. It's not even third quarter. Stop playing with me. Let's go. I see you too, Twitch. I see you too, baby. Good game. That's what I'm talking about. Good game, baby. Let's go. That's how you play. Good call out. Way to contribute. That's what I'm saying. You ready. You still breathing. You still got opportunities. You still got ideas. Things still change. Good game. That's what I'm talking about.
Got like opinions and thoughts, why they don't mean a lot. And my money on stats, I can show you the top. Every bottom I pop, both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Let's talk, baby. Hey, yo, Benny, you bullish. I want to wait for it. I need it. Let me hit it. Let me get it.
Benny, you bullish. But baby, I'm not from Chicago. Heard me talking about Ivy and dripping the bag. They thought that I came from the hospital. No, I just came back from trading. Just to the sun, no vacation.
Let's go.
I'm really not trying
What's
to
up,
be flaky.
Benny
I want to tell you
Beats?
that most of my calls will be naked. Funny when I make a bad play.
Oh, man. That's how you finish. That's how you finish, baby. It's not even first quarter. You know that, baby. Let's go. God bless the chat. Oh, we got a hype train is close? Oh. Well, listen, don't get me too hyped, Chad, because it's been a wonderful day. I hope all of you enjoy your weekend, and I thank you all for being here. For real, I love you, and I appreciate you. Everybody, I really hope that I made the most of your time. I hope you got news. I hope you got informed. I hope you know what's up with the market. And above all else, I hope we made the best use of your time. And I hope I see you on Monday, especially when the market get crazy like this. But for real, thank you to all of you. Extra shout out to everybody, because I don't care if you got a membership badge. It's just people who contributed and were positive. It does mean a lot, and people genuinely participating. So thank you. Shout out to the members, the non-members, the stream alerts. We love y'all, baby. So for real, thank you all. And God bless you. You could go check out the links. I just want you to enjoy your weekend. And happy birthday, Patrick. Amen. But I have bad news. So go check out all the links. Main channel. You can see my UFO video if you're into that. I don't know if you're into that. I got UFO videos now, apparently. So it's simple. But Chad, listen. I love you. And it has been a crazy week. We have to do a lot more next week. But I have to go. I do have to go. You know that? I have to leave. Usually, I stay on Friday. I'm not trolling you this time. I told you yesterday, so that's how I wouldn't troll you for 2 days in a row. I know, but I have to get going. Yes, it is time. I'm sorry. So I love you. Just know I love you. I'm going to be there in spirit. Please be safe this Super Bowl weekend. You shouldn't be drinking and driving. You should probably be staying home. Yeah, no Bible study today, unfortunately. I gave the warning yesterday, but I do got to get going. So I love you. Thank you guys again for everything, but sadly, this will be the fastest I've ever ended it on Friday. Actually, one time I think I had to leave early, so I think it's good, though. It's good for now, man. But, Chad, for real, I love y'all, and just don't ever forget why we're here. And why we keep going. Why we got that joy, 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 joy down in our heart. Hey, down in our heart. Hey, down in our heart. Why we still play the game. Why we keep that endurance. And why you got love for your fellow brothers and sisters, baby. All the time and ready to work hard, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. 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 Thank you. It's not my birthday, but I appreciate it. I do got to get going here, Chad, but you enjoy your weekend. I'm going to see you on Monday. I'll see you on the watch list as well. Enjoy your evening. Enjoy the weekend. And please be safe this weekend as well, too, okay? Amen. 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 All right, Chad. I love you. And peace out. I don't want to leave, man. I don't want to leave, but I have to. I got a real tight schedule today, but I don't want to leave, man. You just know I love you, okay? You hang up. You hang up. I don't want to go. I'm sorry. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Amen. Amen. All right, Chad. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you guys again. Twitch, YouTube, all of y'all. Anybody with that positivity. Let's go, baby. Okay? You have a good weekend. And peace out. This feels so weird leaving this early. Okay, bye, Chad. Bye. I don't know how to end it this early. Do your thing, 8:21. Do your thing. I don't know. Okay, I can end it. I'll show you how to fucking end it. I'm gonna tell you about an object I found, huh? It's simple to end it. You just end it. So listen, I gotta get going. We're gonna lower the prescription drug prices. And once we lower the prescription, it's simple. You gotta lower it. All the women in my cabinet and the men, all the women, the majority's there. It's simple. You gotta bring it with force. Okay? So you have a wonderful, enjoy the weekend. And then, seriously, I mean it, okay? All right, bye. What do you mean? I would have shut these objects down a long time ago. Simple, nobody flies objects. When I was president, nobody flew an object. You know why? They were scared. I put fear in their hearts. You know, that's what I do. I'm a terrific fear enticer. Is that what you call it? Okay, I gotta go, Chad. Goodbye.